This is a world where everyone raises astral pets, where power is absolute, and those who rule the world are determined solely by the combat strength of the pets they own. Out of nowhere, this young man finds himself transmigrating into this beast-taming world. Aside from the fact that the body Su Ping took over belongs to a total loser who loves teasing his younger sister, he is actually quite lucky to inherit an astral pet store. The first thing Su Ping decides to do is follow the directions to find his store, eager to see what it actually looks like. But when he finally arrives, he has no idea if store is even the right word to describe this place, because it looks like a total dump. The outside is completely run down, and inside, the pets have turned the place into their personal toilet, leaving a repulsive stench. Taking in this sight, Su Ping feels completely depressed. He thought he would inherit some great resources from the original owner, but it turns out he is just here to clean up the hot mess left behind. Just as Su Ping is rolling up his sleeves to start cleaning, someone suddenly delivers a brutal kick to his back from behind, sending him face-planting and rolling across the floor. Who the hell was that? Su Ping barks in anger. Standing before him is a guy who clearly looks like bad news. Well, did you forget your customer so quickly? I have been waiting here for you all week. Su Ping has absolutely no memory of this guy, so he just assumes he is an enemy for now. Before he can even reply, the guy screams at him again. 3 days. 3 whole days. I left my Gale with you to be taken care of. Damn it, you locked it up with 10 lions for 3 straight days. Do you have any idea how brutal they were to him? Do you know what kind of hell he went through these past 3 days? Listening to this, Su Ping immediately realizes what happened. Looking at the sickly, battered Gale, he cannot help but curse the previous owner of his body for being such an absolute scumbag. Su Ping quickly tries to de-escalate the situation. I am so sorry. I will personally make sure your pet gets the best care, completely free of charge, like I care about your pathetic pocket change. The guy snarls through gritted teeth, immediately ordering his pet to attack. The beast, which looked weak and exhausted just a second ago, turns incredibly vicious the moment it hears its master's command. Before Su Ping can even register what is happening, the beast circles behind him. Its tail, tipped with a razor-sharp, cold metal scythe, wraps tightly around his neck. Feeling the freezing chill of the blade against his skin, cold sweat breaks out all over Su Ping's forehead. He curses the original owner in his mind for picking a fight with these dangerous lunatics. Hey, let's talk this out. Can't we just sit down and negotiate? How about this? I will pay you back triple your money, okay? Su Ping desperately tries to salvage the situation. Pay me back? You turned my battle pet into a shivering, broken mess. How are you going to pay for that? The guy snaps back furiously, but then his expression suddenly shifts. Wait, I just thought of a brilliant idea. With that, he orders his Dark Gale to use its new move to blow this entire pet shop to pieces, reclaiming the glory of his battle pet that carries the White Dragon bloodline. Su Ping is both panicked and helpless. Watching the Black Panther gearing up to strike, he has absolutely no idea what to do. Is he really going to lose everything the moment he got here? He is a transmigrator, for crying out loud. There is no way he is so pathetic that he does not even have a single battle pet of his own. Just as that thought crosses his mind, a brilliant flash of light, like a bolt of lightning, strikes down from the sky right onto Su Ping. Both the thug and his Gale are frozen in their tracks. At that exact moment, a holographic interface pops up right in front of Su Ping. Suitable host detected. Initiating binding process. Hearing this, Su Ping finally breathes a sigh of relief. Now that is what he is talking about. As a transmigrator, how could he possibly go without a VIP cheat system? But then, a few lines of text appear on the screen, showing that the system is binding itself to the pet store. Now it's Su Ping's turn to freeze. Why are you binding to the store and not me? At first, Su Ping reacts this way because he thinks he just got shackled to some useless system. However, once the binding is complete, the system alerts him that while he is inside the store, he is completely immune to all damage. Meaning right now, any attack launched against him will be completely useless. Isn't this basically being invincible? Staring at his hands in disbelief, Su Ping mutters, but wasn't the store the one that got bound? Reading his mind, the system responds, my mistake for not mentioning it. When the store is bound, the shopkeeper is bound as well. Su Ping is speechless. This system seems a bit amateurish. With the ownership registration complete, time and space immediately snap back to normal. The thug and his Dark Gale are unfrozen, and the beast's attack resumes right where it left off. Except this time, Su Ping has no intention of just standing there and taking the hit. Facing the beast as it opens its massive jaws to strike, the easiest solution is to simply shut its mouth for good. No sooner said than done, he dashed forward like a gust of wind, clamping his hand around its snout. "What did you say you were going to do to my shop?" Su Ping glared, his voice ice cold. Dark Tempest broke out in a cold sweat. Whimpers of pity were all that could squeeze out of its throat. "Swallow it," Su Ping commanded once again. This time, it was a direct order. Extremely aggrieved, Dark Tempest had no choice but to swallow its own attack. It collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably, completely stripped of its fierce demeanor. Having dealt with the beast, Su Ping turned back to its owner and asked, "Do you have some kind of issue with our service, valued customer?" The thug, who had been acting all high and mighty just moments ago, was now pale with fear after witnessing Su Ping block Dark Tempest's attack with his bare hands. No, of course not. Sensing the guy's sheer terror, Su Ping decided to press his advantage. He took a step toward him, saying, "If you don't have any complaints, then why don't you leave Dark Tempest with us for a few more days? I promise I'll take good care of him." It sounded like a polite offer, but the guy could feel a suffocating wave of killing intent radiating from Su Ping. He felt like he was about to be silenced permanently. So, in the very next second, without even exchanging a word, both Dark Tempest and his master bolted out of the shop as fast as their legs could carry them. Once they were gone, Su Ping received a new notification from the system, stating that the threat to the shop had been resolved. As a reward, he was granted the authority to clean and restore the premises. Su Ping was highly satisfied. It seemed this system had a surprisingly thoughtful side. He immediately tapped to use his new authority. In the blink of an eye, his messy shop transformed, becoming spotless and orderly. The floor was so clean it literally shone like a mirror. Intrigued, Su Ping began walking around to inspect the shop. Entering one of the rooms, he discovered that the pet pens had been upgraded into incredibly modern enclosures. Inside, 2 pets were fast asleep. However, Su Ping couldn't help but feel that these pets looked much smaller than he had imagined. Reading his mind, the system immediately chimed in to explain, "These are nurturing pens. Any pets kept inside will have their sizes adjusted to standard proportions. Currently, 2 out of 9 slots are occupied. These pens provide cultivation and healing benefits to the pets." Su Ping gasped in awe. This upgrade is insane. Still, he had one lingering concern. What if that dumb dog takes a dump in there? How do I clean it up? "The host does not need to worry," the system replied. "Pets in the nurturing pens will enter a state of cultivation, so they won't feel hunger, thirst, or the need to relieve themselves." Su Ping nodded, highly satisfied with this upgrade. Then, remembering something else, he asked, "These 2 pets belong to customers, right? System, if someone else comes here to cause trouble, what should I do?" Instead of answering directly, the system dinged and issued a new main quest. Choose a pet and raise it to rank 3. Su Ping looked at the 2 options before him and decided to choose the lightning rat. After all, he wasn't really a dog person. The lightning rat was a thunder-type pet, currently at rank 1, and its only available skill was charm. Su Ping felt like he had just been slapped in the face. What kind of ridiculous skill is charm anyway? Where are the lightning attacks? Pets acquire different skills based on the training they receive from their masters. The system sent a new notification to answer his question, followed immediately by another. Selection complete. Transferring the pet to the cultivation plane. The Thundercloud Realm. No sooner had Su Ping read the notification than a massive hole suddenly opened up right beneath his feet. Both Su Ping and the lightning rat were instantly sucked into the bottomless pit. After what felt like an eternity of free-falling, they finally hit the ground. The place known as the Thundercloud Realm now stretched out before them. The first thing that caught Su Ping's eye was a colossal tree, but bizarrely, it didn't have a single leaf on it. The sheer scale of the tree made both him and the lightning rat shudder in fear. If just a tree was this massive, how gigantic must the inhabitants of this place be? Right then, the system sent another notification, explaining that the Thundercloud Realm was a habitat for countless giant beasts. Its dense thunder elements made it the perfect training ground for thunder-type pets. The probability of encountering beasts under 100 meters is extremely high. The probability of encountering 1,000-meter beasts is low. And the probability of encountering beasts over 10,000 meters is extremely low. Reading this, Su Ping felt a rush of excitement. Well, this starter zone is absolutely terrifying. They had just arrived, and the chance of running into a 100-meter monster was already sky-high. Meanwhile, the poor lightning rat was so terrified Its fur was standing completely on end, and as it turned out, their luck as master and pet was incredibly rotten. Almost immediately, a massive beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Compared to its size, even Su Ping looked like a tiny ant, let alone the tiny lightning rat in his arms. The moment the beast materialized, it opened its maw and spat a devastating bolt of lightning directly at Su Ping. Then, everything went pitch black, and a notification popped up. Host has deceased. When Su Ping regained consciousness, he gasped for air in absolute terror. What on earth was that? Did he just get one-shotted? Ding! The system notification popped up again. It stated that Su Ping had been obliterated by a Beast King 0.73 seconds ago, and was now in the resurrection zone, waiting to respawn. Along with this was a serious warning. If Su Ping failed to complete the mission on time, his evaluation rating would drop. If his score fell below 60, he would die. Plus, leaving the training ground early would count as failing the mission. Reading this, Su Ping's face instantly went dark. Stupid system, you didn't mention anything about this scoring crap when I took the quest. How many points do I even have left? Su Ping asked, trembling. Host's rating is too low. Access denied. The system ruthlessly replied. Also, see that scroll bar? Scroll down to see the rewards and penalties. Su Ping did as told. Sure enough, there was more text under the mission description that he had missed. It turned out he had infinite free respawns for this quest, and the reward was a basic pet appraisal skill. The time limit was 3 days. If he failed, his rating would take a massive hit. Screw you, you trash system. You're totally rigging this, Su Ping roared. How the hell is there a Beast King in the starter zone? Encountering a Beast King is an extremely low probability event. The host should find more suitable prey to hunt instead. Also, the host's perception is too weak. It is highly recommended to sign a temporary contract with your pet. The system basically just blamed his bad luck and washed its hands of any responsibility. Su Ping was absolutely livid, but arguing with a soulless system was pointless. Besides, his respawn timer had just run out. He was teleported back into the Thundercloud Sea Realm. The lightning rat was already waiting for him. Following the system's advice, Su Ping quickly established a temporary contract with it. It didn't take long to establish a mental connection with his pet. Surely, his luck wouldn't be so bad that he'd run into another Beast King right away. Taking advantage of the contract, Su Ping immediately led the lightning rat out to hunt. Fortunately, he soon came across a herbivorous horse. To Su Ping, this creature wasn't much of a threat, but to the tiny lightning rat, it was still a terrifying monster, probably due to the massive size difference. Through their bond, Su Ping could feel the sheer terror radiating from the lightning rat. This made him realize there must be danger lurking ahead. His gut feeling was right on the money. Out of nowhere, another terrifying beast ambushed them. It swallowed the horse whole in a single gulp. Seeing this, the lightning rat's attitude completely flipped, and it suddenly looked ready to fight. It looks less than 100 meters away. We actually have a shot here. Go get it. Su Ping gave the command, and the lightning rat charged forward with burning determination. He ordered it to go for the neck. The lightning rat obeyed instantly, but who could have guessed that the giant, centipede-like monster had an incredibly thick, armored shell? The lightning rat slammed into it with all its might, only to suffer severe head trauma from the impact and die right on the spot. But hey, through this kamikaze attempt, it actually learned a new skill called charge. Su Ping's face fell once again. The lightning rat's combat power was absolutely pathetic. Luckily, since he had infinite revives, he could slowly chip away at the monster's massive health pool, no matter how tanky it was. After resurrecting his pet, Su Ping had the lightning rat try a different approach. Instead of another reckless charge, Su Ping guided it to use its small, agile body to weave around and dodge the beast's attacks. After a brief game of cat and mouse, Su Ping finally spotted an opening. He ordered the lightning rat to use its newly learned charge skill, aiming right at the soft joint between the beast's back and belly. This time, the attack actually landed and dealt damage. Unfortunately, right after that, the centipede snapped its jaws and bit the lightning rat, sending it straight back to the respawn screen for a second time. Refusing to give up, Su Ping resurrected his pet once more. After repeating this process countless times in an environment packed with lightning elements, the lightning rat began to harness the power of lightning itself. Now, it could infuse its charge skill with electricity, upgrading it to lightning charge. Su Ping was absolutely thrilled. Even though his pet had been getting absolutely wrecked, he never expected its skill to evolve so quickly. With this new skill, they should finally be able to pierce right through that monster's heavy armor. Eager to win, Su Ping ordered his lightning rat to unleash Thunder Rush, and the results were actually pretty impressive. Once that giant centipede was finally taken down, despite their success in defeating the target, it looked like the lightning rat was completely exhausted. Its stamina seemed pretty low, meaning it could probably only use Thunder Rush one more time. So, for now, Su Ping had to let it rest and recover its strength before searching for new prey. Right then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Su Ping lost his balance and fell flat on his back. At first, he thought it was just another earthquake, but to his surprise, a swarm of monsters suddenly burst out from underground. Oh crap, they were all allies of that centipede. The moment they showed up, they launched a vicious attack. Both Su Ping and the lightning rat were whipped so hard by their tails that their heads were spinning. Su Ping was sent flying before crashing hard onto the ground, leaving him in so much pain that he felt like 5 or 6 of his bones had just snapped. It looked like these adult centipedes were way more terrifying than the young larva from earlier. Even though he and the lightning rat had the power of infinite revival, constantly fighting such an unfair battle was exhausting. Especially for the lightning rat, who had suffered serious injuries and hadn't even had a chance to recover its stamina. Feeling helpless, Su Ping decided to stop resisting. There were just too many enemies, and even if his pet could revive instantly, they wouldn't last long anyway. He figured his best bet was to choose a random revival point and keep grinding. That was the smartest move. But just as a centipede lunged at Su Ping, opening its hideous maw, the lightning rat instinctively moved to protect its master. Though trembling in pain, it still charged forward and used Thunder Rush to deliver a devastating slash right across its opponent. Su Ping was amazed that it could still pull off this skill in such an exhausted state, and what's more, it did so out of sheer willpower, without waiting for his command. Seeing this level of fighting spirit from the lightning rat, Su Ping suddenly didn't want to give up anymore. So what if they were cornered? This was actually a great opportunity to gain experience. Since the lightning rat hadn't given up, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death either. With that in mind, he picked up a severed centipede leg from the ground to use as a makeshift weapon. In the blink of an eye, the swarm charged at them again. It was clearly a hopeless battle, but neither Su Ping nor the lightning rat backed down. Unfortunately, no miracle happened, and he ended up getting completely wrecked and killed. Fortunately, both Su Ping and the lightning rat revived at a random location elsewhere, escaping the relentless pursuit of those centipedes. The strange thing was, even though he revived with full health, Su Ping still felt completely exhausted and could barely catch his breath. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system sent a notification to explain. Even with full health, Su Ping still had to bear a portion of the mental strain from dying. Since his mental strength was currently too low and he had revived multiple times in a short span, it was only natural for him to feel incredibly fatigued. The system advised him that while increasing his combat power, he should also focus on training his mental strength. So that's how it is, Su Ping muttered, slumping onto the ground. No matter how good the wheels are, they won't roll if they're flat. It looked like he really needed to properly train this body of his. Before he could rest for long, Su Ping suddenly saw the lightning rat stand straight up, looking incredibly tense. Su Ping jumped to his feet as well, scanning his surroundings. With the lightning rat reacting like this, could there be an enemy nearby? Speaking of which, Su Ping noticed a bunch of strange-looking holes in the ground around them. Just as he was processing this, the earth suddenly split open. Purely by reflex, Su Ping and the lightning rat immediately rolled backwards several times to gain some distance. The monster that emerged this time was less than 10 meters tall. However, when it opened its mouth, it spat out highly corrosive acid that could instantly dissolve a body on contact. Su Ping quickly composed himself and ordered the lightning rat to go all out, wanting to show the enemy just how much it had grown. After a long and brutal struggle, where they defeated countless monsters, leaving behind piles of corpses, Su Ping finally completed his quest. He and the lightning rat lay flat on the heap of monster corpses, completely out of breath. But what truly shocked Su Ping was that during the battle, the lightning rat had actually learned Thunder Shadow Illusion, one of the 10 legendary secret techniques of the Thunder family. Pet skills are divided into 6 ranks based on combat power. The higher the quality, among those countless skills, some originate from ancient times and are known as secret techniques. Legend has it that these lost arts can only be comprehended by exceptionally gifted pets. He never expected this tiny lightning rat of his would have such a stroke of luck. Since the Thundercloud Sea Realm was filled with highly pure lightning elements, the lightning rat had unlocked its hidden potential and mastered this secret technique after countless attacks. The system sent a new explanation to answer Su Ping's questions. "Oh, so that's why. All right, take me back," Su Ping said weakly. He didn't have a single ounce of strength left in him. The system quickly initiated, closing the cultivation interface. Su Ping's connection to the Thundercloud realm was about to be cut off, which meant his temporary bond with the lightning rat was also being severed. Closing his eyes, Su Ping felt completely drained of energy. Meanwhile, in the real world, the final selection for the Astral Pet team was underway. This was an annual tournament held at Fengshan Academy in Longjiang City. Every student participating harbored dreams of becoming an Astral Pet Master and joining the pioneer team as soon as possible. Just like in previous years, a few standout names carried high expectations, including Ye Hao, Jiang Shuihan, and Zhang Xiao. Among the crowd that day, a red-haired girl couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Her name was Su Yanying, a third-year battle pet warrior at Fengshan Academy. Like everyone else, Su Yanying desperately wanted to achieve top results. But for some reason, luck was not on her side. In the previous 2 rounds, she had consistently gone up against top-tier title contenders. She had to face Jiang Shuihan in the first round, followed by Ye Hao in the next. As a result, Su Yanying suffered 2 consecutive defeats. And, to make matters worse, in this final match, she was matched up against the remaining top seed, Zhang Xiao. To top it off, the only pet she had left that was ready for battle was her fanged tiger. However, the tournament rules required each competitor to have at least 2 astral pets. Desperate, she rushed to Su Ping's pet store to retrieve her lightning rat. Stepping inside, Su Yanying saw the empty store and panicked, thinking the owner was packing up to move. She called out, "Boss, I'm here to pick up my pet." Hearing her voice, Su Ping opened the back door and walked out. "Hey boss, I left my lightning rat here 2 weeks ago. How is he doing? I need to pick him up a bit early. He's fine." "Extremely fine," Su Ping replied curtly before turning on his heel. "Go settle the bill." Su Yanying was slightly taken aback by his cold attitude. Thinking he was worried she wouldn't pay the full price of the contract since she was picking it up early, she quickly said, "Boss, don't worry. Even though I'm picking up the lightning rat early, I'll pay the exact amount we agreed on. I won't shortchange you a single cent." Su Yanying tried her best to look cooperative, but Su Ping's attitude remained awful, and he didn't even bother to reply. He walked straight into the back room, picked up the snoring lightning rat, and looked at it with a trace of reluctance. Sigh. "Wake up, little guy. It's time for you to go home. Once you're back with your master, don't forget about me." It turned out Su Ping was being distant, because he had grown attached to the little creature after going through life and death situations with it in the cultivation realm, but in the end, he still had to return it to Su Yanying. Once she paid, the system automatically converted the money into energy points. At the same time, Su Ping received a new quest called the Chaos Breeding Pool. The mission required him to breed an astral pet of his own. He was given a 7-day deadline, with the reward being a random battle pet warrior skill book. The penalty for failure was a deduction in his evaluation points. If his score fell below the target, Su Ping would be wiped out. The system also suggested he could purchase an awakening serum from the shop to become a battle pet warrior. Su Ping's heart skipped a beat. Just the thought of becoming a battle pet warrior made his blood pump with excitement. He immediately opened the system shop's interface. According to the system, this shop existed right inside his consciousness. In the future, whenever he wanted to buy something, he just had to think about it, and it would appear. The awakening serum was in the very first slot, priced at 100 energy points. Without hesitation, Su Ping clicked to buy it. Unfortunately, due to insufficient energy, he couldn't afford it yet. The system explained that energy points were converted from the money he earned at a rate of 100 to 1. His total earnings for the day amounted to a measly 1 energy point, since Su Yanying's bill was only 108 federal coins. Seeing his low balance, Su Ping was absolutely livid. "Are you kidding me? I trained a pet that mastered high-level secret skills, and it's only worth 108 coins?" Later, the match between Zhang Xiao and Su Yanying began, and the outcome was exactly as the audience expected. Zhang Xiao's Dragonhound easily defeated Su Yanying's Fang Tiger in a single blow. As the crowd roared with excitement, Zhang Xiao put on a smug face, looking every bit the top-tier elite. Want to keep going? He was a third-year student at Fengshan Academy, and his strength was undeniably formidable. Although Zhang Xiao asked, everyone knew there was nothing left to watch. In the previous rounds, Su Yanying was considered a strong contender, but she had been incredibly unlucky to run into Fengshan Academy's 2 biggest powerhouses right off the bat. Most of her battle pets are already heavily injured. Honestly, she stood no chance from the very beginning. She is just way too weak. Faced with such an obvious defeat, instead of trying to save her strength, she is actually risking her life like this. Talk about zero tactical thinking. But of course, as a commentator, it is easy for her to judge from the sidelines where it is safe. But this match decides whether she is qualified to join the Pioneer team or not. Exactly. Even if her chances of winning are zero, she still has to give it her all. Who is this bystander to talk? Down in the arena, the battle is not over just yet. Even though Su Yanying's battle pet has been beaten flat on the ground, the crowd is holding its breath, waiting to see if she will finally throw in the towel or fight to the bitter end. Su Yanying is extremely tense right now. She cannot even wrap her head around how her 100-toothed tiger was defeated so fast. But now is not the time to look for answers, because right across from her, Zhang Xiao's demon dragon hound is launching another attack. This time, it is the blazing dragon fire. Even though it is not at full power, it is more than enough to completely crush her still recovering 100-toothed tiger. Seeing the blazing wall of fire rushing toward them, Su Yanying squeezes her eyes shut and screams, "I surrender." Boom! The entire stadium shakes violently from the sheer impact of Zhang Xiao's attack. The referee stepped in just in time to block the fire, officially declaring Su Yanying's defeat. For some reason, even though he won, Zhang Xiao looks incredibly frustrated. So close, he thinks. Consider yourself lucky. Just wait until the next round. Su Yanying is in a total panic. Her only remaining pet that can still enter the arena is the lightning rat. But that little thing is tiny. Plus, ever since she got it back from that pet store, it has only been eating absolute garbage. This makes Su Yanying highly suspicious that Su Ping completely ruined her pet during its training. Given the lightning rat's current state, she really does not want to send it out. Her powerful 100-toothed tiger just got crushed, so how could she possibly send a tiny rodent into battle? Ladies and gentlemen, according to the tournament rules, Su Yanying has only one battle pet left to fight. The lightning rat. The announcer's voice booms through the arena. Su Yanying bites her lip hard. Does she really have to send this little guy out? Even though she has mastered the level 3 strength enhancement skill, it can only temporarily boost the rank 1 lightning rat up to rank 3. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao's demon dragon hound reached rank 3 a long time ago. Everyone is expecting a complete, one-sided slaughter. Haha, don't be scared, Su Yanying. Just give it a shot. Maybe you'll get lucky. Zhang Xiao's dog is going to eat that rat alive. Mocking shouts begin to echo from the stands, everyone laughing at her expense. Despite being relentlessly mocked, she manages to hold on to her last shred of sanity. Su Yanying wants to protect her lightning rat. She cannot let it die for nothing, so she slowly and heavily raises her hand. But before she can even utter the words, "I surrender," the lightning rat's fur suddenly stands on end, and it bolts forward. Seeing this, everyone assumes Su Yanying is choosing to fight, and the match is instantly initiated. Su Yanying had not given any orders at all. It was the lightning rat acting on its own sheer pride, refusing to let its master be humiliated like this. While she stands there completely dazed, Zhang Xiao looks absolutely thrilled on the other side. He is more than eager to crush a weaker opponent like Su Yanying, just to satisfy his own massive ego. Zhang Xiao instantly orders his demon dragon hound to burn the lightning rat to a crisp. But on the other side, the tiny rat is already bracing itself, ready to fight back fiercely. "Lightning rat, use lightning speed to dodge." Su Yanying suddenly screams, accidentally interrupting the skill the lightning rat was already prepping. She has no idea Su Ping trained it to awaken the 10 great secret skills, so she actually ends up sabotaging her own pet's move. With its counterattack interrupted, the lightning rat's dodge is a split second too slow, and the demon dragon hound's blast knocks it flat on its back. Everyone thinks the match is already over, but Zhang Xiao does not want it to end so quickly. He orders his hound to slowly tear its opponent to pieces. Following his command, the beast charges forward, closing in for a brutal close-range attack. Seeing this, Su Yanying quickly activates her level 3 strength enhancement to give the lightning rat a temporary boost. She then commands it to use lightning speed to dodge the incoming strike. And this time, the little rat actually pulls it off. Landing perfectly, it finds a solid footing. Seizing the moment, Su Yanying immediately orders it to counterattack. The red-haired girl in the stands who was just mocking Su Yanying suddenly sits up straight, her eyes glued to the tiny rat. Because if she is not mistaken, the attack it is unleashing is a 7th rank lightning skill, a strike so powerful, it even ruptures the arena's protective barrier. The referee put up a barrier in a hurry, but Zhang Xiao's dragonhound still couldn't escape the devastating blast. The VIPs and high-profile guests in the spectator stands couldn't hide their sheer excitement at this sight. A rank 1 lightning rat actually pulling off a rank 7 lightning skill? Talk about a terrifyingly talented newcomer. Once the shockwave subsided, the dragonhound was left completely flattened on the ground. Zhang Xiao stumbled backward, his face turning pale as a sheet. He kept muttering "no way" over and over again. The entire arena fell dead silent, until the host suddenly roared into the microphone. "It's Thunder Slash. Su Yanying's lightning rat has actually mastered a rank 7 skill. This is absolutely unbelievable. Let's hear it for the winner of this match, Su Yanying." The crowd sat in stunned silence for a few seconds, before erupting into absolute chaos. A mere lightning rat mastering a rank 7 skill is a straight-up earth-shattering miracle. Even Su Yanying had absolutely no idea what had just happened, or how her lightning rat had become so incredibly powerful. Just a few days ago, it was nothing but a useless little pet that had nothing going for it except its cute looks. Then, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could the lightning rat's insane transformation have something to do with that pet store? The moment she realized this, a wave of shock and excitement washed over her. She wondered if she had hit the jackpot, luckily stumbling upon a pet shop run by a legendary, hidden master. Meanwhile, back at the shop, Su Ping was busy scooping poop for another high-maintenance pet when he suddenly sneezed several times. He had no clue who was talking about him. Back at the arena, the host's voice rose with unprecedented excitement. He declared that this match would definitely go down in the Academy's history, as a rank 1 pet successfully unleashing a rank 7 skill was completely unheard of. This was something that Fengshan College, and even the entire Longjiang city had never seen before. The spectators today were incredibly lucky to witness such a miracle firsthand. Having lost the round, Zhang Xiao didn't even bother to hide his bitter frustration. Glares of pure hatred shot from his eyes as he stared at Su Yanying and the lightning rat, thinking he should have seen this coming. In a match this crucial, how could she possibly send out a useless weakling just to die? Before he could even collect his thoughts, the host announced that the match was now tied 1-1, and both competitors needed to prepare for the final, do-or-die showdown. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting to see if Zhang Xiao could find a way to defeat that mutated lightning rat, or if Su Yanying would claim victory once again. "Su Yanying, you're pretty good, but this is as far as you go," Zhang Xiao growled through gritted teeth. He then recalled the dragonhound into his contract space and summoned a far more terrifying creature, the stone rhino. The moment she saw it, a cold sweat broke out on Su Yanying's forehead. This was bad, an earth-type pet that Zhang Xiao had never used before. It had to be his ultimate trump card. Oh my god, that's Zhang Xiao's rank 4 earth-type pet. The commentator couldn't help but gasp. A difference of 3 entire ranks, plus an elemental disadvantage. Things were looking incredibly grim for the lightning rat. The lightning rat had been nestled in Su Yanying's arms all this time, but upon seeing the stone rhino, it leaped down, baring its teeth and showing absolutely no sign of fear. This instantly hyped up the crowd. Judging by Zhang Xiao's look, he's clearly about to unleash his full, peak strength. And yet, that little lightning rat isn't showing a single ounce of fear. Impressive. But I don't think there's any suspense left in this match. The buff guy from earlier chimed in again. As long as its bloodline isn't suppressed, the elemental advantage guarantees a win. But wait, if that rat is only rank 1, yet it could stand right back up after pulling off a rank 7 skill, on top of its fierce determination right now, I don't think we've even seen its true limit yet, the red-haired girl countered. The second the battle began, Zhang Xiao immediately spammed all his skills to buff his pet, boosting its raw power and bolstering its heavy armor. With those massive buffs, the stone rhino's strength had surged, easily reaching a rank 5 combat level. Su Yanying was pushed back by the sheer, crushing pressure of the stone rhino. Stunned for a moment, she quickly realized she needed to use her own skills to buff her lightning rat. But the eager little rat had already charged ahead without waiting. The distance between master and pet was already too wide, leaving Su Yanying with no way to cast her buffing skills. Watching the lightning rat draw closer and closer to the colossal stone rhino, Su Yanying's heart leaped into her throat. The audience also thought she had made a fatal mistake by letting her pet engage in a head-on clash with the stone rhino without any buffs. "You damn rat, let my stone rhino crush you into dust," Zhang Xiao snarled. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. Under his command, the rock rhino raised its right foot high and stomped down hard. Everyone assumed that with this single blow, the lightning rat would be turned into a thin slice of meat, squashed flat like a sandwich. But the unbelievable happened yet again. The lightning rat split into two streaks of lightning, dashing to either side to cleanly dodge the rock rhino's devastating stomp. The thunder shadow image? The crowd in the stands stared in utter shock. How on earth was that possible? The reason they were so stunned was because Thunder Shadow Image was yet another level 7 skill. This time, nobody believed Su Yanying had just gotten lucky. Instead, they immediately started scheming on how to recruit her to their own battle teams. Down on the arena floor, after using the Thunder Shadow Image to dodge the attack, the Lightning Rat didn't rush to counter the Rock Rhino. Instead, it slipped right past the beast and bolted straight for Zhang Xiao, who was standing in the back. None of these moves were ordered by Su Yanying. It was all the Lightning Rat's own doing. It still vividly remembered Su Ping's teaching. When you strike, always hit the enemy where they least expect it. And once you're in the arena, spot the weakest link first and take them down immediately to cripple the opponent's strength. Zhang Xiao definitely didn't see this coming. Seeing the Lightning Rat charging at him like a wild beast, he quickly summoned a level 3 Astral Shield to create a barrier right in front of him. But how could a mere level 3 Astral Shield ever stand against the Lightning Rat's devastating level 7 Thunder Slash? Zhang Xiao's shield shattered into pieces before it could even fully form. The entire arena shook under the raw impact of the Lightning Rat's strike. A massive crater tore open the ground, leaving everyone holding their breath, waiting to see if Zhang Xiao had managed to get out of there safely. But the answer was a flat-out no. The referee's Aeolus bird had already stepped in to save him. The Aeolus bird clutched Zhang Xiao in its talons and took to the air, while he hung there, completely unconscious. With that, Su Yanying was declared the winner, officially knocking out the tournament's #1 seed and advancing to the next round. The crowd that was rooting for Zhang Xiao just moments ago was now chanting Su Yanying's name in unison. The overwhelming cheers were almost too much for her to take. Even though she had won, Su Yanying still felt like she was trapped in a dream. Her little Lightning Rat had somehow mastered 2 level 7 skills. Seeing it pull off the Thunder Shadow Image made her absolutely certain that this miracle was all thanks to that pet shop. And that shop owner was definitely a terrifyingly powerful expert who kept his true abilities hidden. Meanwhile, back at Su Ping's house, he had absolutely no idea about the earth-shattering match his newly trained Lightning Rat had just pulled off. All he could think about was the massive headache of trying to earn 10,000 astral coins within 7 days to complete his system quest. Making that much money solely from pet boarding was impossible. He needed to find another way. But right now, the system only allowed his shop to offer 3 services: boarding, renting, and selling pet food. For the boarding service, he only had 2 low-grade trash pets, which only earned him a measly 10 energy points per hour. The second option was renting out battle pets, but since Su Ping didn't actually own any, that was out of the question. That left him with the third option, selling pet food, his absolute last resort. But to do that, Su Ping had to personally enter a cultivation realm to harvest the plants, with the prices being determined by the quality of the food he gathered. System: can pet food be harvested from any cultivation realm, or is it only found in highly dangerous places like the Thundercloud Sea Realm? Su Ping asked. All cultivation realms contain resources. The Thundercloud Sea Realm is merely one of countless advanced-level realms. Additionally, the higher the level of the realm, the greater your chances of finding rare, high-quality pet food, the system replied. And then, Su Ping realized a painful truth. His training quest had actually been issued 3 days ago. For the last 3 days, he had been so focused on training the Lightning Rat that he had completely wasted his free access to a high-level cultivation realm. He couldn't keep slacking off. Su Ping made up his mind. Within the next 3 days, he absolutely had to become a certified battle pet warrior. With that in mind, he eagerly requested the system to show him the list of available cultivation realms. A long list of worlds instantly popped up before his eyes, and categorized from the ultimate tier costing 1,000 energy points, down to high tier at 100 points, mid tier at 10 points, and finally, the elementary tier which only cost 1 energy point. Though there were countless options, Su Ping's total remaining energy was exactly 1 point. Because of his empty pockets, he had no choice but to settle for the lowest tier cultivation realm. Su Ping kicked himself with regret. If he had just picked a random herb while leveling up the Lightning Rat last time, he wouldn't be in this pathetic situation right now. A qualified host should have the basic instinct to harvest everything useful they see. The system coldly mocked him. It then quickly mapped out the most suitable realm for him, a place called the Chaos Star Realm, 1002. Even though the system was trash-talking him, Su Ping didn't feel down at all. In fact, it was like a sudden light bulb went off in his head. He swore that from now on, he wouldn't miss a single chance to level up his pets. He was quickly connected to Outer Nebula Zone 1002. As soon as he touched down, the system handed him a starter space cube. Inside were 3 temporary charges of the ancient flora identification skill, which he could summon at will, with just a thought. This scavenging run would last for 1 day, and Su Ping was given 30 free revives. Curious, he immediately tried using his mind to pull out his first ancient flora identification scroll. The moment the skill scroll touched Su Ping's hand, it dissolved and turned into a beam of light that shot straight into his left eye. Instantly, details about all the herbs in front of him became crystal clear. Like stone flowers, a common herb that offers minor healing for rock-type pets, or thorn grass, which is used to make bedding for low-level pets. There was also phoenix wood, whose fruit could slightly restore a pet's stamina. But they were all just low-level healing herbs of common rarity. Seeing this, Su Ping couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. But after wandering around for a bit, he finally found something more valuable, a rare pyro-vermilion fruit, which could boost fire-type skill damage. This was the ultimate favorite treat for fire-type pets. However, a giant earth-type monolith snake was already eyeing the fruit tree. It was under level 8, with a combat power of just 8.1. The system rated its talent as poor, listing its skills as Constriction, Devour, Earth Shockwave, and Earth Barrier. Su Ping didn't have any battle pets with him, but without a second thought, he charged straight in. As expected, the most valuable herbs always grew in the most dangerous places. Since his inventory space was limited, he had to focus on stealing only the most expensive items. Su Ping dashed right past the monolith snake, snatching the pyro-vermilion fruit just as it was about to slip into the monster's mouth. He managed to stash the fruit into his storage just in time, right before the beast bit him in half, costing him one of his revives. Still, if it meant getting his hands on these rare plants, dying and reviving a bunch of times was totally worth it. Su Ping spent the rest of his time roaming the map, pulling off these risky grabs 30 times. Once he burned through all 30 of his revives, the trial time ended, and the system teleported him out of the cultivation plane. Back in the real world, Su Ping collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. Dying and reviving 30 times in a single day was seriously exhausting. But looking at the pile of rare herbs he scavenged from Outer Nebula Zone 1002, he knew the struggle was worth it. Now, it was time to put them up for sale. Su Ping's first customer came from a wealthy family. An old man's pet hadn't eaten or drank anything for an entire week, leaving him incredibly worried. Trying to help ease their grandfather's stress, his grandchildren had bought the most expensive avian pet food on the market, hoping to spark the bird's appetite. One of the grandsons was actually a member of the Black Wolf Squad, named Fan Yujing. The moment the grandfather's pet caught a whiff of the food Fan Yujing brought, it kicked away its old dishes and rushed over. But the second it swallowed the first bite, the poor pet shrieked in pain and threw up black blood. The entire family instantly panicked. "Brother, even the netherworld centipedes aren't working anymore. Xiao Huo won't eat them. What do we do?" Fan Yujing's younger sister cried out anxiously. "Hurry up and call the top pet hospital in the city. Xiao Huo must be infected with heart-eating parasites. We can't wait, or we're going to lose him." Their grandfather looked even more frantic. He clutched the bird tightly to his chest, desperately begging his grandchildren to get a doctor. Right then, his wife walked in, looking absolutely thrilled. "Old Fan, our Xiao Huo is saved." She held out a small pill-like object in her hand. But before she could finish, her granddaughter stopped her. "Grandma, Xiao Huo is seriously sick. We need to get him to the city hospital right now before it's too late." "Huh? Sick? What are you talking about?" Grandma Fan asked, completely confused. Before the granddaughter could answer, the ailing bird in Grandpa Fan's arms suddenly let out a sharp screech. It broke free, snatched the pill from Grandma Fan's hand, and swallowed it whole. Unlike before, it didn't throw up any black blood. In fact, it instantly looked incredibly energized. Seeing this, the elderly couple was absolutely overjoyed. "It really is just like what that shop owner said," Grandma Fan muttered, recalling Su Ping's words. The vermilion finch possesses an extremely pure and fiery element. If it eats food with mismatched elements, it'll lose its appetite at best, or cough up blood at worst. Just feed it pyro-vermilion fruits on schedule, and it'll recover in no time. And if it doesn't get better, come find me again. Hearing this, the granddaughter stared doubtfully at the container of netherworld centipedes in her hand. She looked up at her brother and asked, "Brother, could we really have fed Zhao Huo the wrong food?" "Don't listen to that scammer's nonsense," Fan Yujing snapped. "Since when does pet food care about elemental attributes? I have never heard of such a thing before." Saying that, he turned back to his grandmother and asked how much she had paid for these scarlet stone fruits. "Yeah, 130 coins each," Grandma Fan replied. "What? 130 coins each? This box has 12 of them, which means it costs over 1,500 coins. This is not even a major city. How could pet food be this expensive? That shop is definitely a scam." The granddaughter's face instantly grew serious. She had heard rumors before about shady shops mixing special chemicals into pet food to make it taste better, which triggers a pet's appetite, but once they stop eating it, they go crazy and eventually end up addicted. However, if used long-term, the pet will eventually lose its life. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Fan's face filled with shock. Fan Yujing grew even more anxious and quickly grabbed his grandmother's shoulders. "Grandma, where is this shop? What is its name? I have to find him and get some answers." "What was it called again?" Grandma Fan was confused for quite a while before she finally remembered. She replied, "I think it is called the Pixie Pet Store." Shortly after, the Fan siblings quickly made their way to Su Ping's shop. Before even understanding the full situation, Fan Yujing stood right in front of the store and started shouting, calling Su Ping a greedy scammer, demanding he admit what he had mixed into the pet food. Although they had never met, the moment they mentioned the pet food, Grandma Fan's face immediately popped into Su Ping's mind. This was because, since returning from the cultivation plane, he had only sold a single portion of scarlet stone fruits. "Dear customer, all the pet food sold in my shop is completely natural and has 0 additives. Did that scarlet bird have a bad reaction after eating the scarlet stone fruits? 0 additives? Are you sure about that?" Fan Yujing yelled, becoming even more aggressive. "If there is nothing wrong with what you sold, why would my pet, who had completely lost its appetite, suddenly keep eating it non-stop? You better confess the truth right now." Fan Yujing's voice was so loud that it drew a crowd of curious onlookers. They began whispering among themselves, saying, "I knew there was something wrong with Su Ping's shop all along. Just a few days ago, the entire shop smelled like dog poop, and now it is suddenly sparkling clean. He is even selling pet food at crazy high prices. Most importantly, no one has ever heard of the things Su Ping is selling." Because of this, they all came to the conclusion that the shop owner was a heartless crook, using laced food that could end up killing people's precious astral pets. While the crowd outside was whispering, inside, the Fan siblings were still in a heated argument with Su Ping. "Brother, let's stop wasting our breath on him. Just call your friend from the Pet Food Association to come and investigate this shady shop." His little sister, Xiao Yu, spoke up. Su Ping, who had been sitting calmly at the counter, suddenly stood up. His face darkened as he asked, "Did you just call my shop a shady store? Do not accuse others without proof. If you have any, show it to me." Fan Yujing's sister was startled and stumbled backward in panic. She had no idea why Su Ping had suddenly unleashed such a powerful aura, but it was incredibly terrifying. Seeing this, Fan Yujing lunged forward with his fist raised. "You dare threaten my sister? Are you tired of living?" With his massive frame, the man aggressively grabbed Su Ping by the throat, but Su Ping did not even bother to fight back. Instead, an immense force suddenly pushed back against Fan Yujing's hand, making his fingers feel as if they were being snapped and twisted, causing him excruciating pain. As for Su Ping, with the situation escalating to a climax, the system was triggered to issue a new temporary quest. His pet store's reputation was being unfairly dragged through the mud, so Su Ping's mission was to prove his store's innocence and show that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the pet food he sold in order to defend his honor. The reward for a successful quest was a chance to enter a cultivation plane of any level with infinite deaths for a duration of 5 days. The penalty for failure was a deduction of 10 points. Setting aside the tempting reward, the penalty alone was enough to force Su Ping to clear things up right away. Otherwise, not only would he lose points, but it would also ruin his reputation with future customers. So, despite his anger, Su Ping forced himself to calm down and spoke up. "Quiet down, everyone. I guarantee that the pet food sold in my store is absolutely safe. Since you all doubt my store so much, I have no choice but to show you what I can do." The crowd erupted in sneers and mocking laughter. "Ha! Show us what you can do? Are you finally showing your true colors? You shady scammer. That's right. You better close down this shop and reflect on what you did." They began shouting, demanding that Su Ping close his shop, which gave him a massive headache. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Su Ping roared. Silence! Perhaps the pressure he unleashed was too overwhelming, because the crowd actually fell dead silent, and nobody dared to utter another word. Su Ping then took down a jar filled with blue source fruits from the shelf, and asked if anyone had brought a low-level, water-type pet. As luck would have it, Fan Yujing's little sister actually owned a pet that fit this requirement. Under Su Ping's urging, she reluctantly summoned it. It was a rank 1, water-spitting beast. Its combat strength was bottom of the barrel, its aptitude was garbage, and its only skills were water shoot and purifying bubbles. Su Ping walked over, holding a blue element fruit. Fan Yujing, thinking he was trying to poison his astral pet, quickly stepped in to block him. But Su Ping didn't even give him the time of day. He simply squatted down to eye level with the water-spitting beast. This is a blue element fruit. If you want to know whether my shop sells garbage food, just feed this to it and see. With that, Su Ping reached his hand out, and the water-spitting beast immediately snatched the blue element fruit right from his palm. The onlookers started whispering among themselves again. What the heck is a blue element fruit anyway? Anyone ever heard of it? Nope, never. But it looks just like that blue peel fruit sold at the super pet shop. Though, that stuff is only used to treat pet constipation. Ha ha ha. Not long after devouring the blue element fruit, the water-spitting beast began acting weird. The Fan siblings panicked, thinking something had gone horribly wrong. But the moment a blinding blue light erupted from the astral pet, their fears completely vanished. That weak little thing had actually leveled up to rank 2, and its combat strength jumped from rank 1 to mid-tier rank 1. Su Ping let out a sigh of relief. When he used his identification skill earlier, he saw that the blue element fruit could trigger an evolution in low-rank water pets. Now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, it proved the system's info wasn't a lie. Still, even though the water-spitting beast gained a rank, its combat strength only went up by 1 sub-rank. Its aptitude was seriously worrying. When an astral pet levels up, it gets a small boost to its combat strength. The smaller the boost, the worse its rated aptitude, and vice versa. On top of that, an astral pet's bloodline is also divided into ranks. A bloodline rank determines how much baseline combat strength a pet can naturally gain as it ages. For example, a water-spitting beast with a rank 3 bloodline will naturally reach rank 3 combat strength once it matures, even without any training. But if you want to push its combat strength beyond that, you have to actively train it. Looking at the newly upgraded water-spitting beast, the surrounding crowd stood there with their jaws on the floor. They muttered, "Wait, it actually leveled up? Is leveling up really that easy nowadays?" Fan Yujing was also completely speechless, utterly stunned by the sight. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Looking at the beast's appearance, he was absolutely sure it had successfully evolved. However, to his knowledge, treasures capable of instantly leveling up a pet only existed in the Federation's Pioneer Warehouse. If Su Ping really possessed such resources, his background had to be terrifyingly powerful. Did it really level up? His younger sister squatted down, picked up her astral pet, and kept asking in disbelief. She glared at Su Ping suspiciously and demanded, "You didn't secretly swap my pet out, did you?" Su Ping's face darkened, but before he could even reply, Fan Yujing rushed over and pushed his sister's head down into a 90-degree bow. He frantically apologized, "I'm so sorry. We were blind to your greatness and offended you. Please, forgive us." Su Ping stayed quiet for a few seconds before coolly replying, 8,700 coins apiece. Fixed price. I don't discriminate when it comes to business. Fan Yujing quickly agreed and urged his sister to pay up. A treasure that could instantly level up a pet at that price was an absolute steal. It wasn't just Fan Yujing who felt that way. Even Su Ping felt that selling the herbs he had risked his life to harvest at this price was basically giving them away. However, despite suggesting a price hike to the system several times, he was rejected every single time. The system flatly dismissed his requests, stating the pricing was reasonable and could not be modified. Su Ping could only let out a long, heavy sigh. He had no choice but to coax the Fan siblings into buying more herbs to make some money, since Fan Yujing's sister's water-spitting beast had such garbage aptitude. It needs a colored Buddha leaf to improve. Plus, your Crimson Blade Spider is going to need Pyro Spider fruits in the long run. Only then can it fully recover. I highly recommend you buy some more. Of course, every word Su Ping said was the absolute truth. Since it sounded incredibly reasonable, Fan Yujing kept nodding like a woodpecker and urged his sister to pay again. Seeing this, the people behind them scrambled to buy as well. After all, if it could actually level up their pets, this price was dirt cheap. And just like that, Su Ping's shop, which had been plagued by nasty rumors, suddenly started selling like hotcakes. After a busy day, he earned 31,560 coins. The system automatically converted this amount into 315 energy points. Plus, for completing the temporary quest and clearing his shop's reputation, Su Ping received a special opportunity as a reward. He could enter any cultivation site of his choice within 5 days. However, he wasn't in a rush to use it just yet, because right now, Su Ping finally had enough to buy the awakening potion. He quickly opened the shop, spent 100 energy points, exchanged it for that tiny vial, and downed it in one gulp. The potion tasted no different than plain water, but the moment it went down, Su Ping experienced an indescribable sensation. His entire body felt like it was about to explode, and the pain was absolutely excruciating. That feeling faded fast, but man, what a rush. And just like that, he was officially a battle pet warrior. Right then, a fly buzzed past, and to his absolute shock, Su Ping snatched it out of midair with his bare hand. Talk about superhuman reflexes. He was completely on a different level than ordinary people now. Seeing that Su Ping had 215 energy points left, the system suggested he upgrade the Chaos Breeding Pool. A level 1 Chaos Breeding Pool costs 10 energy points per try, with a pretty low chance of failing. There was a small chance of spawning a low-tier bloodline pet, and an absolute sliver of a chance to get a mid-tier one. On the other hand, upgrading the pool to level 2 would cost 100 energy points, with a similarly low failure rate, but it gave him a shot at low-tier pets, a small chance at mid-tier ones, and even a tiny shot at a high-tier bloodline pet. After reading that, Su Ping knew exactly what he had to do. Why try to save 90 points on a level 1 pool, when a mid-tier pet was the absolute best he could hope for? So, Su Ping dropped 100 points, and had the system generate a level 2 Chaos Breeding Pool. It was make or break time. Su Ping took a deep breath and tapped the summon button, praying he would hit the jackpot with a high-tier bloodline pet on his very first try. With a loud boom, a massive beam of light shot down from the heavens, engulfing the breeding pool in thick smoke. His obscured vision only made him more anxious. He succeeded, but what kind of pet was he about to get? Su Ping held his breath in anticipation, but what emerged was a little skeleton. It was just a low-tier demon-type pet with terrible stats, basically the weakest of its kind. Honestly, only a total loser would be caught dead with one of these things. Su Ping was speechless with rage. He spent 100 energy points just to get this trash? Talk about terrible luck. With his first pet successfully summoned, the mission was complete. Su Ping was rewarded with a random skill book. He opened it to find a basic skill called Killing Intent. It consumed a bit of mental energy to awaken the killer instinct in his pet, putting it into a berserk state. Even if it was critically injured, it could still launch attacks way more ferocious than normal. This got Su Ping thinking. In the high-level realm, powerhouse masters were everywhere. Standard basic skills probably wouldn't save him from getting one-shot killed. But this Killing Intent skill was perfect for pulling off an underdog victory. So, maybe it wasn't a total waste after all. He decided to cut the little skeleton some slack for now. Just then, the system notified him that he had unlocked the next main quest. The objective? Train his pet to achieve upper mid-tier aptitude. He had a time limit of 7 days. The reward was Chaos Star Force, but if he failed, he would lose 10 points. Upper mid-tier aptitude? Su Ping stood there, dumbfounded. This system was seriously pushing its luck. That lightning rat was practically a monster, and its aptitude was still only lower mid-tier. And this little skeleton was so pathetic its stats weren't even low-tier. This wasn't just a tough mission, it was asking him to turn garbage into pure gold. Completely oblivious to its master's despair, the little skeleton seemed to be having the time of its life. Well, Su Ping had to admit there was at least one good thing about the little guy. He was pretty entertaining. Right on cue, a familiar voice called out from the front. "Boss? Hey boss, are you in?" It was Su Yanying. She was back, and this time she had the lightning rat and another girl with her. Su Ping opened the door and stepped out. The moment he saw Su Yanying, his face fell. "Oh, it is you again? Miss 108 Yuan, what do you want this time?" "Hey, my name is Su Yanying, not 108 Yuan." She stepped right into his personal space, giving him an intense look. "But more importantly, boss, my lightning rat was completely different yesterday. What on earth did you do to it?" "Oh, is that all?" Su Ping broke into a cold sweat. He had honestly thought there was something wrong with the pet, and she was here to file a complaint, so he quickly shook his head, denying everything. All I did was take it out for a quick walk to get some exercise. Obviously, he left out the part about walking it through a hazardous cultivation realm. Right, buddy? As he spoke, Su Ping glanced down at the rat. Even though his voice was soft, the little guy flinched violently, looking absolutely terrified. Su Yanying didn't miss a single detail of their little interaction. He admitted to taking it for some exercise, which was basically confessing that he had trained it. Besides, this rat wasn't even afraid of a level 4 demonic dragon hound in the arena yesterday, yet here it was, trembling like a leaf in front of Su Ping. This only made her even more suspicious of just how powerful this boss really was. Hey Yanying, this shop owner doesn't look like anything special. And his shop is so tiny and dead. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong place? At that moment, the girl standing next to Su Yanying whispered quietly into her ear. Su Yanying quickly gestured for her to be quiet, whispering back in an even lower voice. Shh, I can't explain it right now. But basically, this owner is highly likely a rank 7 master. Do not make him angry, or we might not make it out of here alive. How on earth did you figure that out? Her friend asked, completely confused, but she shut her mouth and listened to her friend anyway. Meanwhile, Su Ping, whom Su Yangying had just assumed to be at least a rank 7 battle pet warrior, had actually just become a rank 1 battle pet warrior only a few minutes ago. He patted the lightning rat for a moment, but the system didn't issue any temporary quests. It seemed like this encounter didn't have much to do with the pet. Seeing the two girls whispering to each other, he lost his patience and decided to speak up first. What is it? Did you girls come here to complain about my high prices? It was actually just a completely normal question, but through Su Yanying's perspective of looking at a powerful master, Su Ping's question felt absolutely dripping with killing intent, turning into a terrifying threat to them. And honestly, she couldn't blame him. Her lightning rat had been trained to become so incredibly powerful, yet she had only paid him 108 coins yesterday. It was practically highway robbery. Su Yanying started overthinking. Believing Su Ping was testing her sincerity, she quickly transferred another 1,000 coins to him, saying it was just a small token of her appreciation and begging him not to refuse. However, Su Ping rejected the transfer. Cold sweat began to bead on Su Yanying's forehead. Thinking he found 1,000 coins too insulting, she decisively transferred 5,000 coins, only for him to reject it once again. Su Yanying's face went completely pale, and she couldn't help but gasp. Is that still not enough? What are you doing? Why do you keep sending him money? Her friend beside her asked in complete bewilderment. You, please help me. This is incredibly important to me, Su Yanying pleaded. Sensing the gravity of the situation, her friend immediately transferred some money to her. To Su Yanying, getting on the good side of a hidden expert like Su Ping was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to spend money to make money, so she was more than willing to throw cash at the situation. After borrowing money from her friend, Su Yanying directly transferred 10,000 coins to Su Ping's shop, but it was rejected yet again. What was worse, Su Ping's expression was growing increasingly annoyed. Refusing to give up on clinging to this legendary figure, Su Yanying desperately sent him 100,000 coins. Seeing so much money practically falling from the sky, Su Ping was absolutely thrilled. He desperately wanted to accept the cash, but the moment he tried, the system blocked him, stating that he was strictly forbidden from accepting extra money under the shop's name, as all shop services were bound by fixed system prices that could not be modified. And so, Su Yanying was rejected for the 4th time. At this point, she was genuinely on the verge of tears. It is our fault for being blind. Master, please, just name your price. Su Ping was crying inside, mourning the lost fortune, but he had to act like a righteous gentleman as he replied. Please, stop doing that. There is really no need. Just tell me what you want. Su Yanying was so deeply moved by his words that tears almost welled up in her eyes. She never expected that Su Ping would refuse to take a single extra cent. She couldn't believe there was someone in this world who was so young and powerful, yet completely indifferent to wealth and fame. Since Su Ping had put it that way, Su Yanying didn't hold anything back. She explained that she had to participate in an academy tournament in 3 days, but all her other pets were severely injured, leaving the lightning rat as her very last hope. Because of this, she wanted to leave it with Su Ping to train for another 3 days. The opportunity came at the perfect time. With the lightning rat returning to the shop, leveling up the little skeleton would be so much easier. So Su Ping put on a welcoming smile. Right on cue, a new notification popped up from the system. Detected customer demand for pet training. Unlocking basic pet training services early. The host may now accept orders according to the following training price list. Specifically, training rank 1 to rank 3 pets costs 10,000 coins. Rank 4 to rank 6 pets cost 100,000 coins. Rank 7 to rank 9 pets cost 1 million coins. And the highest tier, King Beasts, costs a whopping 10 million coins. Su Ping's eyes went wide. He had no idea training pets could bring in this much cash. However, for the time being, he could only accept orders for pets at rank 3 and below. So, let's start with this lightning rat first. Su Ping then informed Su Yanying that the 3-day training fee for her pet would be 10,000 coins. Even though this amount wasn't cheap, if she could get the lightning rat trained to the level of her previous match, it was absolutely worth it. In fact, considering Su Ping's godlike skills, it was a steal. Without a second thought, Su Yanying agreed immediately. The transaction was quickly completed. Su Ping received 10,000 coins into the shop's account, which the system converted into 100 energy points. Aside from training, is there anything else you need? If you leave your pets at my shop for boarding, I can also treat their injuries on the side. As soon as Su Ping finished speaking, Su Yanying's eyes lit up. She had no idea that boarding her pets here could actually heal them. It was so much better than going to the Astral Pet Hospital, which was both far and incredibly expensive. She nodded eagerly and summoned all of her injured pets. This immediately gave Su Ping a mini heart attack. Su Yanying wanted to board 3 pets in total, but just as Su Ping was about to accept the order, a new notification popped up from the system. Boarding request detected. To protect the shop's reputation, the system recommends that the host upgrade the boarding pens immediately. What? Protect what reputation? Su Ping thought. The initial free boarding pens are made from leftover soul stones. The spiritual energy inside is extremely weak and contains chaotic, harmful radiation. While they might slightly help a pet grow, there is also a very high chance they could cause them to mutate. Su Ping gritted his teeth in anger. He had barely made any money, and this system was already finding ways to rip him off. Fine, I might as well buy 3 more boarding pens then. The moment he completed the transaction, another notification popped up. The 3 new boarding pens, along with the 2 old ones, cost 50 yuan in total. The boarding fee was 100 yuan per hour. The level 2 boarding pens guaranteed that the pets would not mutate. However, maintaining each pen cost 1 energy point per day, which Su Ping had to pay out of his own pocket. If he ran out of energy points to sustain the pens, they would simply disappear. Su Ping was so angry he wanted to cough up blood. His reaction worried Su Yanying. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied, trying to play it cool. Su Ping tried to pull himself together. 3 pets for 3 days. That will be 21,600 yuan in total. Please transfer the payment first. Su Yanying nodded quickly. She thought the boss was acting a bit strange, but she did not dare delay the payment. Once the payment went through, the system quickly converted it into energy points for Su Ping, bringing his total to 291 points. Now he had 5 pets boarding in his shop, and all of them were using level 2 pens, which cost him 1 energy point per pen each day. Right after taking in this handful of pets, Su Ping triggered a side quest. The objective was to double the combat strength of the customer's pets within 3 days. The reward was 3 starter origin pills, and failure would result in a 10-point penalty. The prompt asked if he wanted to accept. This meant that, for once, Su Ping actually had the choice to decline. He stood in front of the status screen for a long time, weighing his options carefully. Su Ping still needed to train the little skeleton's aptitude to a high-tier, mid-level rank, which meant raising its rank from level 1 to level 7. In comparison, training that lightning rat to level 7 would be a walk in the park. But Su Ping loved a good challenge, so he ended up accepting the side quest. Su Ping decided to use his one-time free pass to enter any cultivation plane. He made his choice. I want to enter a top-tier cultivation plane. A list of realms popped up for him to choose from. Su Ping's final choice was the absolute best place for the little skeleton to level up. The Chaos Realm of the Undead. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against the screen, completely unaware of the tentacles creeping up around his feet. Blood-red tentacles wrapped around everything as the heavy stench of blood filled the air. They emerged onto a planet beneath a blood moon, where the ground was littered with human bones. A thick aura of death hung in the air, instantly making Su Ping and his pets feel weak and sluggish. Ugh, the death energy is way too heavy. I can barely move. Suddenly, a massive corpse slammed directly into the little skeleton, shattering it to pieces. The little skeleton was crushed and killed instantly. Then, a giant skeleton wielding a club swung straight at Su Ping. "We have got an enemy. Little skeleton, revive. Lightning rat, use your skill." The giant skeleton swung its club, smashing the ground and sending dirt flying. Missing its target only made the monster roar in frustration. Watching from a distance, Su Ping smirked. The little skeleton reconstructed itself as the lightning rat launched an attack. Staring at the giant skeleton, Su Ping teased, I guess top-tier cultivation plains aren't entirely packed with king-level beasts after all." The monster attacking them was a giant skeleton, a combat-class demon pet at level 7, with a combat strength of 5 and a poor aptitude rating. Its skills included limb reattachment, devastate, and battle roar. The little skeleton's bones shattered, and it died once again. Su Ping quickly commanded, "Little skeleton, revive. Lightning rat, use thunder slash." On his command, the rat began to crackle with electricity. Squeak! Fearing a simple shock wouldn't be enough, Su Ping barked, "Unleash the thunder blade." It dashed forward and unleashed a lightning-fast slash, cleanly severing the opponent's arm. The blade sliced straight through the giant skeleton's wrist, making it howl in agony. But a counterattack from the giant skeleton sent the lightning rat flying, coughing up blood. Its internal organs ruptured, and it died instantly. As if by magic, dark smoke billowed from the monster's arm as the severed bones and scattered fragments began to fly back, reassembling its wrist. The monster was using the gem on its head to absorb the bones piled on the ground to heal itself. Seeing how the gem worked, Su Ping's interest was piqued. That jewel is boosting its limb reattachment skill. Looks like quite a nice treasure. He ordered them to revive once more. Terrified of getting beaten to a pulp again, the lightning rat and the little skeleton clung tightly to Su Ping's legs. Looking down at them, Su Ping let out a tired sigh. He waved his hand, opening a glowing circle, and pulled out a skill book to use. A notification popped up, saying he had learned the level 1 killing intent combat skill. Meanwhile, the giant skeleton was almost fully put back together. Thinking quickly, he transferred a portion of his power to the two pets, boosting them with level 1 killing intent. Feeling the surge of energy, the little skeleton instantly charged forward. The giant skeleton. Seeing him, the overconfident monster lashes out with a devastating strike, completely cratering the ground. And just like that, the little skeleton is dead, the lightning rat is dead, and the host is dead. Again, but how could a few simple strikes actually put Su Ping down? His calm attitude only drives the monster completely insane. Zap! Instantly revived on the spot. It seems Su Ping has already figured out the giant skeleton's weakness. Although that last strike was incredibly powerful, it exposed a fatal flaw. Its asymmetrical build makes it extremely difficult to maintain its balance. With his own eyes, he watches as it prepares to attack the lightning rat. While the strike looks fierce, it actually leaves the monster wide open. The lightning rat immediately activates its skill. Meanwhile, the little skeleton is shivering in the corner. Thunder Shadow Image. Another skill is unleashed, followed immediately by Thunder Slash. A solid plan forms in his mind, and he commands, "One of you go for its leg, and the other strike its neck. Little skeleton, you back them up. I want that gemstone." The lightning rat squeaks in agreement. Squeak! Lightning strikes its arm, surging through the giant skeleton from head to toe. The overconfident monster pays the price as its head is severed from its body. A red gemstone tumbles out, and the little skeleton quickly catches it from below. A system notification pops up. The lightning rat has secured the kill. Its combat strength has risen to rank 3. Looking at the lightning rat's stat screen, Su Ping is absolutely thrilled. Its skill leveled up. Thunder Shadow Image now uses lightning energy to create 2 temporary clones, with a tiny chance to summon 3 or even more. Good job. Over on the other side, the little skeleton's eyes are absorbing the red glow from the gemstone. This catches Su Ping by surprise, and he quickly turns to ask himself, what is that little guy doing? The system immediately chimes in with an explanation. This is the Necromancy Devour ability, unique to demon-type battle pets, which allows them to level up by absorbing the energy of their own kind. A moment later, the gemstone crumbles to dust, and the little skeleton emerges significantly stronger than before. The system notifies him that the little skeleton's combat strength has increased by 1 rank, and it has unlocked the basic swordsmanship skill. Overjoyed, he pats its head a bit too hard, and its skull pops right off. Perfect. I originally wanted the lightning rat to get the meat while you got the soup, but this time you even got the bones. What a resourceful, thrifty little helper. But suddenly, a new threat appears as a massive throne descends right behind Su Ping. Squeak. The lightning rat senses it first. A terrifying woman who is half human and half skeleton appears, leaving Su Ping completely stunned. What on earth is that? The aura she radiates is so overwhelming that even the system itself cannot identify her. Attributes, level, combat strength, aptitude, skills, everything is completely blank. Feeling that oppressive power, Su Ping breaks into a cold sweat, not daring to make a single move. Is she a high-level entity of this cultivation plane? Maybe she could lead him to some top-tier treasures. She extends her hand, releasing a mysterious, swirling power aimed straight at him as if to devour his soul. Instantly, all three of them have their souls and bodies completely drained. And just like that, the host is dead, the lightning rat is dead, and the little skeleton is dead. Su Ping immediately revives on the spot, sighing in amazement. Wow, she's insane. We got wiped out the second she looked at us. Without hesitation, he boldly asks the figure in front of him, "Excuse me, but are you the final boss of this place?" As she turns around, the newly revived Su Ping flashes a bright smile. "Hello there. Just wondering, do you have high intelligence?" Without uttering a word, she drains his soul again. Before he can even finish his sentence, he disintegrates. Wait, at least let me finish speaking. Once again, the notification pops up. Host is dead. Remaining revivals. Would you like to resurrect? Sitting in the respawn lobby, Su Ping looks at the screen in front of him, completely exhausted. His options are revive on the spot or random resurrection. Seriously? Does she think I'm some sort of free punching bag? Wasting so much precious time in one place is starting to drain him. Forget it, let's see what's out there. Su Ping selects the new option, random resurrection. The option activates, and he drops into a completely new area. Wow, it's actually quiet here. Looking around to get his bearings, Su Ping suddenly freezes. Down below, hundreds of skeletons are marching like a massive army of ants. He has no idea where he is. Squinting, he spots a familiar face and mutters, "Hey, it's that cheap shot artist from earlier." Spotting Su Ping's bewildered face, she instantly charges straight down toward him like a meteor. Ugh. A hand made of pure magical energy grips Su Ping tightly. This is bad. It turns out he was standing right on top of the leader's head without even realizing it. The giant skeleton demands, "Who are you? And how did you get here? You have 3 seconds to answer." The grip tightens, leaving Su Ping gasping for air from the immense pressure. I was just passing through. Are you the leader of this place?" Since the grip isn't crushing him to death, Su Ping wonders why the giant doesn't just finish him off. What is he trying to probe? Staying trapped like this won't work, so Su Ping has to find a way out. Damn it. If he instantly kills me, I can just revive. The choice to stay or leave is always in my hands. But if I get trapped or imprisoned, the system's resurrection ability won't trigger. If I waste too much precious time here and fail the quest, I'm completely done for. Seeing his silence, the giant skeleton warns him, "To approach me so silently, you are certainly no ordinary being. Answer me. I will not ask a third time." Hearing the giant's tone, something clicks in Su Ping's mind. I get it now. He's actually wary of my power. I need to stay sharp. There's still room to turn this around. They've probably never seen a human before, let alone heard of the system. I might as well use that to bluff my way out. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ping begins his performance. I am merely a clone of the strongest being in the human realm, sent here to assess the threat level of your kind. If you prove to be too much of a threat, we will completely erase you all. Hearing the imposters charges forward, seemingly trying to protect their king. Meanwhile, a cold light flashes in his hollow eye sockets as he effortlessly blows a group of soldiers to pieces. Seeing how he just slaughters his own men, Su Ping chuckles. So these are his loyal subordinates? Killing them off like that, doesn't he feel any guilt at all? Or is his only talent picking on the weak and fearing the strong? With a brutal squeeze, Su Ping is popped like a balloon. The system immediately announces the host's death. The Monster King looks up, eyeing his remaining soldiers, who are practically foaming at the mouth with rage. Protect me? You're insulting me. There is nothing in this world that can threaten me. Su Ping stares at him, regenerating his body while throwing back a look of pure contempt. Oh, is that so? Su Ping didn't expect him to be this gullible. He totally took the bait. As long as he isn't bound, everything becomes a walk in the park. The soldiers below just stand there, completely dumbfounded. Refusing to back down against time reversal, the king pulls his mana-draining ring back, aiming it straight at the boy. It burns Su Ping to a crisp, before impaling him on sharp spikes. Host has died, over and over again. Host has died. Yet, Su Ping keeps resurrecting, his legs regenerating as he steps right out of the smoke. His body is perfectly restored, without a single scratch. He smirks. The stronger the insta-kill move, the less pain I feel. I'm actually getting used to this. Seeing him revive endlessly, the king's eyes turn red with shock. How is it possible to repeatedly reverse time in the chaotic realm of the undead? Who is this human claiming to be an intruder? What kind of terrifying monster is he? Host has died. Resurrecting once more, Su Ping locks his eyes right on the gem. That gem must be worth a fortune. He reaches out, aiming straight for the ring, holding it. I am definitely taking that. Right before turning to ash again, Su Ping manages to lay his hand on the gem. In a flash, the gem vanishes, leaving the ring completely empty. The king is stunned to realize space teleportation. It's space teleportation again. Seething with rage, he flies off his throne. He roars, "How can you cast two supreme laws at the same time?" He can't believe he's losing to a mere brat. This teleportation distance is supposed to be my domain. Who are you? Who on earth are you? The system announces that a random resurrection has been chosen. Back at the starting point, Su Ping lets out a sigh of relief. Did that guy seriously think I'd just stand there and let him kill me? How naive. Showing off and then making a run for it feels absolutely amazing. He raises his hand to resurrect Little Skeleton. Little Skeleton, put the gem down. He brags to it, check out this treasure. Seeing Little Skeleton's excitement, Su Ping grins from ear to ear. Do you like it? How could my battle pet only chew on scrap bones? He orders it, absorb it, it's your turn to fight next. Suddenly, a monster appears out of nowhere, lunging at them with malice in its eyes. But Little Skeleton beats it to the punch. With lightning speed, it uses basic swordsmanship to slice right through the beast. The system panel pops up, confirming a successful kill. Combat power has risen to level 4. Quest progress is at 46%, and the remaining time is 1 day. The monster's severed head rolls across the ground, stopping right in front of another beast. That beast stomps hard on the head. Seemingly furious, it grinds its foot deep into the dirt, crushing the head into tiny pieces. This time, an entire army of monsters emerges. Their bodies are covered in a deep purple color, with massive bat wings spread wide on their backs, and their eyes gleam with absolute cruelty. Su Ping just chuckles casually, whispering to Little Skeleton, "Whew! They brought us so much free experience points. I'll leave them to you." No sooner has he spoken than Little Skeleton charges ahead to wipe them out. The system notifications start chiming endlessly. Little Skeleton has completed the kill, combat power risen to level 6. Lightning Rat has completed the kill, combat power risen to level 6. Quest progress has reached 94%, with 14 minutes remaining. After non-stop fighting, Su Ping is completely exhausted. Phew, these small fry are way too weak. They're not even close to a challenge. But just as he lets his guard down, a monster lying on the ground suddenly snaps its eyes open. The cells inside its body multiply rapidly, and it lets out a deafening roar. The beast's body regenerates in an instant, acting like a cosmic black hole as it sucks in the nearby corpses. The monster grows larger and larger, its missing body parts quickly reforming and filling in. It lets out terrifying shrieks. Startled, Su Ping realizes he missed this one, and mutters, "Haven't you had enough of dying?" He flashes a confident grin. At that moment, Little Skeleton and his other pet take their combat stances, ready to strike. Pure bloodlust, hey hey. He immediately barks an order. Taking this thing down will easily max out the quest progress. The monster hurls its scythe straight at them. Seeing the scythe spinning closer and closer, he quickly barks an order to Little Skeleton. Little Skeleton, basic swordsmanship, it swings the blade in its hand, blocking the incoming scythe. With its skills rapidly improving from the recent battles, Little Skeleton slices the scythe in half in the blink of an eye. Infuriated, the monster roars loudly, glaring at them with pure hatred. It slams both hands onto the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly as writhing blue arms crawl up from the soil. Those arms scramble to grab Su Ping and his battle pets, forcing them into a tight spot. With his movement suddenly sealed, he gasped in shock. What? The system screen flashed once again, showing the quest progress at 94%, with only 7 minutes left. Time was running out. Su Ping frowned in annoyance and snapped back. No need to remind me. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, another annoying binding spell. Without wasting another second, he roared out an order. Lightning Rat, use Thunder Slash on its core. Hearing the command, the lightning rat squeaked in response. Squeak! Instantly, blue electricity surged around its body, quickly condensing into a massive, devastating beam of light that blasted straight toward the monster's core. But to his shock, the monster didn't take a single scratch. Instead, several bizarre, giant hands surrounding it were slowly disintegrating. They must have blocked the attack for it. Just as they crumbled, more hands quickly sprouted and closed in around the beast, forming a protective shield. Su Ping suddenly realized it got blocked. The system screen popped up once more, but this time, none of the usual stats like attributes, rank, or combat power were displayed. Even its talent and control abilities were hidden. Su Ping frowned and muttered, "As I thought, the appraisal failed. But I've confirmed two things. First, those giant hands are immune to normal damage. Second, that core is definitely its weak point." The system quickly nudged him, warning that there were only 3 minutes left. Su Ping whipped around to face the lightning rat and roared out his command. The lightning rat unleashed its thunder slash, gathering the raw power of lightning to completely cover its body. It discharged waves of electricity that wrapped around itself, shocking the giant hands that were holding it in a tight grip. The lightning rat squeaked fiercely. Squeak! Hit by the powerful electrical current, the grasping hands immediately let go. The system screen popped up. The lightning rat has unlocked a new skill. Thunder Cloak. Effect. Uses protective lightning to shield the body, maintaining a damage effect while paralyzing enemies in close range, with double the effectiveness against demon-type enemies. Utter joy flushed over Su Ping's face, and he exclaimed in excitement, "It learned it." Crackles of electricity began to rapidly spread through the air, sparking intensely. The lightning surged through the giant hands, momentarily paralyzing them and halting their movements. The lightning rat channeled the electrical current straight to the monster, making the beast writhe in agony. As the monster roared, Su Ping quickly pulled the remaining hands off his body and shouted, "The binding is broken! Little skeleton, now's your chance." The little skeleton grew incredibly excited, flashing a wicked grin. Heh heh. The blade in its hand transformed into a demonic sword, and with a swift, decisive strike, it slashed straight down at the monster, leaving a long red trail in its wake. The system screen popped up. Little skeleton completed the kill. Combat strength upgraded to rank 7. Lightning rat completed the kill. Combat strength upgraded to rank 7. Recalling that moment, he smiled and said, "That blood jade bead was only partially absorbed, yet the little skeleton's combat strength has already skyrocketed. It'll be amazing once it's fully absorbed." The system chimed in. Main quest completed. Reward received. Chaos Astral Force Map segment. Side quest completed. Reward received. Strength pill. All 3 rewards have been automatically sent to your storage space. Closing the cultivation plane now. Back in his pet store, Su Ping called out, "Identification skill." The system panel immediately brought up the detailed stats of the little skeleton. Little skeleton. Type. Demon family. Rank. Upper position of the 2nd rank. Combat strength. Intermediate. 7th rank. Aptitude. Above average. Abilities mastered. Puppetry. Puppet control. Undead enslaving. Deadly roar. Intermediate saber play, and severed limb reassembly. The lowest level pet of the demon family, with the king's bloodline awakening. Su Ping stared at the screen and grumbled in disbelief. Its rank is only 2, yet its combat strength can peak at rank 7. How is its aptitude only listed as above average? Hey system, are you sure you didn't miscalculate this? The system panel replied, "The evaluation is based on all data compiled since the little skeleton originated from the infinite chaos. The host does not need to doubt it." Thinking back to the image of the Skeleton King, Su Ping murmured, "Since the beginning of infinite chaos? Huh? Interesting." The system screen then shifted to display another set of information. Lightning rat. Type. Thunder family. Rank. Intermediate 3rd rank. Combat strength. Lower 7th rank. Aptitude. Above average. Abilities mastered. 10 direction. Thunder prison. Multiple thunder. Shadow image. Thunder slash. Thunder flash. Thunder cloak. Undead calling. And claws of the undead. Once just an ordinary beast, it was now strong enough to stand on its own. Su Ping smiled with satisfaction. "Oh? I didn't expect a thunder-type pet to actually master undead-type skills." He smiled to himself. If people in the tournament arena see it summoning the undead, I wonder what their reactions will be. He glanced over at the rest of his pets resting up, his voice filled with hope. I really can't wait. Suddenly, Su Ping pulled an old scroll out of his system space. Curious, he asked, "System, what exactly is this Chaos Astral Force map?" The system replied, "This is an ancient, lost cultivation method that perfectly suits the host's current cultivation rank." The system explains, "This chart, the Chaos Astral Power Chart, uses your own body as a vast universe. It maps stars to your acupoints and bones for cultivation, which is completely different from the standard astral power cultivation used in the Federation." Su Ping realized how incredible this thing was. He smiled and asked, "Huh? So that means I can cultivate too?" Su Ping closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate in a different space. His entire body was enveloped in a gentle glow from the chaotic astral power universe. He began to grasp it, letting the astral power condense into his astral core to increase its size. When using a skill, he just needed to spin it into a vortex to release the astral power from his body and affect the outside world. This is level 1 of the Chaos Astral Power Chart, the Astral Spring State. Su Ping thought to himself, his eyes focusing on the glowing orb condensing in front of him. Create a vortex. So basically, I just need to absorb other astral power, right? Using his battle pet warrior vision, he quickly reached out to grab the small specks of light floating around. Catching these shouldn't be too hard, right? The streaks of astral light seemed to slip right through his fingers the moment he grabbed them. He said in confusion, "I can't catch them? This energy is passing straight through my body." Su Ping tried a different approach. "In that case, what if I block the energy's path with my own body?" He quickly moved to block a floating orb of astral power. Looking at it, he said excitedly, "It worked. I knew it. You can only absorb astral power using astral power." Su Ping suddenly remembered something and reached into his system storage to pull out a small bottle. "Oh, right. I have 3 bottles of astral force pills. I wonder how well they work." Without hesitation, he poured 3 red pills into his hand. Before anyone could guess his next move, he threw the 3 pills into his mouth and swallowed them down. A sudden surge of power rushed through his entire body. The astral orb in front of him glowed much brighter than before, and the core inside him began to expand. Notifications popped up on the system screen, one after another. "Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the astral spring state. The character status panel has been unlocked." He stared at the screen and gasped in disbelief. "My combat power actually jumped by 3 levels. Name, Su Ping. Race, human. Realm, astral spring state. Minor rank. Combat power, mid-level 3. Rating, unknown. Skill, killing intent." Su Ping suddenly looked annoyed. "Hey system, the profile picture looks nice, but why is my rating just a question mark?" The system shot back, "The host does not have the clearance to view this with your current strength. Please increase your combat power as soon as possible." He chuckled to himself. "I only took 3 of those astral force pills, and my combat power is already at mid-level 3. Normal cultivation would have taken at least 4 or 5 years. This is insane." Excited, he quickly asked, "System, are there any more quests that reward astral force pills?" The system pinged with a notification. "These pills are only effective for level 1. Since the host has successfully reached level 3, please explore and cultivate on your own from now on. Furthermore, although this space is a manifestation of the Chaos Astral Power Chart, it is modeled after the actual universe." The system also issued a warning as he was cultivating. "Please watch out for celestial bodies larger than yourself to avoid getting sucked in." Su Ping frowned, asking in a serious tone, "Huh? What happens if I get sucked in? Does it just interrupt my cultivation?" The system replied bluntly, "Your soul will be obliterated." He gasped in shock. "Are you kidding me?" The system issued a penalty warning. Profanity detected. First warning, points deducted. Additionally, time in the chaotic astral universe flows at the same rate as the real world. Please manage your time wisely. Su Ping wiped a sweat from his brow, feeling exhausted. He muttered, "So high risks come with high rewards, huh?" In his mind, he realized it was a classic case of the big fish eating the small fish. He calmly reasoned that as long as he steered clear of the massive stars and only absorbed the smaller ones, he would be fine. He whispered, "Well, at least this is less of a headache than the cultivation realm." Suddenly, a memory flashed in Su Ping's mind, taking him back to the past. He murmured, "It's just a bit lonely in here. I remember she is also a level 3 battle pet warrior. Back then, he had taken the full force of her punch." Su Ping couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to withstand one of her punches now. Night began to fall, and the city's high-rises gradually lit up with flickering lights. Qingru said gently, "Eat some more, don't starve yourself." Su Ping wiped his mouth and smiled. "Your cooking is the best, Mom, I'm stuffed. I'm heading up to my room now." Qingru replied, "You brat, since when did you become so polite? Walk quietly on the stairs." She reminded him, "Your sister is in the training room. She has matches coming up these next few days, so don't disturb her. I'll make your favorite cornbread tomorrow morning, so make sure you eat some before you head out." Su Ping turned back and smiled at Qingru. "I know, Mom." He watched Qingru as she busied herself in the kitchen. Even though she wasn't the original host's biological mother, she seemed to treat him incredibly well. At the very least, he could feel a genuine sense of warmth and family. Su Ping stretched his arms, loosening up his muscles. Su Ping sighed tiredly. Su Lingyue was busy preparing for her upcoming match, which was apparently at the same school as Su Yanying. He had originally planned to find her for a quick spar. Glancing toward Lingyue's room, where a massive amount of astral power was gathering, he thought, "Forget it, I'll just go back to my room to cultivate." But curiosity got the better of him, and Su Ping peeked through a crack in her door. He quickly reassured himself. "Wow, that astral power is incredibly dense. An older brother keeping an eye on his little sister's cultivation doesn't count as peeping, does it?" She was just relaxing on her bed. Yet the surrounding astral power was swirling uncontrollably. Su Ping was stunned by the sheer size of her astral vortex. He stared in disbelief. How was she able to absorb so much astral power just by lying there? And at such an insane scale, too. He speculated that the astral power was being drawn into her body by some kind of magnetic pull, which had to be a cultivation method taught at the Astral Pet Academy. Su Ping reached out to lightly touch the flowing energy. The astral power in the real world was much weaker than what he experienced in the Chaos Star Chart universe, and it was evenly distributed. In his Chaos Star Chart universe, the astral power clustered into dense and sparse pockets, meaning those giant stars had likely gathered up all the evenly distributed energy. He quickly sat down cross-legged. If I can apply the Academy's cultivation method within my Chaos Star Chart universe, my cultivation speed will absolutely skyrocket. Su Ping decided to copy Lingyu. Since she was spinning her own astral power, he would try the same. Concentrating deeply, he began to form his own swirling astral vortex. He suddenly realized it was all about gravitational pull. Duh, why didn't I think of that before? Su Ping muttered. Once there's enough mass, the vortex generates a gravitational force that automatically pulls the nearby astral power in for absorption. That meant he wouldn't have to chase the energy around anymore. With both siblings cultivating nearby, Su Ping decided to experiment. He wanted to see if spinning the vortex clockwise or counterclockwise made any difference. Just then, Lingyu suddenly woke up. She rubbed her eyes in frustration. Wait, why is it getting harder and harder to absorb energy? Did I fall asleep? Meanwhile, Su Ping grinned. It worked. He decided to raise the stakes by testing two vortices spinning in opposite directions. With a wave of his hands, the two glowing spheres of astral power grew larger and larger. Lingyue jumped in surprise, feeling her own astral power being dragged away. She said in confusion, "Huh? What's going on?" Sensing the space around her, she realized something was off. The astral power had suddenly stagnated, making it impossible to absorb. Why is the energy flow acting so chaotic all of a sudden? A wild thought crossed her mind. Could there be a powerful warrior passing by? In reality, streams of astral power were steadily drifting away, flowing directly into Su Ping's room. Lingyue groaned in frustration. Her face flushed red from the exhaustion of trying to hold onto her energy. Hearing the commotion, their mother, Li Qingru, called out in concern. You, what's going on in there?" Embarrassed, Lingyu covered her face and stammered back. "I'm fine, Mom. Just cultivating." She took a deep breath to compose herself, her brow furrowing in suspicion. There's definitely something fishy about this strange suction. And wait, that pull was clearly coming from my useless brother's room. Lingyue glared toward her slightly open door. Meanwhile, Su Ping was drenched in sweat. Letting out a soft sigh as he watched the stabilizing vortex before him, he smiled with satisfaction. "All right, I think I've got the hang of this." The pet store was completely empty. Su Ping was fully immersed in his Chaos Star Chart universe, where endless streams of swirling astral power were being absorbed into his body. He couldn't help but marvel. "Man, this feels amazing. I'm constantly drawing in astral power from all these stars." As long as I keep a safe distance, I won't get sucked into their cores. He realized this meant he could even cultivate while sleeping. Suddenly, his senses picked up two people entering the shop. "Boss, we're here to pick up our pets." Su Ping, still half asleep, mumbled, "Oomph. Look at those sizes." He snapped out of his cultivation and opened his eyes to greet them. "Oh, it's you guys." But hearing his mumbles, Su Yanying and Lan Lele blushed furiously and quickly covered their chests. "What do you mean by sizes? Boss, you pervert." Su Ping quickly coughed to clear his throat and explained, "I was talking about your astral power. Your astral power reserves are way too small. You need to train harder. Or, how are you going to control stronger battle pets?" Su Yanying blinked in surprise. Stronger battle pets? She thought to herself, "Wait, did my lightning rat actually rank up in just 3 short days?" Su Ping secretly worried. Sending a pet with a level 7 combat rating back to an academy where the average is only level 3. Is this really going to be okay? But out loud, he simply said, "Hang on, let me bring your pet out." A moment later, Su Ping handed over the lightning rat. "Here you go. You already paid in full last time." Su Yanying took the lightning rat and gave a polite nod. "Okay, thank you." She carefully examined her lightning rat. Had its fur color changed? Not only that, looking at the other pets in the shop, she noticed they all seemed incredibly depressed. They had only been apart for a few days, yet the pets didn't seem excited to see their owners at all. Were they actually reluctant to leave this place? Su Ping sat on the side, impatiently waving them off. "All right, off you go." Su Yanying found it hard to believe. Could just a few days of boarding really make the pets bond with this shop so deeply? Even with the emotional connection from an astral contract, masters and their pets rarely shared such a deep bond early on. They usually just followed basic commands. But if they were to break the contract, then there would be absolutely no connection left between us. Checking up on her pets, Lele couldn't help but gasp in awe. Their wounds seemed completely healed, and even their fur has gotten so much brighter. Yanying thought to herself, equally amazed. This shop is the real deal. She sincerely thanked the owner, saying, "Thank you so much, boss, for taking such amazing care of them. Why don't you recommend some pet food to me next?" Su Ping thought to himself, "Is she trying to use this as a way to thank me? Oh well, guess I won't rip her off this time." Then, he suggested, "In that case, buy this. It is 1,200 per stock, perfect for the fallen phoenix." Yanying replied in surprise. "All right, 1,200 a stock it is." A while later, Yanying headed to an open field and made a suggestion. "Since we still have a bit of time before the match, I want to do a quick warm-up." Secretly, she was burning with curiosity about the lightning rat's transformation. Just how much stronger had it actually become? She said seriously, "Lele, summon your strongest battle pet. Don't hold back at all." Lele happily replied, "Whoa, look at you being so confident." With that, she chanted her summoning spell. "Come on out." Lele confidently teased, "If you get hurt, don't come crying to me." Meanwhile, Yanying analyzed the situation, thinking, just as expected, there it is. The humanoid rock element battle pet with an advanced bloodline was Lan Lele's proudest trump card. Even though it was still in its growth phase, it already possessed a rank 5 combat strength. Yanying thought, "I just hope the lightning rat can hold its ground. All I want is to test the power of its Thunder Slash and Thunder Shadow illusion." Immediately after, Yanying commanded, "Go get him." With its eyes flashing with electric brilliance, the lightning rat let out a sharp squeak. It bolted forward instantly, lunging straight toward Earth Buddha. Seeing this, Lele casually ordered, "Buddha, play with it for a bit." Earth Buddha formed hand seals with its 4 arms, unleashing a wave of energy that sent countless stone pillars rising from the ground, closing in on the lightning rat. Clad in crackling electricity, the lightning rat skillfully dodged every single pillar while closing the distance to Earth Buddha. Earth Buddha reacted instantly, kicking a stone pillar to shatter it into a barrage of razor-sharp rocks flying right at the rodent. Seeing this, Yanying hastily ordered, "Thunder Shadow Illusion." The lightning rat obeyed immediately, splitting into 3 clones. Lele gasped in complete shock. No way. It can actually create 3 afterimages? Yanying, on the other hand, was ecstatic, crying out, "Yes!" Multiple Thunder Shadow Illusions. The 3 clones of the lightning rat completely bypassed Earth Buddha and charged straight at Lele. Panicking, she quickly deployed her shield and cried out, "Yanying, isn't it supposed to be fighting Buddha? My shield is incredibly weak." Yanying reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm only letting the lightning rat get close to you. I didn't order it to attack. Yan Ying silently calculated in her head. Earth Buddha is an advanced bloodline pet. It has extraordinary observation skills, making this the perfect opportunity to test out the limits of Thunder Shadow illusion. Earth Buddha quickly unleashed its skills to stop the lightning rat. The moment the rodent lunged, Earth Buddha threw a powerful strike directly beneath it. A deafening blast echoed right in front of Lele's energy shield. Earth Buddha successfully caught the lightning rat in its hand. Both Lele and Yan Ying gasped in shock. Wait, did it actually catch it? But suddenly, where did this other lightning rat come from? The real lightning rat stomped right onto Earth Buddha's face as the clones dissolved into thin air. Earth Buddha had been completely played. Suddenly, the lightning rat released a terrifying, oppressive aura, leaving Earth Buddha shaking in sheer terror. Earth Buddha turned tail and fled, crying out in panic. Lele was dumbfounded. What? Buddha is actually terrified? Just because it missed the real one? Earth Buddha knew it stood absolutely no chance. Ignoring Lele's desperate calls, its only instinct was to shield its master. Layers of thick stone and earth quickly rose around Lele and Earth Buddha, forming a completely sealed dome. Still clueless about what was happening, Lele tried to soothe her pet. Buddha, I am perfectly safe. Let me go, quickly. Meanwhile, Yan Ying stood there, utterly dazed. Even though she was witnessing this with her own eyes, she still couldn't bring herself to believe it. Earth Buddha had both an advanced bloodline and an elemental advantage, yet it was scared out of its wits by a low-class lightning rat. Yan Ying clenched her fist in pure excitement, thinking, this level of power is just insane. Over on the main stage, the commentator kicked things off with roaring enthusiasm. The live voting system for Fengshan Academy's annual tournament has officially closed. And now, the match begins. The commentator then started the introductions. On the left side of the arena, we have the rising dark horse of the sophomore class, Su Yanying. The commentator then turned to the other side, and on the right is a seasoned veteran who ranked in the top 10 last year, the Master of Insight, Li Ji. Li Ji wore a cold expression with a highly confident smirk. The commentator explained the rules, which remained unchanged. Both sides would summon 3 battle pets to fight. The first to eliminate all of the opponent's battle pets will be declared the winner. Let the battle begin. Before the commentator could even finish speaking, Li Ji had already summoned his battle pet. Come out. Out stepped a beast from behind him, the water stealth beast. Seeing Li Ji summon his pet first, the crowd in the stands erupted into whispers. Whoa, look at that. He actually summoned his starting pet first. Isn't he worried about getting countered? Right? How could a top 10 ranker from last year make such a rookie mistake? That Li Ji is way too overconfident. Yan Ying began to analyze her opponent, thinking, a water stealth beast, huh? This is a water-type battle pet with a mid-tier bloodline, specializing in stealth and assassination. She immediately summons it, saying, all right, let's go. Right after, Luo Feng emerges from the rift. Yan Ying says seriously, Luo Feng, our elements counter each other. So, it all comes down to who has the higher combat power. The commentator continues with enthusiasm. Amazing. Contestant Su's first choice is Luo Feng, a high-grade bloodline pet. For the mid-grade bloodline Waterhide Beast, this is a formidable opponent. How will Li Ji respond? Suddenly, someone raises their hand. It is Li Ji, calmly announcing, I forfeit. Wow, even our commentator is caught off guard by this move. Wait, did contestant Li Ji just say he forfeits? Did I hear that right? Li Ji replies with a sinister expression, that's right, I'm forfeiting this round. Keeping their composure, the commentator continues. Though we don't know why, contestant Li Ji has chosen to surrender. The winner of the first round is Su Yanying. Despite her victory, Yanying remains on guard, thinking to herself, he's smiling. What is he up to? Suddenly, a spatial rift tears open behind Li Ji. He grins wickedly and says, sometimes, to make sure the prey takes the bait, a decoy is absolutely necessary. Yanying senses that something is wrong. Instantly, a massive web spreads from the rift across the entire arena. Then, an Earth Caesar appears right behind Li Ji. He analyzes confidently, Luo Feng might not be your strongest pet, but it's definitely the most troublesome to deal with. Pushing up his glasses, he adds, as for your lightning rat, ugly stone beast, and fanged tiger, they're all ground-type fighters. I just need a high-level pet to easily crush them. Li Ji continues to calculate his odds. Only Luo Feng excels at aerial ambushes. Even a rank 5 battle pet would struggle to land a hit on it, and would likely end up exhausted to death. So, I have to take it out first. Li Ji smiles arrogantly. Sorry, classmate Su, but I've researched everything about you. You're going down. Suddenly, a ball of fire shoots toward him. Li Ji casually throws up a shield in disdain. Weak and pathetic. Before he can even finish his sentence, his shield burns to ashes. Li Ji screams as the intense heat burns him. Yanying says with supreme confidence, "Are you quite finished?" Li Ji grits his teeth in fury. Roar! He instantly commands, "Earth Caesar, spike spell." Sharp stone spikes erupt and thrust toward Luo Feng. Yanying reacts quickly, shouting, "Luo Feng, dodge it!" She thinks to herself, so fast. Then, she continues to direct, "Power boost. Break free quickly and attack with everything you've got." Luo Feng swiftly dodges, soaring high into the air to escape the Earth Caesar's attack range. As it maneuvers, it rapidly gathers energy to counterattack with a double move. Crimson Flamebird and Flame Breath Slash. Li Ji calmly commands, "Earth Caesar, Earth Shield." Instantly, a massive barrier rises, completely blocking the attack. Seeing Luo Feng's strike shut down so easily, Yanying is shocked. No way. Sure, Earth-type pets are resistant to fire, but this wall is way too solid. As the dust clears, the Earth wall is revealed, completely unscathed. Li Ji sneers triumphantly. "Are you finally realizing the gap between us?" A mere rank 3 Luo Feng daring to challenge a fully grown, rank 4 Earth Caesar? Dungeon imprisonment, he barks. The commentator quickly analyzes the situation. There it is, the dungeon imprisonment spell, the Earth Caesar's signature move. It's said to be capable of crushing any creature at a lower rank. Its sheer brutality is enough to make even high-tier pets think twice. Sensing the danger, Yanying quickly issues her orders. The net is closing in. Luo Feng, find a way to rip open a hole. She immediately activates her rank 3 strength enhancement skill. Despite fighting with all its might, Luo Feng cannot break free from the tightening net. As the net continues to constrict, the commentator yells, "Even under Luo Feng's frantic attacks, the Earth Caesar's dungeon is still tightening. This is absolute despair. With the dungeon locking down, even the battle pet warrior herself is in grave danger." The commentator continues, "Surrendering right now would be completely understandable, but contestant Su refuses to give up." Yanying cries out, "Luo Feng." Luo Feng desperately tries to break free, but the more it struggles, the more wounds cover its body. It shrieks in pain. Seeing her pet suffer, Yanying cries out in panic, "Luo Feng, stop struggling. You're only going to hurt yourself more." Li Ji boasts triumphantly, "Everything is going exactly as I planned. Just forfeit, and the pain will stop instantly." Deeply unwilling but unable to watch Luo Feng suffer any longer, Yanying makes her choice. I forfeit. But before she can finish, Luo Feng lets out a piercing screech. A terrifying burst of energy begins to condense inside Luo Feng's beak. Instantly, it unleashes the energy straight ahead. The beam shreds the net, slices right through the shield, and blasts the Earth Caesar, completely incapacitating it. Both Li Ji and Yanying gasp in disbelief. What? What is this? One of the judges realizes and shouts, "Is that Blazing Ray?" Li Ji stares in shock at the severed stone blocks as a voice echoes across the arena. Luo Feng's Blazing Ray. Player Su's Fallen Phoenix actually mastered an advanced level 8 skill. With just one move, it completely immobilized the Earth Caesar. Nanfeng watched in utter shock, stammering, "No way, right?" Although the Fallen Phoenix is classified under an advanced bloodline, its natural talent actually ranks dead last among all advanced bloodline beasts. Plus, Blazing Ray isn't even part of its inherited skills. Meanwhile, Huoji watched closely with a smirk. She couldn't help but praise, no matter what, this Fallen Phoenix actually pulled it off. And the best part is, it's not even fully grown yet. Its future is truly limitless. Just then, Vice Principal Dong of Phoenix Peak Academy chimed in from behind. "Don't forget, this girl's lightning rat also used Thunder Slash before." Intrigued, Nanfeng turned around to ask, "Vice Principal Dong, what's her name? What year is she in?" Suddenly, Huoji's powerful hand grabbed Nanfeng by the collar. She hoisted him up, warning him with a cold, murderous look. "Her name is Su Yanying. I've already laid my eyes on her. What, you want to steal her from me?" Nanfeng's eyes trembled as he looked at Huoji, quickly trying to explain himself. Haha, I was just curious. On the side, Vice Principal Dong didn't pay any attention to their bickering. He secretly thought, I can't believe a genius like her popped up this year. If she can join the Pioneer team and earn achievements and glory, she'll become a towering pillar of support for our academy. Among the thousands of spectators in the stands, someone suddenly recognized her. Hey, isn't that the girl who trained the lightning rat? Nearby, another student grumbled in frustration. Damn it, my pet hasn't even learned a single advanced skill yet. Just then on the field, the fallen phoenix was enveloped in roaring flames. It let out a deafening screech, leaving Su Yanying utterly shocked. It leveled up. Not only did it master the level 8 blazing ray, but its combat power has also reached low-tier level 4. Stunned, she froze in disbelief. With such insane talent, is this really my fallen phoenix? No way. Her mind flashed back to her meeting with Su Ping, remembering his exact words. Our shop's boarding service doesn't just heal injuries. It also helps boost their comprehension and improve their physical constitution as well. She stood frozen, still in disbelief. To boost a pet to this extent was just ridiculous. Right then, the commentator's voice echoed, announcing the end of the second round. Su Yanying wins. Both contestants, please prepare for the third round. Hearing this, Li Ji spat in frustration. What kind of garbage luck is this? I was literally one step away from winning. Well, third time's a charm. Gritting his teeth, his nasty temper began to flare up as he growled. Of course, this stupid fallen phoenix is the hardest to deal with. Fine. Let me open your eyes. Li Ji roared in humiliation and anger. Let me show you what true terror looks like. Instantly, he summoned a gale demon beast. Its appearance sent a shiver down Su Yanying's spine. It has 4 wings. It's an adult gale demon beast. Its combat power is at high tier level 5. Up in the VIP seats, Huoji was also taken aback. Hey, aren't students banned from bringing ferocious beasts into the arena? What if something goes wrong? She was referring to ferocious beasts because they were too violent and uncontrollable. Hearing this, Nanfeng sneered at her. Huoji, you're being way too soft. Think about how many people die in the wasteland every year. Those monsters won't wait for a referee to start the fight. Behind them, Vice Principal Dong chimed in. There's no need to worry. Stroking his beard, he calmly continued. Our academy's faculty is top tier, and the referee is a high-level expert. Nothing will go wrong. Watching the match grow more intense, the vice principal slowly added, as for that gale demon beast, he probably used some underhanded means to rent it. I'll make sure to discipline him thoroughly after this match. Li Ji, now looking like a madman, screamed with all his might, Gale Demon Beast, use myriad wind slashes. The Gale Demon Beast heard him, but completely ignored him. Seeing this, Li Ji cursed, you useless piece of trash. He quickly realized, is the level gap too big for it to obey me? Forcing a summon like this is definitely pushing my limits. Su Yanying seized the opportunity to channel her energy into the fallen phoenix. Strength boost, agility boost. As the energy surged into her pet, she continued, perception boost, defense boost, now's our chance. The fallen phoenix flew straight toward the opponent to seal the victory. But suddenly, the Gale Demon Beast's glowing eyes locked onto Su Yanying and her pet. In a split second, it used a teleportation-like skill to close the distance. Standing beneath the giant beast, Su Yanying's face turned pale. Too fast. The commentator gasped in shock. Unbelievable. Player Su's fallen phoenix was taken down in a single second. The Gale Demon Beast then turned its razor-sharp claws towards Su Yanying. Blown back by the violent wind, she screamed, "What are you doing?" In an instant, the beast slashed her, leaving bloody gashes on her shoulder and arm. Her stockings were shredded, stained with blood. Witnessing this, Huoji immediately turned to the vice principal to demand answers. To the vice principal, what on earth is going on? Su Yanying already lost this round, so why hasn't the Wind Warcraft stopped attacking? Off to the side where no one was paying attention, Li Ji had already passed out cold. But then, someone suddenly screamed, "Damn it, Li Ji is unconscious." Right now, the Wind Warcraft is frantically rushing to attack Yanying, forcing her to scream in terror. "Stop, stop." The vice principal suddenly ordered, "The Wind Warcraft has completely lost control. Referee, stop the match immediately." The referee immediately took action. Stepping forward with his Windbird, he ordered, "Go, Windbird." Spotting its target, the bird immediately shot forward like a rocket to prevent a tragedy. But suddenly, a flash of red energy blasted past, saving Yanying's life just in the nick of time. Before anyone could even process what happened, the judges stared in utter horror as the crowd started buzzing. That was insanely fast. What on earth was that? It was even faster than the wind bird. The crowd was in absolute chaos. This is unreal. Once the dust settled, the situation became clear. Seeing this, the commentator shouted, "It's the lightning rat!" Su Yanying summoned her lightning rat to block the myriad wind blades. Flame Lady regained her composure, but she couldn't help but wonder. Wait, that's not right. If a battle pet warrior got hit by those blades, they'd be dead by now. But Su Yanying didn't even open a summoning rift. The lightning rat must have been on the field from the very beginning. But if that's true, its ability to conceal its presence is absolutely terrifying. Seeing the turn of events, the commentator announced. And with that, the third round of the match officially begins. The Wind Warcraft begins its assault. Yanying carefully analyzes the situation. The number of wind blades is increasing. How can we dodge this? The lightning rat reacts instantly, utilizing an undead summoning skill. An undead creature instantly materializes, leaving everyone in shock. The crowd in the stands is losing their minds. Undead summoning? How can a lightning rat use skills from the demon class? That is absolutely unbelievable. Coach, I want to raise a lightning rat too. Suddenly, Yanying feels herself being lifted off the ground. A mysterious force pulls her behind a barrier, barely dodging the Wind Warcraft's attack. The battle is becoming more intense than ever. The commentator is also losing his mind. I've officially seen it all. A lightning rat actually using undead summoning from the demon class. Not only that, but it even blocked the myriad wind blades. The lightning rat is charging up, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura of killing intent. Squeak! Facing it, the Wind Warcraft's eyes flare with an equally vicious bloodlust. It lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a devastating blast that rips the ground completely apart. Effortlessly, two contrasting powers clashed head-on, neither backing down. Seeing the lightning rat engage directly like this, Yanying grew anxious. Even the commentator was shocked by what was unfolding. Contestant Su actually let her lightning rat go toe-to-toe with an adult, upper 5th rank Wind Warcraft. She was being way too reckless. Suddenly, a heavy silence fell over the entire arena. The lightning rat tore through the Wind Warcraft with such ferocity, making the commentator hold his breath. And the result of her recklessness? The Wind Warcraft had the entire left side of its body ripped apart by the lightning rat. This threw the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Annihilated. In the blink of an eye, the lightning rat had actually taken down the rampaging Wind Warcraft. Losing all its strength, the Wind Warcraft plummeted to the ground as the arena erupted into frantic whispers. No one could believe the Wind Warcraft was actually left with such a massive, gaping wound. The intense killing intent radiating from the lightning rat made the spectators gasp in awe. Space-cleaving thunder slash. Who knew its power could be this terrifying? The judge stared in wide-eyed shock, thinking to himself, such a heavy killing intent. Does this lightning rat really want to kill the Wind Warcraft? Glancing at Yanying, the judge wondered, is this her doing? Yanying's mind was in complete disarray, wondering, we already won, so why is it still so aggressive? Unless, is the lightning rat losing control too? The judge's mind raced, thinking, these rookies are going way too far this year. He immediately commanded his Windbird to step in. Windbird, go. After giving the order, the judge thought, intentionally killing a battle pet during a match usually leads to immediate disqualification, at the very least. Yet, he was determined not to let such a promising rising star have their future ruined. Sensing the approach, the lightning rat turned back with a cold, murderous glare. Without hesitation, it instantly unleashed its skill to attack the Windbird all-round thunder prison. Realizing things were going south, the judge screamed, Windbird, get back. Hit by a brutal blow, the Windbird shrieked in pain as it plummeted. The judge couldn't believe his eyes. How could it hurt my Windbird? Observing closely, his expression turned deadly serious as he thought, how is that possible? Even among 7th-rank pets, those that can match its speed can be counted on one hand, let alone a lightning rat. Up in the stands, the spectators were absolutely thrilled to witness the all-round thunder prison. They say once locked in the thunder prison, you are instantly pierced by 10,000 lightning bolts. Even rock element pets wouldn't stand a chance. The vice principal watched in disbelief, wondering, a lightning rat mastering a 7th-rank thunder slash is already a miracle. But now, it is unleashing an 8th-rank all-round thunder prison. Lan Feng, seemingly enjoying the drama, clicked his tongue. Tisk. Tesk. Teaching such a top-tier skill to a mere lightning rat is a bit of a waste, though even for a mid-tier pet, this skill would sell for an astronomical price. Standing nearby, Huoji looked highly intrigued, thinking to herself, this lightning rat isn't even afraid of a 7th-rank windbird. It certainly has some guts. She then spoke up. I'm really starting to like this rookie more and more. The windbird was slowly recovering, but it was in a terrible mood. Watching from above, the judge grew anxious. With its rage peaking, the windbird gathered the surrounding wind into a massive tornado. Radiating boundless power, it charged forward with a deafening roar. Squeak! The lightning rat wasn't about to back down either, fearlessly meeting it head-on. Squeak! The growing tornado threatened to tear the entire arena apart. The judge frantically tried to calm his windbird down. Seeing no progress, he thought with dread, oh no, if I let the windbird fight a rampaging lightning rat, it might completely lose control too. With so much power building up, the entire arena might be completely blown away. Her head spinning, Yanying finally snapped out of her daze and realized what was happening. She suddenly realized with absolute joy, Lightning Rat, you learned another advanced pet skill. It turned to look at Yanying with a bright grin. Squeak! She rushed over and hugged her Lightning Rat to celebrate. Squeak, squeak. Oh my gosh, you are my sweet little baby. Watching this unfold from the side, the judge was completely dumbfounded. Wait, so the Lightning Rat wasn't out of control? The commentator's voice then echoed across the arena to announce the results. The winner of this match is Su Yanying, basking in the celebratory atmosphere. The commentator added, congratulations to her for advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, in another place, Su Ping let out a lazy yawn and stretched, wondering, wait, is that really considered impressive? A voice from the other side of the screen spoke. By injecting your own astral energy into the body of this civet cat, and bypassing the meridians in its forelimbs, you can strengthen its front paws. He watched intently and listened closely. When it comes to this training method, the difficult part is that you must be extremely familiar with the pet's anatomy. Otherwise, the injected energy won't be digested, causing a massive backfire. On the screen, the girl used a ruler to measure the cat's legs. Look at the transformation of this 12-centimeter civet cat. Its front legs grew by a full 2 centimeters. Switching to another technique, the girl continued. In the end, the attack power of its front legs increased by 1/5, and the training only took 3 months. As Su Ping watched the video, he thought to himself, so boosting combat power in this world is actually this hard? No wonder Su Yanying was panicking so much. Maybe I should also film a video to attract some customers. Outside the store, a sports car pulled up. Fan Yujing got out, looked inside, and called out, hey boss, long time no see. He glanced around the shop and remarked, looks like you have got a lot of new stock, huh? Hearing the noise, Su Ping looked up and instantly recognized him. Oh, it is you. Is your arm okay? Fan Yujing replied, full of energy. Boss. I bet you have never been to an uptown hospital, have you? Su Ping looked at his childish behavior with a blank face, not in the mood to care. Fan Yujing adjusted his clothes and said, as long as you pay, they can put you back together, even if every bone in your body is shattered. Hearing this, Su Ping made a quick guess. Ah, so you are saying you are pretty loaded? Su Ping glanced at the shelves and hinted, then why don't you support my business a bit? I can give you a discount on this undead pet food. Fan Yujing looked at the price tag and gasped. What? This is 100 times more expensive than last time. His younger sister was just as shocked. Brother, a single piece of pet food costs almost as much as your surgery fee. Since the deal fell through, Su Ping lost interest. If there is nothing else, you can leave. I still need to cultivate. Realizing he was acting like a fool, Fan Yujing quickly cupped his hands and said, ha ha, I was just showing off earlier. You are definitely the stronger one here. To be honest, I came today to invite you to join us. Are you interested in going to the wasteland? Memories of countless wonders began to surface. In the past, the blue planet was a resource-poor world, until one day, a massive surge of energy ripped space open, creating astral rifts. A grand wave of emotion continued to swell as the story unfolded. These unstable astral rifts acted as bridges connecting to unknown planets. Back then, facing the unfamiliar and dangerous worlds, some planets were rich in resources, while others were crawling with fierce beasts, facing pure natural destruction, and some were even as scorching hot as the sun. By harnessing the benefits of these astral rifts, humanity was able to constantly extract resources from other worlds, developing into what they are today and building powerful nations. Unfortunately, that prosperity only lasted a few hundred years. To fight over high-quality astral rifts, humanity plunged into civil war for many years. This harsh reality left countless people struggling, and the human population plummeted by more than half. The world itself seemed to lose its vitality, with nearly 70% of the blue planet turning into barren lands, no longer fit for living. Taking advantage of this moment, the remaining survivors finally reached a consensus, forming a federation and migrating to settle in stable regions where astral rifts rarely appeared. To survive, the Federation poured all its resources into training battle pet warriors. As a new era began, top talents were chosen as pioneers to go out into the wasteland, exploring the astral rifts to search for treasures. Hearing this, Su Ping fell into deep thought, feeling slightly puzzled. Wasteland exploration? Fan Yujing peeked at his expression and added, "Actually, a new astral rift appeared just outside the Longjiang base city last night. Our Dark Wolf team was the first exploration squad, but we were unfortunately ambushed, and we lost a fire-tailed blood fox." Suddenly, Su Ping's system panel popped up. "Congratulations, host, on triggering a side quest. Find the lost pet. Success reward: 1 volume of the Divine and Demonic Skill Training Manual. Failure penalty: 10 points will be deducted from the host." He quickly composed himself and thought it over seriously. A Divine and Demonic Skill Training Manual. The Chaos Astral Force chart that the system gave him last time was incredibly useful for boosting his strength. This manual would probably be just as powerful. With that thought, a faint smirk played on Su Ping's lips. It was also the perfect time to test his combat abilities in a real fight. Putting his thoughts aside, they decided to set off for the wasteland base. The car roared toward its destination with intense power, prompting the area monitor to quickly announce over the radio that a squad car was approaching. "Let them through." The tires screeched against the dry road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them as they sped toward unclaimed territory, number 38. Upon arrival, the two got out of the car. Fan Yujing quickly raised his hand and waved. "Captain, we are here." Fan Gangli looked him up and down and spoke up. "So, is this brother the hidden master you were talking about? May I ask your name?" Su Ping replied in a calm and casual tone. "Su Ping, as in plain and ordinary. Nothing special about me." Hearing this, Li Ying's interest was piqued. "We often hear Kid Fan Yujing talk about you. Seeing you today, you are indeed a young hero. Brother Su, you are so young, barely in your early 20s, right?" Su Ping replied subconsciously in surprise. 18. The moment those words left his mouth, all three of them completely froze in shock, wearing expressions of sheer disbelief. Li Ying quickly composed himself and said, 18? That is not even old enough to graduate as a battle pet warrior, right? Which academy did you graduate from? Su Ping replied without thinking much. "I am self-taught. I learned everything on my own." Fan Yujing was so flustered, he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Fan Gangli, not knowing what else to say, made a suggestion. "Brother Su, heading into the space rift is extremely dangerous. Since you are joining our squad, we need to register your identity first. Also, to coordinate smoothly in battle, we hope you can let us get familiar with your astral pet." Su Ping chuckled softly, summoning his pet as he spoke. "No problem. But just so you know, I have no intention of joining the explorers. I am only here to find the fire-tailed blood fox." Hearing this, Li Ying could no longer keep his cool and snapped. "You talk big for someone so young. Do you think you can just join the explorers whenever you want?" Seeing the tension rise, Fan Gangli stepped in to stop them. "Hey, Brother Su is a guest invited by Little Fan. Don't be rude." At that exact moment, a pair of eyes filled with terrifying, murderous intent materialized, accompanied by Su Ping's voice calling out, "Come on out." Upon being summoned, the pet made a bombastic, earth-shattering landing, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Fan Yujing was completely shocked. He froze, subconsciously muttering, "This is?" Suddenly, Little Skeleton's head fell off with a plop, making them all yell in unison, "A skeleton?" Su Ping then walked over, picked up its head, and took out a glowing red stone. "Even after 7 or 8 days of absorption in the cultivation habitat before we set off, this thing is still so big, but it should be enough for our trip to the wasteland." Fan Gangli and Li Ying completely froze at his words and actions. On the other hand, Fan Yujing asked curiously, "Hey, Boss Su, do you only have one pet?" Hearing this, Su Ping replied, "That is right. I only have one for now." At his reply, Fan Yujing stammered in fear. Boss Su, you might not know this, but our captain and vice captain have really bad tempers. If I mess this up, I would be dead meat." Su Ping put Little Skeleton's head back in place and said calmly, "Don't worry, since I accepted this job, I won't let you down." Suddenly, he abruptly ordered it to attack. "Little Skeleton, draw your sword." Little Skeleton drew its sword, slashing through the air with lightning speed before striking a cool pose and coming to a halt. Watching the performance, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in admiration. That was insanely fast. I could barely see the blade being sheathed. Before they could even process what happened, everything the blade had cut through fell apart in clean slices of all sizes, leaving them utterly horrified. Whoa! As they entered the base, the security system suddenly chimed as soon as they took a step forward. "Please enter identity information." Su Ping complied with the prompt, and the system began scanning his face for recognition. Once the scan was complete, a robotic voice announced, "Hello, Su Ping." Immediately, his profile popped up on the screen. Gender, male, age, 18, schools attended, Blue Dragon Kindergarten, Sacred Parrot Elementary School, Sacred Parrot Middle School, Baiwu High School. Battle Pet Warrior Bloodline, none. Family background, none. Father, Su Yuanshan. Mother, Li Qingru. Sister, Su Lingyue. Following that, the system announced that authorization for temporary explorer registration had been approved. Hearing the announcement, Su Ping asked curiously, "So, that is it?" Staring at Su Ping's profile, Fan Yujing had a million questions. He went to a regular high school and actually became a battle pet warrior through self-awakening? And he really is only 18 years old. Seeing Su Ping's expression, Li Ying spoke up to warn him, "Don't celebrate too early." Although temporary explorers can accumulate merit points normally during missions, he continued, stepping inside, "you don't get the same privileges as official explorers. If you cause trouble out there, you'll be punished just like any civilian." Seeing Su Ping standing there, Fan Yujing called out, "Boss Su, we go this way." He added with a smug grin, "Don't worry, Boss Su, if you ever get locked up, I'll definitely bail you out. No need to thank me. Having a few perks is part of being an explorer, after all." Su Ping heard him loud and clear, but kept his face neutral, thinking to himself, "These guys always think about using their little privileges. They really are hopeless." They headed toward the Federal Explorer Vault, and the heavy door slowly ground open. As it fully opened, Su Ping looked inside and was instantly amazed. This was the inside of the Federal Explorer Vault, packed with all sorts of bizarre and rare items. Fan Gangli pointed at the thousands of treasures behind them and said, "Brother Su, the wasteland is extremely dangerous. Pick a few treasures for self-defense, my treat." Still in awe, Su Ping thought, "These are all rare treasures you would never find on the market." Seeing his expression, Fan Gangli smiled and joked, "Of course, you know, just don't pick anything too expensive, if you catch my drift." Snapping out of it, Su Ping smiled and replied, "Understood." Looking around, Fan Yujing couldn't help but marvel. "Every time I visit this Explorer Vault, it really is an eye-opening experience." Su Ping walked up to the items, thinking to himself that some of them were actually as good as the treasures in his cultivation site. They must have been collected from other star domains. Seeing his hesitation, Fan Gangli finally spoke up. "It's been quite some time, Brother Su. Have you made your choice?" Su Ping didn't care about the other defensive gear. Instead, he pointed directly to the item next to him. "Just give me this." Fan Yujing was stunned when he saw what Su Ping chose. Locked inside a glass display case was a basic cultivation method. And on top of that, it was just a basic cultivation method for ranks 1 to 6 battle pet warriors, a rank 1 treasure that only cost 10 merit points. It felt like a joke. Li Ying laughed out loud. "Fan Yujing, what kind of guy did you invite here? Haha." Fan Gangli couldn't help but chuckle along. "Haha." Feeling awkward, Fan Yujing hurriedly said, "Hey, Boss Su. We're heading into an unclaimed territory right now. The captain wants you to bring armor and weapons so you don't get hurt. Why are you choosing a cultivation manual?" Ignoring his over-the-top reaction, Su Ping calmly replied, "I don't like owing people too much before the job is done. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Fan Gangli silently watched Su Ping. A cultivation method required long-term training. This kid was either brainless, or he was extremely confident in his own strength. Sigh, let's hope it's the latter. But as the item was handed to him, Su Ping was confused to see an extra piece of gear. "What's this?" Fan Yujing looked at him and quickly explained, "The captain got this for you. It can block most attacks from rank 5 astral pets. If our Black Wolf squad fails again, it'll be too embarrassing." Hearing this, Su Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "Understood." A long time passed, and the sky eventually grew dark as they finally made their way to the space fracture. The terrain was barren and rocky, with jagged, scattered ground making it incredibly difficult to navigate. Su Ping paused for a brief moment and asked, "How much do you actually know about this space fracture?" Fan Yujing looked ahead and replied, "The danger level is temporarily rated as Class B. There are usually ghost-type beasts lurking around, and no rare ores have been found yet." Hearing that, Su Ping immediately smiled to himself. "Ghost-type, huh? Looks like I've come to the right place." Then, continuing his train of thought, he asked, "Since 2 of your teammates were heavily injured, who's taking the other empty slot?" As they made their way up, Fan Yujing cautiously whispered, "The other guy was brought in by our vice leader. I heard. He's a real ruthless piece of work. You absolutely must not cross him." Suddenly, a massive bird leg came swooping down from above. It slammed onto the ground right in front of Su Ping and Fan Yujing's mounts, sending them panicking and losing their balance. Fan Yujing screamed in panic, "Who's there? Over here." Lin Mokong looked down at them, a playful smirk on his face. "Man, you guys are too slow. I was practically falling asleep waiting." Suddenly, the surrounding landscape went dead silent, blending into the pitch-black night. Su Ping caught Fan Yujing just in time and said, "Gotcha." He looked at Su Ping but still tried to play it cool. Good thing I have solid balance. If anyone fell down there, they'd be crushed to pieces, even if they were above rank 6. Su Ping thought helplessly, "Sure, whatever you say. Stop bragging." Meanwhile, Lin Mokong walked over to shake hands and greet Fan Gangli. "Old Fan, I heard your friend's flame-tailed blood fox got lost." Fan Gangli let out a heavy sigh. It was a momentary lapse. Honestly, if she hadn't been so completely out of it lately, I wouldn't have wanted to set foot in here again. Lin Mokong smugly chimed in, "I told you so. You should only bring elites into these wastelands. Bringing me along was definitely the right call." Suddenly, Lin Mokong's gaze locked onto Su Ping. Fan Gangli's voice trailed off in the background. "Haha, all right, we'll do things your way." Instantly dropping his smile, Lin Mokong asked in annoyance, "Who's this kid? Why wasn't he in the briefing files?" Fan Gangli patted Su Ping's shoulder and introduced him. "This is the helper Yujing brought in." Lin Mokong eyed him with cold curiosity. "Hey, Brother Su, you look pretty clean. Is this your first time in a wasteland?" Su Ping frowned, staring right back at him. "Don't you think you owe us an explanation for what you just did?" Lin Mokong froze, his expression darkening instantly. "An explanation? Who the hell does this kid think he is? Weapons don't have eyes out here. If you can't even handle a little surprise like that, what makes you think you belong in a wasteland?" Fan Gangli quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Come on now, Brother Su might not be a registered explorer, but he knows a lot about astral pet behaviors. His strength is more than adequate." Lin Mokong scoffed, unimpressed. If just being adequate is enough, then anyone can walk in here and call themselves an explorer. Once we're inside, everyone follows my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me if I leave you behind." Lin Mokong glared back at Su Ping, thinking to himself, "Damn brat, how dare he look at me like that?" Fan Gangli quickly gave his assurance, completely oblivious to Su Ping's cold expression behind him. "Don't worry about that. Since I brought him along, I'll make sure he stays in line." As Lin Mokong caught the murderous glare in Su Ping's eyes, he hesitated. What's with this kid's gaze? Su Ping's freezing gaze sent a shiver down his spine. It felt like looking into the eyes of a cold, dead corpse. He couldn't help but wonder, is this kid really just a first-timer? One by one, the exploration team stepped into the glowing fissure of the space fracture. Feeling awkward about the situation, Fan Yujing quickly tried to explain. Fan Yujing explained to Su Ping, "Boss Su, we explorers are all straightforward people. Please don't take it to heart." Su Ping acted understanding and replied, "Not at all." Then, he calmly added, "Because my thoughts happen to be exactly the same as his." Shortly after, everyone entered the space fracture. Fan Gangli ordered, "Turn up the lights. We are on another planet now," Lin Mokong reminded. "No beasts detected yet. Keep close." Fan Gangli then directed, "We have to go through that forest." Li Ying, who was scouting ahead, quickly replied, "Understood." The area around the forest was dark and filled with thick fog. The water here was blood red, and strange astral pets roamed about. Meanwhile, the scouting bird summoned by Li Ying scanned the surroundings. He reported, "On the lake shore ahead, there are only small, unidentified pets. The fog is too thick to identify them from the air." Fan Gangli asked further, "Is there any path nearby to bypass it?" Li Ying replied, "No. The other routes are all blocked by several beasts." Lin Mokong summoned his astral pet and said directly, "Then let's go over and take a look. If it's an advanced beast, we'll deal with it then." Night vision devices helped the team see the astral beast clearly. Observing from their hiding spot, Fan Gangli identified it as an adult tiger scale tapir, estimating its combat power to be around rank 5. Lin Mokong said confidently, "Let's just kill it, quick and clean." Fan Gangli warned, "Don't linger here too long." Lin Mokong replied, "No problem, this kill is mine." Su Ping sensed something was off and stopped him. "Wait a minute, are you sure you didn't misidentify it? Let me borrow the night vision device for a second," Lin Mokong asked with a cold face. "What do you mean? Are you doubting our judgment?" Su Ping calmly explained. "Tiger scale tapirs rarely drink water. They mostly rely on eating small insects to stay hydrated. Besides, feel the temperature around us. In this weather, a tiger scale tapir wouldn't just wander out in the open." Fan Yujing agreed. "That's true. Tiger scale tapirs are tropical astral pets. They shouldn't appear in such a cold, damp place." "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Li Ying answered with certainty. "I saw it. It's definitely a tiger scale tapir." Without even bothering to double check, Lin Mokong said dismissively, "It's obviously a tiger scale tapir. Having an amateur boss us around is just a waste of time." He immediately ordered his Kodsan python to eliminate it. The python instantly lunged forward to attack the tiger scale tapir. Suddenly, the outer skin of the tiger scale tapir burned away, revealing a rotting skeleton crawling with countless wriggling tentacles. Fan Gangli quickly realized that the tiger scale tapir was already dead. That was definitely a disguise. Just as he finished his sentence, the Kodsan python bit down hard on the dead tiger scale tapir. Seeing this, Su Ping quickly warned Lin Mokong, "Make it let go and pull back immediately if you don't want it to die." Lin Mokong snapped angrily, "Who do you think you are? Since when do you get to order me around?" Suddenly, a black liquid seeped into the Kodsan python's eyes. It began to thrash around, screaming in agony. Fan Gangli quickly asked, "Brother Su, did you mention a soul spirit beast just now? I rarely encounter demon-type pets. Can you explain?" Su Ping explained, "An adult soul spirit beast has a combat power of rank 7. They usually disguise themselves as weak beasts to lure prey in. Once they enter the prey's body, they dissolve it from the inside out." Hearing this, Fan Gangli replied, "Brother Su, if it's rank 7, let's take it down together." But Su Ping turned down the offer, saying, "No. The most terrifying thing about a soul spirit beast isn't itself. It's the creature. It shares a symbiotic relationship with the blood soul beast." Hearing another unfamiliar name, Fan Yujing asked in a panic, "Soul spirit beast? Blood soul beast? Wait, Boss Su, what are you talking about?" Su Ping explained further, "Wherever a soul spirit beast appears, a blood soul beast is usually lurking nearby." As everyone around began to panic, Su Ping voiced his suspicion, "If I'm not mistaken, that lake isn't filled with water at all, it's blood." As soon as Su Ping finished speaking, the writhing Kodsan python was dragged down into the lake. A massive blood soul beast lay beneath the surface. As the blood soul beast slowly emerged, Lin Mokong panicked, "My connection with the Kodsan python has been severed." Lin Mokong screamed, "It's a monster." Su Ping shouted, "Run, now. If the rank 7 soul spirit beast is just providing it with nourishment, this blood soul beast must be at least rank 9, maybe even a beast king." Just as Su Ping finished his warning, the blood soul beast fully revealed itself. The blood soul beast quickly lunged toward Su Ping's fleeing group. Panic-stricken, they summoned their astral pets, the bloodthirsty wolf and the azure Quetzalcoatl. Fan Gangli ordered, "Everyone, get on!" He immediately commanded Li Ying to map out an escape route. Behind them, the blood soul beast was still closing in fast. Receiving signals from his pet, Li Ying quickly replied, "There are 2 paths. To the east, there are several unidentified beasts, while the west is temporarily safe. West leads back to the space fracture, and east is where the flame-tailed blood fox went missing," Li Ying asked anxiously. "Which way do we go?" Fan Gangli groaned in frustration. Damn it, is there really no other choice? Lin Mokong yelled. Retreat to the west. I've already lost one of my pets. If we blindly push forward, we're just asking for death. Fan Gangli turned to Su Ping and asked, Brother Su, what do you think? Su Ping smiled confidently and replied, My suggestion is to head straight east. Mokong asked back in a panic, What did you say? Mokong yelled, Are you crazy? Haven't we had enough of just one blood soul beast? Nearby, Li Ying agreed. That is right, Captain. I also vote to retreat. Fan Gangli looked at Su Ping and asked again, Brother Su, are you serious about this? What if we go the wrong way? Su Ping replied seriously, I am absolutely not joking. If you still want to get the blood fox back, then trust me. Hurry, we are running out of time. Hearing that, Fan Gangli made up his mind, I hope this is not the last decision of my life. Then, he ordered Li Ying to head east. Li Ying replied, Yes, sir. Fan Gangli continued to lead them into the canyon. Everyone quickly moved deeper inside, while the blood soul beast chased closely behind, refusing to let its prey go. Suddenly, Li Ying's face darkened as he reported, Captain, all the beasts in the canyon are actively avoiding us. True to his words, every beast nearby scattered away. Fan Gangli looked back at the blood soul beast and gritted his teeth, saying, Did they sense the blood soul beast behind us, so they are keeping their distance? Not understanding what lay ahead, Fan Gangli cried out in surprise, Huh? Everyone realized that after entering the canyon, the blood soul beast was slowing down, and its desire to chase them was fading. Mokong asked in disbelief, The blood soul beast is giving up on the chase? How is that even possible? Su Ping replied, completely unfazed. Although the blood soul beast has high combat strength, it is not an active hunter. He explained further, It prefers to lure its prey using soul beasts so that they deliver themselves right to its doorstep. Besides, this canyon is too narrow for it. We are no gourmet feast either. Only an idiot would leave free food outside and squeeze in here just for a thrill. Fan Gangli turned his head to look at Mokong. Fan Gangli thought to himself, That is true. If I had such a deep understanding, I would not have chosen to retreat either. Seeing Fan Gangli staring at him, Mokong quickly shouted, Hey, what are you looking at me for? How was I supposed to know the habits of a blood soul beast? Right after that, Li Ying reported, Captain, we are almost at the spot where we lost track of the blood fox, but there is a beast lingering at the exit of the canyon. Su Ping asked, Did you hear that? Mokong looked dazed. Huh? Su Ping continued, Pass me the night vision device. Even though Mokong was highly annoyed, he still handed it to Su Ping. Do not get cocky with me. Just take it, you broke loser. Su Ping took the night vision device and replied, Thanks. He activated the device, and the system voice sounded, image enhancement and night vision software installed. In front of him, an astral pet appeared, holding a menacing demonic sword in its hand. Recognizing the astral pet, Su Ping said, That is an adult death spirit, estimated rank 5 combat strength. Fan Gangli asked anxiously, Another demon type? Will it be a problem? Su Ping replied, Do not worry, I will handle this. With that, he summoned the little skeleton and ordered, Just do what you usually do. Receiving the command, the little skeleton quickly drew its bone blade and approached the rank 5 astral pet. The moment it got close enough, the little skeleton suddenly burst with speed, immediately unleashing intermediate swordsmanship. The sword strike swept through, instantly killing the rank 5 beast and turning it into 2 streams of dark mist that slowly drifted away. Everyone around was astonished. Fan Gangli praised, That was a clean instant kill. Meanwhile, Fan Yujing could not help but exclaim, It was resolved so easily. If I had known, I would have listened to Boss Su from the start. On the surface, Mokong tried to act casual. It is just luck. I could easily handle small fry like this too. But deep down, he was green with envy, thinking, he got to show off again. Sometime later, the group finally exited the canyon. Appearing before their eyes was a majestic peak piercing straight into the sky. Seeing the mountain, Fan Gangli said with a solemn expression, This giant peak is extremely dangerous. Last time, we ran into an unidentified high-level beast here, which was how we lost the blood fox. Su Ping nodded slightly and said, Come on, let us make good use of our time. Everyone, search for clues together. Immediately, all scouting pets were summoned, and the team split up to cover a wide area. Moments later, one of the pets discovered something and cried out, drawing everyone's attention. Squeak! Hearing this, everyone gathered to check out the situation. Fan Yujing asked, Multi-eared monkey, what did you find? Mokong asked in surprise, What is this? The monkey used its tail to present something that shocked everyone, a severed arm. Mo Kong's face turned grim as he explained. This is a dark cloud gold bracer. Only captain-level explorers would have the means to afford a high-quality bracer like this. Hearing this, Li Ying and Fan Yujing's expressions shifted. Fan Yujing said anxiously, "For a captain to die such a gruesome death here, what kind of monster did they run into?" At that moment, Su Ping walked over and said, "What did you find? Let me take a look." Mo Kong said with a look of disdain, "Forget it. What do you know about gear anyway?" Unbothered, Su Ping repeated, "Let me see it." Hearing this, Mo Kong glared at Su Ping and said, "Did calling the shots twice go to your head? Do not even think about bossing me around. I am a titled explorer. Even if I accidentally killed some nameless battle pet warrior, I would only get a slap on the wrist. Got it?" Suddenly, the air becomes thick with tension. He lets go and mockingly says, "Oops. My hand slipped. Pick it up yourself." Seeing this, Su Ping's expression darkens, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Mo Kong repeats, "Pick it up yourself." Suppressing his anger, Su Ping bends down to pick up the severed arm. Watching them, Fan Yujing thinks to himself, "What is wrong with these two?" Holding the arm to inspect it, Su Ping analyzes, "The blood has dried. They must have been dead for a few days. There's still a thick trace of dark energy lingering around the wound. Could there be a high-level demon-type beast nearby?" Noticing Su Ping's grim look, Fan Gangli asks, "Brother Su, you look a bit pale. Did you find any clues about the fire-tailed blood fox?" Su Ping continues to think, "But that was days ago. It might have already left this area." With a sigh, he replies, "No." Hearing this, Mo Kong scoffs from the side, mocking him, "Ah, look at that serious face. And here I thought you had some great insight. You're really something, aren't you?" Angered by the sarcasm, Su Ping suddenly plants his foot to build momentum. In an instant, he delivers a heavy punch right into Mo Kong's smug, laughing face without showing any mercy. Everyone is stunned by the sudden turn of events, leaving Fan Yujing speechless. Mo Kong's face is literally caved in on one side from Su Ping's punch. Furious, Mo Kong roars, "You little brat, I'll kill you." Brandishing his sword, he snarls, "You've got some nerve, hitting me in the face." He slashes down at Su Ping, screaming, "It looks like you have a death wish." With a sudden flash, a blade is pointed directly at Mo Kong's neck, freezing him in place. Its little skeleton, holding its sword right against his throat. Startled, he wonders, when did this little guy get here? Behind them, Li Ying points his sword at the back of Su Ping's head, demanding that he call off his pet. Su Ping calmly replies, "Why don't you tell him to drop his weapon first?" Terrified, Fan Yujing raises his hands and says, "Boss Su, let's calm down and talk this through. Why did you have to start a fight?" Su Ping replies with a dark face, "He brought this on himself." Flames erupt from little skeleton's eye sockets, releasing an immense murderous intent. Su Ping threatens coldly, "Keep pushing me, and don't blame me for being ruthless." Shaken, Li Ying thinks, what intense bloodlust. Does he actually have the confidence to slaughter everyone here on the spot? Mo Kong screams, "You're just bluffing. Don't think for a second I'm afraid of you." Turning to Mo Kong, Fan Gangli says, "Brother Lin, Brother Su was in the wrong here. I apologize on his behalf." Li Ying adds, "Once this is over, I'll personally compensate you for any wasteland exploration losses. Do it as a favor to me. For now, let's focus on finishing the mission." Anxiously trying to mediate, Fan Yujing says, "Exactly, Boss Su. In the wasteland, fighting among ourselves is a major taboo. If we do, none of us will make it back alive." Su Ping's face darkens as he replies, "Is that so? I think anyone who refuses to follow orders will only cause more trouble." He continues, "Sometimes, less is more." Hearing this, Mo Kong narrows his eyes in anger, his hand holding the sword trembling. Lowering his sword, he snarls, "Humph, Su Ping, I'll remember this. I'll let you lead for now. But once we're back at the base, I'll make sure you pay." Turning around, Su Ping says, "I will be in charge of our next move. What do you think, Vice Captain?" Li Ying contemplates, "If we actually start a fight, this kid definitely won't walk away unscathed." Has he already realized that, in this situation, we have no choice but to prioritize the bigger picture? He responds, "I only follow the captain's orders, don't ask me." Patting his shoulder, Fan Gangli says, "Brother Su, having passion is a good thing, but if you pick another fight like this next time, I won't let it slide. Got it?" He whispers into his ear, "I can see how capable you are." Let it go. I won't complain. But that kid Lin Mokong won't let this slide easily. Watch your back on the way. He might play dirty. Mokong looks back with a dark face but can only swallow his anger. He smiles faintly and lets it go. Suddenly, a brilliant red light shoots up into the sky. Everyone looks up at the sight, and Fan Gangli immediately says, "That's a distress signal. Something's happening. Let's go check it out." Ye Chenshan struggles to help Luo Gushui up. She screams, "Go, don't worry about me, just run." The magical corpse beast towers before them, letting out a deafening roar. Covering his ears, Ye Chenshan thinks in panic, "Oh no, it's a spirit shock." Bone spikes shoot from its body toward them, piercing straight through any other monsters in their path. A bone spike flies straight at Ye Chenshan, freezing him completely in place. Suddenly, the spike is sliced clean in two. Startled, he looks up to see three people riding on a two-headed battle pet. One of them introduces, "We're the Black Wolf Squad. We just heard your distress signal." Ye Chenshan warns everyone, "Be extremely careful. The one attacking us is the magical corpse beast." Startled, Fan Gangli turns around. "It's that thing." He recognizes it, the bastard that ambushed us last time. They quickly help Ye Chenshan and Luo Gushui onto their pet, urging them, "Hurry, get on." Mokong warns the group, "Hold on tight, everyone. It's going to be a bumpy ride." Su Ping and Luo Gushui fall off the battle pet. She screams, "Ah!" He suddenly turns around, sensing the imminent danger. As the ghastly skeletal beast prepared to stomp down, Mokong roared, "Move, now." The beast's foot crashed down, but the two of them were pulled up onto the monster just in time. Li Ying shouted, "Hold on tight, Boss Su." Inside, he was burning with frustration because he couldn't find a way to get rid of Su Ping. Clicking his tongue, Su Ping turned and said, "Vice Captain, find a smoother path. This rough terrain is only going to slow us down." Mokong stared in disbelief. This kid was almost killed just now, yet he's not panicking at all. He realized that terrain obstacles didn't affect the ghastly skeletal beast at all, so he nodded and replied, "All right." Gangli turned to them and said, "Along the way, we found a ton of severed limbs and dead battle pets. Is your team down to just 2 people?" He scowled, muttering, "Umph. My last earthen shield beast was just done for too." Gushu told him, "My sacred flamebird can still fight." Gangli looked over. Even for a rank 8 pet, the sacred flamebird was known for its ferocity, yet it was severely injured like this. As they fled from the ghastly skeletal beast, they realized its combat strength was easily nearing rank 9. Su Ping observed it, thinking, "Its vital spots are protected by a very thick skeletal armor. If I only rely on the little skeleton's attacks, there's no way it can break through that defense. I still need their help. Once we get through this, I'll settle the score with Lin Mokong." Ye Chenshan spoke up, offering a suggestion. "Look, if we keep going like this, none of us are making it out alive. We need to leave some pets behind to buy us time to escape." Mokong roared, "I just lost a pet a moment ago. Now you want me to send another one to its death?" Ye Chenshan patted his chest and said, "Once we get out of here, I, Ye Chenshan, will take full responsibility for any pets we lose. I'll compensate you in full and add a generous reward. I give you my word." Gangli turned around in shock. "Ye Chenshan? Are you that famous golden badge explorer from the leaderboard?" Mokong spat in annoyance. "Umph. I don't care who you are. My pets took endless effort to train. You think you can just buy them? Fine. I want triple their value." He turned and yelled, "Li Ying, tell your people to leave their pets behind too, or we're all going to die here." Li Ying turned to his crew and said, "You all heard him, right? If we want to survive, everyone needs to pitch in." The 3 of them grimaced in response. Yujing nervously replied, "Understood." Gushu gasped, looking back. "Sacred Flamebird." Su Ping let out a tired sigh, and without a second thought, jumped off the monster's back. Su Ping and the little skeleton landed gracefully, standing tall in front of the ghastly skeletal beast. Yujing gasped in horror. "Boss Su." Mokong scowled, thinking, "You idiot, trying to be a hero? Fine, die here alone. I'm absolutely not letting anyone stop to save you." Suddenly, bony hands began clawing their way out of the ground. The group yelled in shock. "What on earth is that?" Skeletons started rising from the earth. Terrified, they screamed, "Oh no, we're surrounded." The monsters towered before them, cold sweat dripping down his face. Gangli muttered, "There's no killing intent from them. Could it be? They're not here to attack us." Su Ping called out, "Captain, your pet has been with you for so long, and this is undead enslavement." With a serious look, he continued, Abandoning it like that is just too cruel. Standing firm, Su Ping roared his command. Killing intent, all forces, charge. The skeleton army surged toward the ghastly skeletal beast. Meanwhile, the little skeleton slipped behind the beast's back. Masking its presence, the little skeleton flanked the battlefield for a surprise attack. The ghastly skeletal beast lifted its leg and stomped hard on the ground. Everyone stared in utter shock, whispering, "A rank 8 ghastly skeletal beast is actually being overwhelmed by a tiny skeleton." "Damn right!" Gangli leaped down, shouting, "Brother Su, I'm coming to help you." Yujing chimed in, "Captain, count me in too." Li Ying announced, "The captain is charging. Let's go too." Mokong scowled, snapping, "What? You want me to go and help that brat?" Li Ying replied, "If we run away now, we'll become the laughingstock of the explorer community once word gets out. Besides, if we manage to take down this ghastly skeletal beast, the merits will be enough to exchange for several new pets." Mokong clenched his fists, absolutely fuming. "Damn it, this drives me crazy," he growled. "I can't believe I'm taking orders from a rookie," Gangli roared. "Bloodlust demonic wolf," while Yujing looked up, shouting, "Mountain-shaking beast." Li Ying commanded, "Azure dragon-winged serpent." Gushu also stood up, calling out, "Sacred flame bird." Mokong ordered, "Humph, get in there, 6-armed demonic ape." All the pets charged at the ghastly skeletal beast. The 6-armed demonic ape lunged forward, executing intermediate spear technique. It swung its blade at the ghastly skeletal beast, aiming straight for its eyes. Meanwhile, the sacred flame bird prepped its move, maximum beam. The azure dragon-winged serpent unleashed its frost breath. As both pets blasted the ghastly skeletal beast, the mountain-shaking beast threw a punch, executing destruction punch. The ghastly skeletal beast was battered to pieces, its teeth shattering onto the ground. Yujing cheered, "Yes, knock all its teeth out." Gangli added, "Bloodlust demonic wolf, 3-headed hellhound, press the advantage, star snow beast hunt." It lunged forward and unleashed the skill on the ghastly skeletal beast. Someone gasped in surprise. "What is that?" Su Ping watched closely, thinking, "Its massive ribcage is opening up." Gushu shrieked, "Run, quickly, it's a spiritual shock." Ye Chenshan quickly stood in front of the two, raising a defensive shield. The ghastly skeletal beast swung its massive arm, sending the pets flying. Everyone scrambled to raise their defenses, yelling, "This is bad." "Azure Quetzalcoatl," Fan Gangli screamed, desperately trying to issue commands. "Bloodthirsty demon wolf, respond to me, now." Everyone called out in utter despair, but only the magical corpse beast slowly rose to its feet, casting bone reassembly. Yi Chenshan struggled to stand up. The attack just now had done absolutely nothing. As expected, trying to take down a rank 8 beast with just a few rank 6 and rank 7 pets was nothing but a pipe dream. The magical corpse beast prepared to unleash its spikes, aiming the sharp bones right at the other pets. Fan Gangli cried out in panic. "Oh no, they're too far away. I can't recall them back into the pet space." Mokong scoffed. "What reckless commanding. You should have listened to me and run." Just then, Su Ping's voice cut through the chaos. "Little skeleton." Intermediate sword play. As little skeleton stood back up, everyone was shocked. Wasn't it knocked unconscious? Fan Gangli turned around, utterly dumbfounded. That was a rank 8 spirit shock. How is that even possible? Su Ping replied calmly. Of course it couldn't survive if it just took it head on. But what if little skeleton used deadly roar at the exact same time? He pondered, recalling that activating deadly roar did create a small shockwave at that exact moment. But could it really negate the impact of a spirit shock? Fan Gangli's face grew grim as he lost himself in thought. This kind of strategy was completely unheard of. No sane person would ever risk their life just to test it. Besides, without at least 100 practice runs, nailing the perfect timing of the release would be absolutely impossible. He couldn't help but look at the young man's back, wondering, just what kind of hell has this guy been through? Meanwhile, the magical corpse beast began to evolve. Staring at the horrific scene, they gasped in terror. Could it be reaching rank 9? It's preparing to cast Necroblast. Mokong screamed, "Run! I'm not going crazy with you guys anymore. Necroblast is coming, and everything within a 1,000-meter radius is about to be vaporized." Su Ping gave a cold command. "Little skeleton, now is the time." Little skeleton prepped its move, leaping high into the air and slicing straight through the magical corpse beast. Everyone's faces went pale with shock. Boss Su, right after little skeleton's slash, the magical corpse beast suddenly exploded. Following that single strike, the bones of the magical corpse beast scattered all over the ground. The system screen popped up. Little Skeleton has successfully eliminated the target. Combat power has risen to rank 8. Skill, upgraded from intermediate swordplay to advanced swordplay. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. Just like that, a rank 8 magical corpse beast was dead. Fan Gangli was just as stunned. And that little skeleton looked so ordinary too. Luo Goshu agreed. I could never have dreamed of a battle tactic like this. Ye Chenshan froze in shock. How is this even possible? Fan Yujing said with a trembling laugh. Ha ha, and here I thought we were dead meat. Basu, how did you know that attacking it from the inside was the only way to bring it down? Su Ping replied. It's nothing. I just happened to run into something similar before. He pondered. Why is it that only undead pets can learn bone reassembly? Why is it that little skeleton can sometimes reassemble after being shattered, but other times it can't? Su Ping continued his train of thought. There was only one answer. The physical body was merely the surface, while the soul core was the true essence of an undead pet. Remembering little skeleton, as long as the soul core remained undamaged, an undead pet could always trigger its reassembly skill. On the flip side, if you exploit this weakness, any undead pet is nothing but a paper tiger. Su Ping smirked. This battle had further proven his theory. Little skeleton released a surge of energy from its hands, and the bones of the magical corpse beast suddenly began to piece themselves back together. Everyone stared in petrified silence. Then, Li Ying spoke up. Is that monster not completely dead yet? Ye Chenshan remarked in surprise. No. Wait, its movements are bizarre, almost like it's being controlled by someone. A sudden realization hit him. Could it be the puppetry art? Fan Yujing asked in wonder. Boss Su, did you take control of it? Su Ping replied. You could say that. Fan Yujing suddenly cried out. What do you mean you could say that? Not only did he master high-level undead enslavement, but he even turned a slain rank 8 enemy into his personal puppet. Is this little skeleton a warrior or a mage? Just how on earth did he raise a pet like this? Meanwhile, a red glow emanated from the magical corpse beast. Fan Gangli turned around and ordered, No time to lose. Let's keep searching for the fire-tailed blood fox. Li Ying replied, Understood. Su Ping approached them and said, Hold on, I have some unfinished business to take care of. I hope you guys can look the other way. Fan Gangli stepped forward, looking anxious. Brother Su, please, do it for our sake. Mo Kong barked in anger. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Su Ping gave a faint smile and replied, Nothing much. I just want to remind you to watch your step. Right then, little skeleton dashed forward and sliced his arm clean off. The wilderness is a dangerous place. You should be more careful during exploration. Mo Kong screamed in agonizing pain. Ah, you bastard, how dare you? Su Ping's face went dark as he threatened him. For the captain's sake, get the hell out of my sight. And don't let me see your face ever again. Clutching his bleeding, severed arm, he gasped, What? Su Ping glared at him with a murderous look. If you won't disappear on your own, I would be more than happy to help you. Mo Kong's face turned pale as a sheet. Trembling in absolute terror, he scrambled to pick up his severed arm and fled. Fan Gangli let out a helpless sigh. Fan Yujing raised his voice. Boss Su, what are you doing? This is going way too far. Luo Gusho thought to herself. That man was crooked. Keeping him around would have gotten us killed sooner or later. Getting rid of him right now was absolutely the right call. Li Ying spoke up. We're currently looking for a fire-tailed blood fox. Do either of you have any leads on it? Yi Chenshan replied. No, we haven't seen any sign of the blood fox. What do you mean? Familiar? She thought for a second and said, I think I've seen its footprints before. He looked at them, his face lighting up with joy. Huh? Where? Under a night sky lit by a purple moon illuminating this mystical land, Su Ping and Little Skeleton were sitting on the skeleton of the devil bone. Suddenly, the little guy spotted something, leaped off the devil bone, and ran off. Su Ping wondered what could possibly be attracting Little Skeleton inside that cave. He turned to Gushui and said, Let me borrow your flare gun for a second. Here, take it, she replied. Su Ping took the gun from her and fired it into the sky. The bright flare illuminated the entire area. A beast was spotted lying right there. Gangli grinned with excitement. Found it, and they all slid down from the edge of the cliff. He patted its head and said, You sure made me work for it. Gangli then turned back to the group. Mission accomplished, guys. Let's get ready to head back. Su Ping raised his hand and said, Hold on a second, I have a question. Brother, Su? Su Ping touched the boulder in front of him, saying skeptically, "Something seems to be hidden right here." Yujing approached the rock and turned on his device, saying, "Let me take a look." The analysis screen popped up right before his eyes. Unknown element content, 90, 1.214%. Uranium content, 0.002%. Gold content, 2.902%. Silver content, 1.123%. Iron content, 3.231%. Nitrogen content, 0.001%. Yujing turned to everyone and said, "There's no match among any of our known elements. This is an entirely undiscovered ore." Hearing this, Gang Li simply replied, "Huh, got it." Su Ping was a bit surprised by their reaction and asked him, "Hey, how come they're so casual about this?" Yujing winked at him and explained, "Haha, I forgot this is your first time here. For our wasteland team, discovering a rare, usable ore would definitely make us filthy rich." He motioned with his hand. "But since space cracks can lead to any corner of the universe, the chances of finding high-grade ore are like searching for a needle in a haystack." Then, Yujing shrugged, "Wasteland exploration time is incredibly precious. Who would want to waste it? So basically, we just need to file a report when we get back. The federal government will send someone else to collect samples." Hearing this, Su Ping smiled to himself. If Little Skeleton is this excited about this ore, it's definitely something extraordinary. Before the government gets their hands on this vein, shouldn't I just keep it all for myself? A notification popped up. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 copy of the Golden Crow Divine, Devil Body. Gu Shui stepped forward and said to Su Ping, "Boss Su, here is my business card." Brushing a lock of hair behind her ear, Gu Shui offered a warm, inviting smile. "If you're interested, I hope you can visit our academy. I'd love to introduce you to our principal." Taking the business card, he looked a bit helpless and said, "Thanks for your kindness," while thinking to himself, "Even after transmigrating, I still can't escape the fate of having to go to school." Su Ping waved his hand to say goodbye. He was far more curious about the system's reward than going to school, so he said to Gu Shui, I still have some things to take care of. Let's talk about the details next time, okay?" Caught off guard, she called out, "Wait, hold on." Watching his disappearing figure, she wondered why he was always in such a rush. Gu Shui sighed. "Maybe I should have just been direct and invited him to be an instructor at Fengshan Academy." The next morning, Su Ping let out a tired yawn, only to feel a sharp, piercing gaze glaring at him. With her arms crossed, Ling Yue confronted him with an angry look on her face. "So early. Don't tell me you stayed up all night and just got back?" Passing by her with an exhausted look, Su Ping replied, "Yeah, what a coincidence. You too?" Ling Yue stuck her tongue out playfully. "Who's coincidental with you?" "You useless brother. I get up early every single morning to exercise." Not wanting to argue with her, Su Ping exhaustedly walked upstairs and said, "Wow, so impressive. I'm so proud of you." Hearing this, Ling Yue blushed and stomped her foot in frustration. Who needs you to be proud of me?" Meanwhile, Su Ping was lying in bed, scrolling through the system interface. Pointing at a strange icon, he asked, "System, what is this Golden Crow Divine Devil Body?" The system explained. The Golden Crow Divine Devil Body is a secret body refining technique of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crows are born from the blazing energy of the sun. They are born with the power to move mountains and seas. Through cultivation, they can even shatter stars and achieve invincible combat strength. In ancient times, the Golden Crow clan once conquered more than half of the primordial universe. Wherever the Golden Crow goes, everything turns to dust. Posterity calls them divine devils. Su Ping sat up in shock. They're really that strong? The system screen then showed, "Warning, cultivating the Golden Crow Divine Devil Body will continuously reconstruct your physical body. This process is extremely long and agonizing. It also requires incredibly high combat power and a massive amount of supportive materials. In the end, you will no longer be human, but a supreme ruler of the world, a Golden Crow Divine Devil." Staring anxiously at his hands, Su Ping thought, "Is my body going to turn into a monster?" He murmured, "That makes me sound way too much like a villain." Sensing his anxiety, the system explained, "The host does not need to worry about this. Once you master the Golden Crow physique, your body will be composed of pure energy. You can retain your original human form according to your preference. It won't affect your daily life." Hearing this, Su Ping fell into deep thought. A normal life? Where in the world is there even such a thing as a normal life? He recalled everything that had happened in the past. In this world, the weak live with absolutely no dignity. Perhaps, not being human is the only way to live more like a human. With a look of sheer determination on his face, he said, "Fine, we will play by your rules." As the packages were delivered, Su Ping stood to the side and told the couriers, "Just leave the stuff here. You guys can head out." "Yes, sir," the delivery men replied. Su Ping sat down and tapped on the crate in front of him. Having items from the Federation's warehouse delivered right to his doorstep was incredibly convenient. The crate beeped, signaling a successful scan. Su Ping had accumulated some merit points. While mining ores, he had slain a few wild beasts to trade for merit, which was just enough to buy a lightweight combat uniform to wear. Primordial treasure armor activated. Defense upgrades can adjust automatically based on the wearer's astral power. Provides protection against attacks from rank 1 to rank 7. Pieces of armor wrapped around his body one by one. Su Ping looked at the open crates. He muttered, "I have finally gathered all the cultivation materials for the first level of the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body. This is way more efficient than going to a cultivation plane." He calculated that most of the materials and astral power needed for the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body could be acquired from the Pioneer Warehouse and the Chaos Spirit Pool. Once I upgrade my Divine Demon Body, I can explore even more dangerous areas in the Wasteland and the Chaos Astral Power Map. It is the perfect loop. Su Ping looked at the fossils inside the crate. Now, the only issue left is these ores. He picked one up and asked, "System, upgrading the nursing pens costs energy points, right?" The system immediately replied, "Correct. Upgrading and maintaining the nursing pens requires energy points from the host." Su Ping smirked. "So, what if I use these ores to remodel the nursing pens? Can the materials I provide reduce the upgrade cost?" His eyes narrowed. Of course, this was all so he could raise even stronger astral pets. The system screen displayed, "New permission unlocked. Nursing pen remodeling. Once the designated materials are gathered, you only need to pay 20% of the required energy to upgrade the nursing pen. Additionally, a fully upgraded nursing pen will gain new effects. To upgrade the nursing pen, 98 out of 200 shadow underworld stones, 0 out of 70 pebbles, 0 out of 30 giant beast bones, 0 out of 1 wandering soul heart, 58 out of 200 energy points. Effects. Significantly increases the aptitude and combat power of the astral pet, grants a minor enhancement to appraisal skills, and heals all non-life-threatening injuries. Non-demon family astral pets receive 50% of the effects, while demon family astral pets receive 70%. Su Ping smiled in delight. "Wow, I can actually remodel it. This system offers quite a bit of freedom," he said to the system. "Even though the side effects are pretty severe, the benefits are amazing." Su Ping touched the fossils. "These materials are actually pretty easy to find at the Pioneer base." He clicked his tongue. "The only issue is the energy points. If I only focus on my own cultivation, I won't be able to keep the shop running." Over on her end, Yan Ying received his call and said in surprise, "The Pixie Pet Store? The mysterious master is actually reaching out to me?" She answered the call and said warmly, "Boss, you were looking for me?" Su Ping asked, "Are you satisfied with the training results of your lightning rat?" Yan Ying replied happily, "Yes, absolutely. I am incredibly satisfied. I honestly don't even know how to thank you." Su Ping said, "Ah, perfect timing. I actually need a little favor from you." She was slightly taken aback and thought to herself, "The boss actually needs my help?" Realizing this was her chance to get closer to him, she immediately agreed. "Boss, just say the word. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help." He stated his request, "I want to film a short video with you." Hearing this, Yan Ying was stunned, her face instantly flushing red. Her mind immediately drifted to some inappropriate thoughts. A short video? Could it be? Blushing furiously, she stammered, "Film? For what?" Su Ping replied, "To get famous, of course. Are you coming or what?" Flustered, Yan Ying covered her communicator and whispered, "Keep your voice down." Growing impatient, he snapped, "If you are not coming, I will just find someone else." Her face turned beet red, and she finally mumbled, Okay, I will be right there." Yan Ying arrived wearing a slightly revealing outfit. She said softly, "Boss, I am here." Sitting at his desk, Su Ping looked up. "Ah, you are here." Seeing what she was wearing, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem." You look quite nice today. Yan Ying replied shyly. Well, didn't you say you wanted to film a short video? Su Ping composed himself and said, Right. Well, as long as it doesn't get in the way of performance, it's fine. Go ahead and summon your lightning rat. Yan Ying blinked in confusion. The lightning rat? She covered her mouth in shock and stammered. Wait, is it not with me? That seems a bit unrealistic, right? Quite puzzled by her reaction, Su Ping asked. Why would it be unrealistic? I am just going to film you summoning the lightning rat, and then having it cast Thunder Slash and Thunder Flash. Yan Ying stood frozen. Oh, so that is all we are filming? Su Ping shrugged. What else did you think? What were you expecting? Only this lightning rat can prove the effectiveness of my training. Don't tell me you didn't bring it? Experiencing a sudden cold sweat, she quickly replied, I brought it. I definitely brought it. At that moment, the lightning rat poked its head out. Yan Ying seemed to remember something. Oh, I've got it, boss. Even though our academy's annual tournament is over, there's going to be an exhibition match between the champion and the runner-up soon. She excitedly told him, the champion, Ye Hao, is going to have a match with me. Su Ping pondered. An exhibition match? Yan Ying continued, if you stand on stage with me then, the publicity effect will definitely be amazing. He agreed. Sure. Wait, champion Ye Hao? Didn't you win the championship? Yan Ying explained. Yeah, the 9th rank bloodline of Ye Hao's Thunder Basilisk was just too powerful. But honestly, I only expected to make it into the top 20 at best. I never imagined I'd actually take second place. It completely exceeded my expectations. An interested look appeared on Su Ping's face. A 9th rank bloodline, huh? Who would have thought someone in this academy could actually defeat a lightning rat? He muttered a couple of words. How interesting. The morning sky was clear, with bright sunlight casting over the entire city and Phoenix Peak Academy. Everyone around them was busy tending to their battle pets. Yan Ying led the way ahead. Following closely behind, Su Ping glanced around. It looks like the lightning rat is pretty popular at your school. Yan Ying turned around, raising her right hand into a fist. During the annual tournament, everyone saw the sheer potential of the lightning rat. Now, the lightning rat has become a superstar battle pet. Boss Su, since the match hasn't started yet, should we hand out some flyers? Su Ping looked away and replied, Nah, no need. These ordinary students are only raising lightning rats because of the trend. They're just hoping to hit the jackpot on a budget. Su Ping walked past Yan Ying and said with his eyes closed, Once the hype dies down, they'll still be turned off by the cost. Hearing this, Yan Ying couldn't help but feel a bit small. She pointed at herself and muttered, That's true. I still haven't finished paying back the money I borrowed from Lele. The two of them walked past a group of girls who were crowding around Ye Hao, eagerly asking questions and showering him with praise. Is Ye Hao going to become a pioneer explorer after graduation? Ha ha, what a stupid question. I heard a top-tier battle team has already sent him an invitation. Wow, I'm so jealous. Ye Hao didn't seem to care at all, glancing around while the compliments kept pouring in. With young Master Ye's strength, he can probably join the main team in less than 6 months. If you ask me, he might even get recruited directly. Suddenly, Ye Hao broke away from the crowd of girls and walked toward Yan Ying. Classmate Yan Ying, wait a moment. I actually have something to talk to you about. Seeing him approach her, Yan Ying stopped and asked, Is there something you need? Hearing her question, Ye Hao replied, It's nothing. Just wanted to thank you for our last match. During that battle, my Thunder Basilisk actually broke through its limits. It finally reached the 7th rank. Hearing this, Yan Ying smiled politely. Oh, really? Well, congratulations then. Standing right beside her, Su Ping glanced at him and thought, So this is the guy who beat the lightning rat? Ye Hao suddenly leaned in close to Yan Ying's face, placing his hand over his heart as he replied, Oh, right. There's one more thing. For the upcoming match, I'd suggest you don't use your lightning rat again. Seeing him lean so close, her face flushed slightly as she asked, Why? Ye Hao stood up straight, running a hand through his hair, and said confidently, My Thunder Basilisk accidentally unlocked its 7th rank dragon aura. It hasn't quite mastered how to suppress it yet. Ha ha, you know how it is. Yan Ying remained silent, her eyes downcast as she slightly lowered her head, listening to Ye Hao ramble on. If the lightning rat's bloodline gets completely suppressed, it's going to look really ugly for you. Su Ping stood with his back turned to them, but his eyes still darted toward Yan Ying and Ye Hao as he listened. If you fight with your fallen phoenix instead, at least the match will look a bit more entertaining. Hearing this, she softly replied, I understand. Yi Hao turned around, walking back toward the crowd of girls while waving his hand. Well, see you at the match then. The girls burst into laughter as he called out, "Haha, I'll try to go easy on you." Su Ping turned around to face Ye Hao's back. There's no need. Even if it were a beast king, the lightning rat wouldn't be afraid, especially since yours is still just an immature cub. Hearing Su Ping's words, Ye Hao slightly turned his head to look back, letting out a soft sigh. Oh? And who might this be? Yan Ying gestured toward Su Ping, her eyes turning to him as she introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Su. He's the one who helped me train my lightning rat. In a way, you could say he's like a co-owner to it. She then explained to Su Ping, this is Ye Hao, the annual champion of our academy, and he's someone who's extremely willing to spend a fortune on astral pets. Hearing her words, Su Ping shifted his gaze to Ye Hao. Ah, my bad. Pardon my rudeness. Ye Hao stared at Su Ping, who was standing before him with clasped hands, and frowned in thought. The sheer absurdity of that lightning rat was actually trained by this young store owner? He doubted it, thinking, unless there's a hidden master behind him doing the training. Pushing his thoughts aside, Ye Hao spoke up. You flatter me. Money is just a worldly possession anyway. As long as it can enhance my astral pets, any amount of money is worth it. I wonder if Boss Su would be interested in doing some training for me. Hearing his offer, Su Ping crossed his arms. Well said. However, business at our store is currently doing extremely well, so I'm really busy. But since you're being so sincere, I'll make an exception just this once. Su Ping raised his hand, gesturing 500,000. How about 1 billion Vietnamese dong to skip the queue? Hearing Su Ping's words, Ye Hao grew anxious. 500,000 just for a priority fee? Is this guy for real? Standing behind Su Ping, Yan Ying covered her mouth, trying her best to suppress her laughter. Seeing Ye Hao's reaction, Su Ping shrugged and teased. Oh, come on. Young Master Yi, you love your battle pets like your own life, but you're crying over a measly 500,000? Seriously? Hearing Su Ping say that, Ye Hao was furious. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Ping without. Money is not an issue. You can have as much as you want, as long as you actually have the skills to back it up. Su Ping didn't back down, meeting his gaze with a steady, resolute look. He replied, of course. See you at the tournament. Hearing Ye Hao's words, he thought to himself, the school's famous handsome rich kid really spends money without blinking. I definitely came to the right place. Meanwhile, over on the field, a beast was suddenly blasted by a surge of green energy, letting out a sharp cry. Wow, what a spectacular counterattack. At the freshman exhibition match, the boy directing his beast from behind screamed, damn it, tear it to shreds. The opposing beast let out a low growl and charged straight at Ling Yue and Snowball, who were standing nearby. Seeing this, Ling Yue assumed a battle stance, a stream of power surrounding her and Snowball. You're just a brainless brute. Level 2 speed boost. Snowball, go. After absorbing the energy, Snowball grew even more ferocious, its fangs and claws extending. Snowball swiftly charged forward, dodging the enemy's attack and landing a solid kick right to its face before blasting energy straight into the furious beast's eyes. Nightmare venom spit. Snowball soared high into the air, opening its mouth to incinerate the beast with its dark flame art. The announcer gasped, what an incredible match. The winner is Su Ling Yue. Watching from the stands, Yan Ying couldn't help but marvel. She's so strong. She showed no fear when defeating an opponent with superior combat power. Su Ping was also watching, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Her skills aren't bad, but it's a shame she still has flaws. Nan Feng, watching from his seat with crossed arms, chuckled in amusement. In previous years, this level might have been enough to make the main team, but there are just way too many absolute monsters this year. It's not that her Phantom Flame Beast is bad, but it's just not mind-blowing enough. Jingling agreed excitedly. Exactly, this year's champion and runner-up are insane. One can control a rare battle pet with a level 9 bloodline, while the other made it to the finals using a mere level 1 lightning rat. It's truly a clash of titans. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Ming Song remarked, if this young girl had a master to guide her, she would definitely become a rising star. But whether she'll ever cross paths with such a master is entirely up to luck. Little did they know, that master was already standing right there, our very own protagonist. The announcer's voice boomed. And now, we've reached tonight's highly anticipated final showdown. Yan Ying opened her summoning rift, and the lightning rat instantly materialized, hovering right beside her. Representing the Fengshan runner-up, Su Yan Ying. Standing opposite them was the reigning champion, Ye Hao, with a colossal dragon looming right behind him. Sitting in the crowd, Ling Yue stared in shock at her brother. My useless brother? What is he doing up there? Su Ping squatted down and lightly patted the lightning rat's backside, giving it a little fright. Hey, little guy, remember me? It's been a while since we last fought together, hasn't it? The lightning rat fearfully backed away from Su Ping, scurrying behind Yan Ying's leg to hide. Yan Ying gasped in surprise. Lightning rat? Squeak! A student in the audience stroked his chin, confused. What's wrong with that little beast king? Why is it suddenly hiding? Is it terrified of the dragon's aura? Overhearing the whispers, Ling Yue massaged her temples. He wasn't even a battle pet master. Going up there was just asking for trouble. Watching this unfold, Ye Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha, if you had just listened to me earlier, you wouldn't be making a total fool of yourself right now. Fuming at his mockery, Yan Ying waved her hand and yelled, Fallen Phoenix! Fallen Phoenix materialized instantly, soaring toward Ye Hao and unleashing its blazing ray. The announcer narrated the battle play-by-play. Wow. Su Yan Ying has suddenly switched strategies, launching an attack with Fallen Phoenix and immediately unleashing its ultimate skill. Seeing this, Ye Hao ordered his beast. Thunder Basilisk, go play with it. The dragon beast instantly charged forward, raising its massive claws toward Fallen Phoenix. Meanwhile, Fallen Phoenix shrieked as it poured its full power directly toward the dragon beast. The dragon beast let out a thunderous roar, releasing a shockwave that completely overwhelmed Fallen Phoenix, hitting it dead on and sending it shrieking in pain. The announcer gasped, What? Breaking a level 8 skill with just a single roar. As expected of a dragon-type beast with a level 9 bloodline, that's incredibly overpowered. Yan Ying grew anxious at the sight. She looked at her beast and commanded, Fallen Phoenix, try again. Hearing her voice, it began to gather its energy once more. Ye Hao raised his hand, his voice dripping with condescension. Perfect. This is the perfect time for you to see the massive gap between us. Thunder Basilisk, defend. Having gathered enough energy, Fallen Phoenix blasted it straight at the dragon beast. Is the Thunder Basilisk trying to swallow the blazing ray head-on? Is it a careless mistake, or is it just the supreme confidence of a true powerhouse facing such terrifying power? But the dragon beast only suffered a minor scratch. It slowly lowered its raised wings that it used to shield itself. Yan Ying's face instantly went pale, her eyes wide with shock. The Fallen Phoenix's full-force attack did not do any damage to this absolute king. She helplessly held her head as the crowd's praises kept ringing in her ears. Ah, this is so hopeless. The harder she tries, the more painful it gets. This is the absolute pressure of a rank 9 bloodline. The spectators who witnessed that performance could not help but gasp in shock. Oh my god, that is insanely strong. The Blazing Ray is a rank 8 skill after all, but it felt like nothing more than a tickle. The man sitting in the stands witnessed the whole thing. Even if it managed to master a rank 8 skill, it is still just a rank 5 Fallen Phoenix. It is still miles behind the Thunder Basilisk. The two heads of the dragon beast began absorbing power, waiting for Ye Hao's command to strike. Thunder Basilisk, show her what you can do. The dragon beast immediately spat massive flames and freezing ice toward the Fallen Phoenix. Dragon Flame Blast, Silver Wing Storm, and Frozen Sea. The announcer said excitedly, the Thunder Basilisk is actually unleashing 3 skills at the same time. Its mastery over fire, lightning, and ice is just insane. Even though it did not aim precisely, the area of effect is massive. Surrounded by all that overwhelming power, the Fallen Phoenix panicked. Seeing this, Yan Ying quickly calmed it down. Fallen Phoenix, don't be afraid, speed up. The flames were rapidly rushing toward them. Yan Ying quickly used her power to summon a protective shield. The announcer said in worry, under such intense threat, Contender Su has no choice but to prioritize her own safety. Distracted, it left an opening. The Fallen Phoenix made a mistake and got hit, falling straight from the sky. The Fallen Phoenix was actually hit by a stray attack. Yan Ying immediately ran over, screaming, Fallen Phoenix. The crowd went wild, discussing how this is the true power of a champion, an absolute king crushing its opponent completely. Yan Ying knelt beside the Fallen Phoenix, while the lightning rat quickly rushed over. The Thunder Basilisk is way stronger than when we last fought it. There is no way we can keep fighting, and I'm afraid the lightning rat is done for too. Seeing this, Ye Hao sighed. How boring. You only know how to train this kind of trash pet, yet you dare to charge such a ridiculous price. Su Ping could not just stand by anymore. He took a step toward the dragon, a crimson energy enveloping both him and the lightning rat, pure killing intent. The lightning rat's expression turned ferocious as it glared at the dragon. Yanying was shocked, thinking, the lightning rat's aura, it has completely changed. With a cold face, Su Ping ordered the lightning rat, go tear it apart. Receiving the command, the lightning rat dashed forward like a flash of lightning, using Thunder Rush. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the dragon beast's face. Before the dragon could even react, the lightning rat ripped a massive gash across its belly. The claw of the undead made it howl in agonizing pain. The announcer shouted in excitement, "Wow, the king of beasts has entered the arena." Ye Hao glared back in annoyance, thinking, its speed is even faster than in the finals. The dragon beast was desperately trying to heal the wound on its armor. The announcer did not miss a single detail, shouting, the lightning rat actually managed to tear open the chest armor of the thunder basilisk, and the deathly energy from the claw of the undead is completely suppressing the dragon bloodline's powerful self-regeneration. Ye Hao's interest was instantly piqued, raising his hand to channel energy as he said, "Haha, that is more like it. Now this is a victory worth winning. Level 4, Physical Enhancement." Ye Hao ordered, "Thunder Basilisk, crush it to death." The lightning rat swiftly dodged the stomp. Seeing this, Yanying quickly summoned a protective shield. Only Su Ping remained standing completely still. Contender Ye Hao is trying to freeze the entire battlefield. For a ground-bound pet, this is absolutely fatal. The lightning rat growled as it watched the ice creeping toward it. The announcer watched closely. The lightning rat has nowhere left to run. Is it really over? Yanying was frozen solid by the ice, and so was Su Ping. Turning his head, he commanded, "Lightning rat, use the third combo I taught you." Its mouth is the weak spot. Suddenly, a shroud of dark mist appeared, with multiple bolts of lightning bursting out from within. It is the 10-direction thunder prison. What is the lightning rat planning? 2 more lightning rats burst out of the black mist, growling as they dashed forward. Multiple thunder clones. They rushed toward their opponent, closing in fast. The lightning rat was not frozen by the ice. It turns out it is using the path paved by its own lightning bolts. Ye Hao frowned and muttered, 3 of them. One of them has to be the real one. He watched as one of the lightning rats leaped swiftly onto the wall. You cannot fool me. The one protected by the thunder armor has to be the real one. Attack it." Receiving the command, the dragon beast blasted ice toward the lightning rat Ye Hao was pointing at, but the lightning rat remained completely unscathed. Ye Hao was shocked. A clone? Don't tell me the one attacking from the front is the real one? He spun to the right and shouted to his dragon beast, "Thunder Basilisk." This one is also a clone. Seeing Ye Hao's reaction, Su Ping's face darkened. "Idiot, all 3 of those are just to distract you." Out of nowhere, the lightning rat leaped from behind the dragon beast, catching it completely off guard. Ye Hao glanced back, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. What? There is actually a 4th one. The thunder dragon beast shrieked in pain as the lightning rat struck the corner of its mouth. The announcer yelled, "It is the corner of its mouth." That was the only part of the silver snake thunder dragon beast not covered by its armor, making it the perfect target for the lightning rat. The crowd watched in stunned silence, completely speechless. The explosive power of this beast king was insane. It made no sense. Word on the street was that Ye Hao's silver snake thunder dragon beast had already broken through to level 7, yet it was being overpowered by a mere lightning rat. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, thinking, how does this rat change its fighting style so drastically? He glared across the arena at where Yanying and Su Ping were talking. Could it be? Because of that man? Frustrated, Ye Hao clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, if I lose now, everyone will say my championship title was just pure luck. He whipped his hand back, ordering his silver snake thunder dragon beast to blast lightning straight at where Su Ping and Yanying were standing. Opening its razor-sharp jaws, the silver snake thunder dragon beast prepared to unleash its lightning breath on Yanying and Su Ping. The announcer quickly commentated on the sudden turn of events. The thunder dragon beast is launching a direct attack on the battle pet master, but competitor Su Ping's lower body is frozen solid. He cannot dodge. Watching this unfold, Su Ping sighed in disappointment. How pathetic. In a flash, the lightning rat dashed forward, gathering its power to block the giant beast. It opened its mouth and fired that energy directly into the thunder dragon's wounded mouth, causing it to howl in agony. Talk about a massive backfire. He tried to gain a cheap advantage, only to end up in a much worse spot. The wound on the silver snake thunder dragon beast's mouth was savagely blasted once again. The entire audience and the panel of judges stared in absolute shock, their mouths wide open. Unable to hold on any longer, the massive silver snake thunder dragon beast collapsed, catching everyone off guard. The thunder dragon beast has fallen. It was unbelievable. A tiny lightning rat had actually defeated the legendary silver snake thunder dragon beast. Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, the commentator's voice boomed over the speakers. The silver snake thunder dragon beast has actually lost, and in such a humiliating fashion. How on earth did this happen? Down on the arena floor, Ye Hao stood frozen in a daze. The lightning rat had won with such flawless, veteran-like precision. Did she deliberately hide her true strength during the finals? Or is it because of this guy? The commentator shouted again. As expected of the Beast King, Su Yanying. She has successfully redeemed herself from the embarrassment of the annual finals. Yanying let out a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, it is finally over. Su Ping, still trapped in the ice, smiled and asked, satisfied with my training yet? So, about that 500,000, will it be cash or bank transfer? Gritting his teeth in defeat, Ye Hao replied, I will transfer the money to you later. But first, answer me this. Can my silver snake thunder dragon beast be trained to become as powerful as that lightning rat? With the sound of cracking ice, Su Ping broke free. Of course it can. But as for when it is your turn, well, that depends on my mood. Seeing Su Ping turn to leave, Yanying scrambled to catch up, stuttering, wait for me. Observing the whole scene, Yingzi analyzed. Did you guys notice that? The young guy on stage with the girl. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Sitting in the judges' seats, Huoji replied, I noticed that a while ago. He was directing the lightning rat's every move behind the scenes. Even the deep freeze skill could not slow him down. Sigh, it is a shame our squad is already fully recruited for this year. She then turned to Dong Ming Song and asked, Vice Principal Dong, which class is that student in? He gave a forced laugh and replied, haha, he is a rather low-key kid. You should probably ask him yourself after the match. On the inside, however, Dong Ming Song was thinking, I have absolutely no memory of this kid. How could we have such an outstanding student, someone whose presence rivaled Ye Hao's, without his advisor reporting it? Talk about a total dereliction of duty. I am definitely going to hand down some severe punishments when I get back. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Yanying's anxious voice echoed, Get up, quickly. Those seats are reserved for VIP guests. My advisor said some big shot wants to meet us, and they will be here any minute. As she frantically tried to pull him up, Su Ping calmly poured himself some tea and replied, VIP seats? Well, isn't that perfect then? I was actually hoping to find your principal to talk some business anyway. In the meantime, Yanying furiously tugged at him. Seriously, get up. Just then, Luo Gushui led the way inside, saying softly, Senior, please, this way. Dongming Song added cheerfully, I never expected our academy to have someone worthy of meeting you in person. Please, come in. I have already prepared some of our finest tea. Bye, he stroked his beard with a laugh, haha. After watching that match earlier, even an old geezer like me felt his blood boiling with excitement. At the same time, his voice carried over, that young man is definitely worth nurturing. Meanwhile, Yanying was practically ripping Su Ping's collar off, whispering fiercely, Get out of the way, fast. If the vice principal sees you, we are dead. Still holding his teacup, he casually asked, You mean those arrogant snobs? Bye, he laughed, haha, it is great to be young. Feeling the intense aura of the people who just walked in, Yanying trembled. The presence of these wasteland pioneers is so raw. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong approached him and asked, Young man, judging by your age, you must be a second-year student, right? Who is your instructor? Tell me, and I will set you up with our top-tier dorms. Luo Gushui heard this and gently reminded him, Vice Principal, he is not a student at our academy. Seeing a familiar face, Su Ping greeted Luo Gushu. Dong Mingsong smiled and said, Oh, that is fine. There is no rush. Are you interested in studying here with us? Your tuition will be completely free, and upon graduation, the academy will even gift you a high-lineage astral pet. Hearing his offer, Yanying was absolutely shocked. Free tuition and a high-lineage astral pet? She had never heard of such a generous offer. Watching this, Shadow thought to himself, This old fox. Just a moment ago, he was acting so friendly with him. Su Ping calmly took a sip of his tea and replied, Not interested. Hearing this, Dong Mingsong thought, what? Such a sweet deal, and he's not interested? Then what if we give him a monthly allowance? Before Dong Mingsong could finish, Luo Gushou smiled and spoke up. Let me introduce him to you, Vice Principal. Do you remember that time I went to the barren area and got in trouble? A young man decapitated a magical corpse beast and saved both me and Ye Chenshan. Dong Mingsong replied, of course. For Phoenix Peak, that was a massive deal. Saying this, he suddenly had a realization. Wait, could it be the young man right in front of me? Meanwhile, Su Ping calmly poured some tea and asked, why is everyone staring at me? Do you guys want some tea too? Decapitating an 8th rank magical corpse beast, and even saving a gold medal settler like Ye Chenshan, everyone was amazed. What terrifying combat strength. Wow, which major family's young master is this, trying to experience the simple life? Even the 4 major families have never heard of him. He is so low-key. Could he be the youngest son of the Ye family? Su Ping responded. What Ye family? My last name is Su. Please don't go around changing my family name like that. Hearing him speak, Yan Ying anxiously tried to stop him. Boss Su, you're being too blunt. If you anger them, we might not escape with our lives. Iron Hand thought to himself, so he's just a normal guy. Forget about being a student, you should just join our battle team directly. You can join the first team immediately, and we'll give you double the standard benefits and compensation. Hearing this, Yan Ying was astounded. Becoming a settler and joining the first team directly, with double the benefits? The team she signed with only promised her a spot on the 4th team, and that was only as a temporary settler. She didn't even get any real benefits. Su Ping calmly replied, not interested at all. Joining a battle team sounds worse than staying home and reading a book. Iron Hand was shocked. What? Seeing this, Shadow spoke up. Those measly benefits of yours are barely enough to feed a beggar. If you join our team, we will immediately grant you 100,000 merit points. In addition, White Crane offered to have their leader personally train him in martial arts and custom make a set of special armor for him. Hearing all these perks, Yan Ying's eyes lit up as she cried, I want to go. Su Ping had a helpless look on his face. They aren't even recruiting you. Why are you getting so excited? I still have to train pets and run my shop. I don't have time to be a settler. Just then, Luo Gushou suggested, Mr. Su, how about you consider becoming a specially invited instructor at our academy? Yan Ying and Su Ping, with completely different reactions, asked back, an instructor? She gasped in shock, thinking to herself, only those with a combat strength of 7th rank or above are qualified for that. And they have to pass multiple evaluations just to get the position. Plus, an instructor can determine the future of hundreds of students under their wing. So many people dream of getting that job, yet he can have it with just a single word. Luo Gushue continued. That's right, you only need to teach 1 class a week. The rest of the time is entirely yours, and the benefits go without saying. You can use any of the academy's resources however you want. Hearing this, Su Ping was slightly swayed and asked, I can use the resources however I want. He quickly calculated. Refining the Golden Crow Divine Demon body required many rare materials. If he could get them from here, it would save him a lot of effort. Plus, with the status of an instructor, the shop wouldn't have to deal with random idiots coming to cause trouble anymore. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that in mind, he smiled and agreed. Deal, let's lock it in. Right after Su Ping agreed, Luo Gushou prepared the paperwork for him. Looking at the massive stacks of documents piled on the table, Su Ping was dumbfounded. What is this? Luo Gushou smiled. To become an instructor, you need to pass a series of tests. They are multi-dimensional evaluations of your physical fitness, combat skills, and teaching abilities. You only need an average score of 60 on the written exam, so it won't be too hard. Su Ping blankly replied, you know what, never mind. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong patted his shoulder. Those are just the standards for outsiders. Mr. Su can kill a magical corpse beast in the barren area, so there's absolutely no doubt about your combat skills. As for teaching, after auditing a few classes as an assistant, I'm sure you will master it in no time. Hearing this, Su Ping gave him a knowing look and asked, so, what are you getting at? Stroking his beard, Mingsong replied, you just need to pass a simple physical fitness test. Our educational system needs to gather data on every teacher's strength. That way, we can easily assign the right students for you. Hearing this, Su Ping immediately saw through him, thinking, he's clearly trying to test my skills. This old fox, if I'm not up to par, he'll probably cut my benefits, won't he? Well, let's see what he's got. All right, how does this test work? Having got what he wanted, Mingsong happily replied, please, follow me. At the advanced testing field, standing before a massive machine, Mingsong explained, as long as you can hold your ground against the Baizi on your own for 1 minute, you pass. Right then, the Baizi's eyes flashed a deep crimson. Su Ping asked, no astral pets allowed? Mingsong replied, that's right. Gushu worriedly thought, this is a high-grade machine designed to test endurance. Even at max capacity, holding out for 30 seconds would push me to my limit. Is the vice principal trying to show Su Ping who's boss? Su Ping thought to himself, fine by me. Let's see the results of my recent training. With that, he stepped forward and said, bring it on. The Baizi began firing energy beams at Su Ping, but he agilely dodged them. Suddenly, a few unavoidable energy blasts shot forward, forcing Su Ping to shout, Astral Shield, and a barrier materialized. The orb on the Baizi's head flared as it unleashed an even more intense wave of energy, instantly shattering Su Ping's astral shield. The powerful blast slammed into Su Ping. Mingsong calculated. For the first 10 seconds, the Baizi couldn't land a single hit. His reflexes are pretty good, but that shield was too weak. Just as Su Ping was about to land, an array activated beneath him, summoning a gust of wind that launched him into the air. Startled, Su Ping gasped. Huh? While he was suspended in midair, countless ice shards came flying toward him. Shoot, I'm floating, so I can't find any leverage to dodge. Helpless to resist, he was pelted by the ice shards. Mingsong glanced at his watch. Is it over already? It hasn't even been 20 seconds. Well, it is his first time facing the Baizi after all. Let's wrap this up. The Baizi activated another array, sending vines shooting upward to bind and trap Su Ping as he fell. The Baizi opened its maw, gathering energy to blast the restrained Su Ping. Losing her cool, Gusho screamed, watch out! The massive energy blast from the Baizi instantly engulfed Su Ping. She urged, Vice Principal, stop the test, quick. Mingsong stopped her, saying, don't rush. We haven't heard him call for help, which means he hasn't given up yet. He casually stroked his beard and added, the Baizi's attacks scale up gradually. Going from the 1st to the 6th rank probably only takes about 5 seconds. Meanwhile, down below, Su Ping gritted his teeth and groaned, ugh, my primal armor is about to give out. These vines are wrapping way too tight. Gushu grew anxious. It's already been 5 seconds. Why hasn't the Baizi stopped? Panicking, she turned to Mingsong and shouted, Vice Principal. He was also taken aback. 10 seconds have passed, and it still hasn't stopped? This firestorm is probably at the 8th rank by now. Why is there no response? At this point, Su Ping was still tightly bound, completely submerged in the raging energy. Could he have lost consciousness? Just as Mingsong finished his sentence, golden cracks appeared on Su Ping's skin. A split second later, a brilliant golden light surged through his entire body. The golden energy radiating from him obliterated the binding vines. Su Ping slammed heavily onto the ground, shattering it beneath him. At the same time, the Baizi's energy blast was split in two. Clenching his fist, Su Ping roared, you annoying piece of junk! In an instant, Su Ping lunged at the Baizi, tearing straight through its incoming energy stream and leaving a golden streak of light in the air. He threw a powerful punch, shattering the Baizi's face. Witnessing this, Gushu and Mingsong gasped in shock. What? Not only did he block the attack, but he actually fought back? He couldn't help but wonder, when facing the Baizi, we usually just stand there and take the hits. Could the machine be malfunctioning? By now, the Baizi looked like nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Su Ping wondered in a daze, what on earth is this feeling? The system's voice chimed in to explain, the 1st rank of the Golden Crow Sun Devil body is still unstable. Normally, it only slightly enhances your physical constitution. Only under special circumstances will the incomplete Golden Crow form activate, allowing you to draw upon a fraction of the Golden Crow's power. Staring at the fading golden glow on his hand, Su Ping muttered, even an incomplete form is this powerful. That fraction of power, the system mentioned, had literally turned the Baizi into scrap metal. Just then, the Baizi beeped to announce the results. Test complete. Astral power, mid-tier 3rd rank. Attack power, mid-tier 7th rank. Defense, low-tier 8th rank. Final combat capability rating, high-tier 7th rank. Stepping through the wreckage, Mingsong and Gusho walked over. Seeing them, Su Ping asked in a low voice, well, did I pass? Mingsong clapped enthusiastically, praising him. Incredible, absolutely incredible. With your skills, Mr. Su, you're more than qualified to be an elite instructor. Hearing this, Gushu was stunned. Wait, an elite instructor? Dong Mingsong continued. Tomorrow, your digital instructor card will be updated online. Welcome to our Phoenix Peak Academy. Su Ping looked at him with a cold face, thinking to himself that the power of the Baiza was not something an ordinary person could withstand. If it weren't for his divine demon body, he would probably have been beaten to a pulp, completely at his mercy. What a sly old fox. Seeing that Su Ping's face didn't look too good, Dong Mingsong asked, Instructor Su, you don't look too good. Is it because of your torn clothes? Su Ping thought it was best to just play dumb. Since the outcome was basically the same, Su Ping didn't feel like making a fuss. He turned around to leave and politely said goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. As soon as he said that, Dong Mingsong quickly replied, let me arrange a private car for you. Su Ping didn't care and flatly refused. No need. Seeing this, the old man smiled and waved goodbye, reminding him, all right, just remember you have to teach at least one class a week. Standing nearby, Luo Gushou couldn't believe her eyes and said, his offense and defense are at rank 7 or 8, but his astral power is only at rank 3. This is so bizarre. How is that even possible? Hearing this, Dong Mingsong analyzed slowly. There's only one explanation: he must have mastered some kind of secret ultimate technique, but he hasn't been practicing it for long. He narrowed his eyes and added, there must be a powerful master backing him up. Try to get close to him, and if the opportunity arises, get to know the master behind him. His shop is highly likely to have clues about this expert. First, we need to find out where his shop is. Luo Gushui looked at Dong Mingsong and happily replied, will do. Just then, Su Ping, who hadn't even left yet, poked his head back in and said calmly, no need to go through all that trouble. If you want to know, I can just share my location with you. Just refer some rich students to my shop, and we're good. His sudden voice startled Dong Mingsong, who gasped, Instructor Su, you're still here? Meanwhile, Su Ping had already made his way back home. Seeing him looking so disheveled, his mother panicked. How did you end up like this? Are you hurt? Su Ping immediately replied, Mom, I'm fine. Once she saw there was nothing to worry about, she felt like teasing him. Oh my, since when did our little Ping get so muscular? Let me get a closer look. At this, he could only say embarrassedly, Mom, stop touching me. Let me change my clothes first, and I'll explain everything later. Li Qingru watched Su Ping practically flee the room and called out, you little brat, what's there to be shy about? Have you forgotten who used to potty train you when you were a baby? Inside his room, he walked over to the wardrobe to pick out a set of clothes. As he changed, Su Ping glanced at the armor on the floor and thought, my primordial armor is completely ruined too. I wonder if it has a warranty. Suddenly, Su Lingyue barged into his room and demanded, Su Ping, you have astral power, don't you? Su Ping froze for a second before quickly admitting, what if I do? But before he could even register what was happening, Su Lingyue caught sight of this. Her face instantly turned bright red. You pervert. When did you awaken? Being so blatantly accused made Su Ping immediately protest. Who's a pervert? You're the one who barged in without knocking. Su Lingyue waved her hands frantically and turned her head away. You perverted brother, put some clothes on first. Seeing his sister's ridiculous reaction, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Barging into your brother's room and calling me by my name. If I don't teach her a lesson, how am I supposed to act like an older brother in the future? Don't you like what you see? With that, Su Ping immediately turned around to face Su Lingyue directly. Then let me give you a good, long look. Come on, don't be shy. His lightning-fast movement made her scream at the top of her lungs. Ah, pervert! Su Lingyue's face flushed red with embarrassment as she threw a threatening punch. I'll have you know I just broke through to rank 4. Don't you dare come any closer. Su Ping smirked, locking his sharp gaze onto her as he thought, come at me. The current me is completely different from before. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from out of nowhere as he took a direct hit. He quickly clutched his crotch in sheer agony. Ah, what is this? Isn't my defense supposed to be at the lower position of rank 8? Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in. That stat is only when the host fully activates the Golden Crow state. The host's current physical strength is only at the upper position of rank 3. Hearing this, Su Ping cursed. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner? Once they sat down at the dinner table, Su Lingyu, now knowing he had astral power, interrogated him. When did your battle pet warrior bloodline awaken? What's your battle pet? Su Ping looked at her and answered honestly. A while ago. Right now, I only have one little skeleton. Its aptitude is probably around mid or low tier. Hearing this, Li Qingru chimed in. How is a low-tier little skeleton going to be enough? Let Mom buy you a mid-tier battle pet. Su Lingyue frowned and quickly stopped her. Mom, he just awakened. Even if you give him a good battle pet, he won't be able to handle it anyway. With a hint of disdain in her voice, she added, besides, the rarer the pet, the more expensive its food is. With his meager income, how could he possibly afford to feed it? Meanwhile, Li Qingru turned to Su Ping with concern. By the way, do you have enough money left in your shop for utilities? If you're short, just tell me. Don't go borrowing from random places. Hearing this, Su Ping sighed, thinking about how useless the original host of this body really was. Avoiding her gaze, he said, I haven't made much lately, only about this much. Instantly, the system displayed his account balance. Upon seeing the numbers on the screen, the two of them exclaimed in unison, 500,000. Li Qingru asked curiously, where on earth did you go to make this much money? Su Lingyu chimed in with suspicion, oh my god, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? Sensing their reaction, he calmly replied, recently, Phoenix Peak Academy has been obsessed with lightning rats. I just jumped on the trend and made a decent profit. But deep down, he thought, there's no way I can tell them the truth. All the shop's revenue was converted into energy points, and this cash was actually squeezed from rich kids. Hearing this, Li Qingru let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief. Su Ping is finally making something of himself. Ling Yue, make sure you guide your brother more from now on. Hearing that, she immediately fired back. Who would ever want to guide him? You can just stay in my shadow forever. Su Ping didn't bother arguing. He just said solemnly, my sweet little sister, I will be in your care then. The next day, footsteps echoed as a girl walked into the shop. Once inside, she looked at Su Ping and spoke up. Boss, I heard you're the one who trained that lightning rat. Is that true? Hearing this, Su Ping was secretly thrilled, thinking, As expected, once you get famous, business really takes off. Su Ping quickly brushed aside those thoughts and replied, that's right, are you looking to board, train, or buy pet food? The girl picked up a carrier, examined it for a moment, and said quietly, I want to train 4 pets, and they need to be as strong as that lightning rat. The moment she finished speaking, he started coughing. Cough, cough. What is this? Going big right from the start. Training like that has its limits. Right now, we only offer standard training, charged per session. The girl fell into deep thought. Limits? So that lightning rat can't be replicated? After a brief hesitation, she asked, then what kind of results does standard training give? Su Ping chuckled casually. Well, though it's slightly inferior to that special training, it can still boost your pet's strength a bit. Low-tier pets are 10,000 per session, and mid-tier pets are 100,000. The girl was stunned. Boost a bit? That sounds incredibly unprofessional. She frowned, staring at him as she thought. As expected, Su Yanying must have gotten all the benefits, or this shop is just using the lightning rat's reputation to scam people. Either way, it's not worth my time. With that, she turned to leave. Forget it, I'll look somewhere else. Seeing this, Su Ping quickly called out, hey, wait a second. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Since the customer still has doubts, she is canceling her potential order, causing a material loss to the shop, granting the host a special exception to conduct 1 professional training session. Hearing this, Su Ping got excited. There's actually professional training? The system screen flashed, displaying new information. Professional training fees are 100 times that of standard training, with a training duration of 30 days. Requirement: the pet's intelligence must be mid-tier or above. Quest rewards: 1 mid-tier Astral Force Pill, and a random draw for a divine and demonic combat art. If the quest fails, 10 host points will be deducted. Su Ping looked at the price and couldn't help but hesitate. A mid-tier Astral Force Pill and a divine and demonic combat art are both amazing items, but the price is 100 times higher than standard training. Will anyone actually pay for that? Suddenly, the girl turned around and spoke. Boss, do you have anything else to say? Su Ping looked at her with a sharp gaze. My dear customer, I understand you want to boost your pet's strength, but it requires a relatively high price to achieve the same results as that lightning rat. I'm afraid average customers can't afford it. Hearing this, the girl asked coldly, how much? I have some money. Suddenly, Su Ping named a price that made her eyes pop. 10,000? Around 3 million? She couldn't believe it and sneered. 1 million. Isn't this guy just trying to scam a huge sum of money and run away? Boss, is this shop of yours rented? Seeing her expression, he explained further. Of course not. My shop is highly reputable, so don't worry, I won't run away. If you don't believe me, you can check the Phoenix Peak Academy website. I am Su Ping. Ping as in ordinary. Hearing Su Ping say this, she thought to herself, Phoenix Peak? Could he be a student at the academy as well? To find the answer, she immediately pulled up the search system to look up Su Ping's name. While the system was loading, she thought coldly, looking at his age, he must be a freshman or sophomore, right? If he dares to use any tricks, don't blame this senior for making sure he can never fit in at Phoenix Peak Academy. Oh, the system finished loading, displaying all the information of the young man standing in front of her. Looking at it, she shrieked in shock. Phoenix Peak Academy, Combat Department, specially appointed advanced instructor? This has to be fake. To be an advanced instructor at such a young age. And on top of that, having the highest combat power in the combat department. Su Ping smiled as he saw her reaction. Well, can I still survive at Phoenix Peak Academy, senior? The girl blushed, stammering, I am sorry, Instructor Su. I was rude just now. Please forgive my ignorance. Looking at the situation, he couldn't help but realize that having the instructor title made things way easier. Then Su Ping spoke up. When you're in the shop, just call me boss. If you want training, please make sure you have the money ready. Blushing with embarrassment, she replied. Yes, boss, you're absolutely right. It's just, I don't have that much money on me. Right after saying that, she summoned her battle pet. This time, to train the heavenly fragrance pig, Su Ping's system chimed in again. 1 million astral coins detected, converted into 10,000 energy points. Current energy points, 10,480. And she said she didn't have much money. He was completely frozen in place. Just like that. 10,000 energy points? Oh my god, did I ask for too little with Yehao's 550,000? Su Ping went silent. What a miscalculation. What a massive blunder. Seeing his sour expression, the girl asked nervously. Instructor Su. Boss Su. You don't look too happy. Are you not happy to have me here? Please don't hold it against me. Once the training is done, I'd love to give you a thank you gift as well. Snapping back into his cool persona, Su Ping was secretly celebrating. What a total cash cow. Wait, no, she's a valued customer. I shouldn't call her that. I mean, of course I welcome you. I couldn't be happier. He immediately put on a professional front. Don't worry, I treat all my customers with the utmost respect. Now, it's time for me to begin the training. If you don't have any other business, you can head home. Come back in 1 month to pick it up. The girl was deeply moved by his attitude. Not only did he ignore her earlier rudeness, but he's also training a high-level rank 7 battle pet in just 1 short month. He's so generous, a true role model for everyone. She lowered her head shyly and said with deep gratitude, Thank you so much for your guidance, Instructor Su. Su Ping's system chimed again, showing the upgrade cost and his remaining energy. Looking at his meager energy balance, he thought with a sigh, how on earth should I spend this 10,000 energy? Should I upgrade the spirit pool or the shop? He gave it some serious thought. An entry ticket to the Thundercloud Sea Realm costs 1,000 energy. To train it to the level of the Lightning Rat, I'll need to go at least twice, but that wouldn't leave enough energy to upgrade. This professional training opportunity is a one-time thing, so I have to be extremely careful. Just then, new information popped up on the system panel. The boarding space can be used for pets after their training is complete. Pets that have not been picked up yet can rest there without occupying the regular boarding slots. Seeing how vague it was, Su Ping demanded a detailed explanation. The system quickly laid out the details. The basic shadow clone will mimic the host's actions, taking the battle pets into regular cultivation sites for training. Using the basic shadow clone will cost 50% of the energy earned from that training session. Hearing this, he was stunned. Holy crap, this clone feature is insanely overpowered. Even though regular training only brings in 50 energy points per session, as long as I have enough customers, the training will never have to stop. If I get 10 orders a day, I can make my investment back in just 20 days. While Su Ping was lost in thought, he didn't notice the crowd gathering outside his shop, whispering, Is this the place? I think so. Let's just go in and check it out. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. It's getting pretty loud out there. A bustling crowd suddenly swarmed the front of the shop. Seeing the massive turnout, Su Ping couldn't help but wonder, could all of these people be customers? They all poured into the shop at once, shouting one after another, Boss! Boss, do you train battle pets here? Boss, I want to board my pet. Boss, over here. Grinning from ear to ear, he clicked the upgrade button and called out to the crowd, "Yes, I can take all of your requests." The system immediately chimed. Entering training ground. Star fragment number 9, 5, 2, 7. Resurrections allowed, 30. Duration, 7 days. Cost, 10 energy points. In an instant, Su Ping and his battle pet were transported directly into the training ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, the system panel popped up again. To unlock the clone feature, the host must complete one full training session. He immediately activated the system to summon a shadow clone, which cost 200 energy points. Su Ping's clone immediately drew the curious attention of his battle pet, which began circling it. Squinting at his duplicate, Su Ping wondered, "So, this is the clone feature?" The clone stared back at the battle pet as if looking at some strange creature. "Why does this feel so weird? Is it just my imagination?" A moment later, Su Ping and his battle pet walked over to the lava to take a closer look. The kind of training a battle pet is utilizing an environment with matching elements. The stronger the fire element in the air, the better it is for mastering fire-type skills. In this place, lava flowed endlessly, and scorching heat and blazing light filled every corner. Seeing that the underground lava was a scorching 2,000 degrees, he nodded in approval. "Yeah, this is perfect." Suddenly, Su Ping leaped down and called out, "Hurry up and jump in with me." The battle pet panicked, let out a sharp squeak, and scrambled back. But as Su Ping landed on a nearby rock, he was completely surprised. "Wait, it's not nearly as hot as I expected." Recalling his clash with Bai Zi, Su Ping had expected the lethal heat to burn him alive. Instead, not only was he completely unharmed, but it even activated his Golden Crow combat body. The pets were terrified of the blazing lava's heat, squealing and shrieking in panic. Stepping closer to the molten lava, Su Ping quietly observed and analyzed the situation. Unless the Golden Crow Fiend God body has a special affinity for the fire element, Su Ping hovered his hand over the lava and quickly made up his mind. Since he had infinite revival anyway, it would be a waste not to try. The moment his right hand touched the lava, it suddenly swirled around his arm, as if recognizing its master. Sure enough, the fire elements were as obedient as if they had been completely tamed. Is this the power of the Golden Crow bloodline talent? Su Ping's clone tried to copy his master's exact movements, but the result was pretty awkward. Catching sight of that stupid move, he sighed in disappointment and said, "You pig, do not copy me on this one." Afterward, Su Ping used his ability to restore his clone's arm. Suddenly, he dived straight into the lava, his clothes instantly burning away, but he did not forget to give his orders. "Time is precious. Hurry up and throw them all in here to train." The pets shrieked in terror as Su Ping grabbed them, squealing at the top of their lungs. In stark contrast, Su Ping looked completely relaxed, soaking in the boiling lava as if it were a cool, refreshing bath. One by one, the pets were tossed into the pit, struggling and screaming all the way down. They were instantly turned to ash the moment they hit the lava, while the system notification rang out. Red Flame Hound, Purple Flame Cat, Flame Armor Frog, and Little Fire Lion have been incinerated. Seeing this, he sighed in disbelief and asked, "Huh? Are you guys even fire-type pets? Show some spirit." He then pressed the button to revive them. Once again, the pets were tossed back down before they could even defend themselves. Unable to adapt to the scorching heat of 2,000 degrees, they squealed in sheer panic. Su Ping did not care. They died again, and he just kept reviving them. I heard a splash this time. Now that is progress. After being revived yet again, the pets seemed to have accumulated a surge of energy, mastering fire stepping, flame armor, blazing tail whip, and flame roar. Before long, he and his pets returned to the store. The crowd from earlier cheered in excitement and praised, learning a brand new mid-tier pet skill in just a single day. What kind of black technology is this? The boss is amazing. It really makes a difference when there is a master trainer backing the place up. Hearing the commotion, another crowd started pushing their way in, asking, "Are they really that good? Boss, I want my pet trained too. Boss, I want to buy some pet food. Boss, I want to board my pet." Seeing how hyped everyone was, Su Ping raised his voice. "Do not rush. Form a single line. Everyone will get a turn." After accepting the pets for training, the system panel flashed with a message. The revenue of 25,860 Astral coins has been converted into 258.6 energy points. Remaining energy, 11,650 points. Looking at the pets currently being trained, he could not help but admire his own success. I thought it would take 20 days to gather enough energy, but it only took a few days to get it done. Now, even the nursing pens are not enough. So, Su Ping decided to invest in more nursing pens. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The number of unlocked nursing pens has reached the limit of 25 out of 25. No more purchases can be made. Would you like to upgrade it to level 2? The upgrade cost is 1,000 points. His face darkened, but he soon shrugged it off and decided against the upgrade. Su Ping then thought of the female customer's pet and decided to make it his priority. The current task is to train the celestial scent pig. Since the entry ticket to the high-level training ground is so expensive, it would be a huge loss to only train one pet. Why not? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. System, I want to upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool of Creation. The system panel processed Su Ping's command and displayed a notification. 10,000 energy points have been deducted. Remaining energy, 1,650 points. As soon as the notification finished, the system panel vanished, leaving behind a legendary blue glow. Moments later, the system displayed. Chaos aura concentration increased to 1 millionth. There is now a very low probability of breeding a pet with a Beast King bloodline. Each attempt costs 1,000 energy points. Seeing the notification, he prayed to the heavens. 100,000 astral coins for just one try is way too expensive. Last time I only got a tier 1 pet. Su Ping immediately tapped the breed button and comforted himself. I am not even asking for a Beast King. Just give me at least a tier 6 mid-level pet this time. As Su Ping opened another dimension for the breeding process, a mass of pitch-black clouds slowly blotted out the light. Dark clouds gathered as the sky turned more furious than ever before. People looked up at the heavens and grumbled, "How strange, the weather just changed out of nowhere." Intense lightning bolts violently struck down into the heart of the city. Suddenly, a ferocious dragon emerged from the storm. Witnessing the scene unfolding right before his eyes, Su Ping froze in absolute shock. His eyes were glued to the sight, his jaw dropping. Gradually, the swirling energy surrounding the dragon dissipated, revealing the true form of the pet. Incredibly, it was a purgatory candle dragon, a fire and dragon-type pet, with a tier 9 bloodline, rank 3 average combat strength, and the ability to control dragon breath and dragon's might. Su Ping excitedly rubbed its head, unable to believe his luck. I actually hit the jackpot. It is already a tier 9 pet. Just one more upgrade, and it will have a Beast King bloodline. I am going to make a fortune this time. Annoyed, the dragon's face darkened, and it suddenly roared, spitting a burst of fire. Furious, it made it clear that the dignity of the dragon race would never allow any weakling to touch its body, especially its head. Watching it attack with fire, Su Ping thought to himself, "So I am not allowed to touch your head, huh? You're huge, but your temper is even bigger, huh?" Su Ping immediately grabbed its snout and squeezed hard, shutting it up instantly. With a threatening glare, he warned, "But what a pity for you in this shop. I'm invincible. Now, be a good boy and sign the contract. Blink if you understand." The beast quickly backed down and agreed to his terms. After a few whimpers, the contract was officially signed. Around 10 to 2, Su Ping suddenly received a message. "Instructor Su, you have a public seminar with the third-year students. Please arrive before the starting time." A heavy silence hung over Fengshan Academy. Inside, the director of the combat department looked at his watch, visibly annoyed. There are only 2 minutes left. It is his very first day, yet he already disregards discipline like this? This is unacceptable. Gu Shui lowered her head and hurriedly tried to explain. Instructor Su isn't familiar with the campus layout yet, so he might have gotten lost. "Director, why don't you head to the classroom first?" He glared at her with deep dissatisfaction and grumbled, "I was only away on business for a few days, and the combat department has already become this lax. I heard you were the one who recommended this newcomer. Since you did not even bother to notify me, I suppose you are the boss of this department now." Not wanting to court disaster, Gu Shui quickly replied, "I would never dare, sir." Anxiety gnawed at her as she prayed silently, "Please get here quickly, Su Ping. Whatever you do, do not push the director over the edge." Then, Gu Shui cautiously added, "Director, I am truly sorry. If Su Ping is late, I will take full responsibility." Just as the words left her mouth, Su Ping suddenly materialized out of nowhere, giving them both a fright. Recognizing him immediately, Gu Shui gasped in relief. "Su Ping!" The director swept his gaze over him, silently sizing him up. "So, this is the newcomer." Su Ping let out a sigh of relief, thankful he made it on time. Riding a dragon felt incredible, though he paid absolutely no attention to his dragon, who was so furious it looked ready to curse him out in human speech. He then gave the director a cheerful smile and replied, "That is correct." Meanwhile, in the classroom, Ling Yue was trying to concentrate amidst the loud chatter of her classmates. Oh my god. Did you guys hear that the combat department just hired an incredibly young instructor? Maybe he has connections? Who knows? His online profile is completely blank, which is highly suspicious. Another student chimed in. Exactly. For all we know, he could be the principal's son. Haha. If you ask me, he definitely paid his way in. Annoyed by the noise, Ling Yue snapped angrily. What is there to gossip about? So what if he is young? To be hired as an instructor, he must have serious strength. Instead of wasting time gossiping, you guys should focus on your training. They completely ignored her and burst into laughter. Haha, don't tell me you are dreaming of becoming an advanced instructor yourself? How naive. She actually thinks training alone is enough to make someone an instructor. As the classroom continued to buzz with whispers, the three instructors walked in. Gu Shui was the first to speak up. Quiet down, everyone. Class is starting. With a serious expression, she began the introduction. This is a public seminar hosted by the director of the combat department and myself. We will be covering wasteland exploration and real combat skills, while Instructor Su will be assisting us. The moment the students caught sight of Su Ping's face, the entire room erupted in whispers once again. Wow, that Instructor Su looks around our age. How on earth is he already an instructor? Two other students looked on skeptically. He is actually an instructor? But so what? With Ye Hao's talent, he could easily secure a teaching position himself in 2 more years. Ahem, all right, quiet down. Utterly dumbfounded, Ling Yue stared in disbelief and blurted out, Su Ping? What is he doing up there? Is this some kind of joke? Seeing her shocked reaction, the two guys from earlier snickered and mocked. Look at her. Just a minute ago, she was fiercely defending him. Yeah, telling us to stop gossiping and go train instead. Hearing their mockery, her face turned bright red as she mumbled, "That is not him." Suddenly, a student stood up and raised his hand. Instructor Su, word on the street is that you defeated a demon sea beast. Is that true? Could you tell us more about it? The classroom started buzzing again. What even is a demon sea beast? I heard it is an extremely rare, high-level beast that almost nobody has ever seen before. Yeah, because anyone who actually saw it is probably dead. It sounds too powerful to be true. I do not buy it. Su Ping waved his hand with an easygoing smile and replied, Of course I can, but that is not the focus of today's class. I will share the details with you when we have more time. Standing beside him, the director scoffed inwardly. He has not even been a teacher for a single day, yet he is already putting on airs. The students began to cheer and shout, Show us what you've got, instructor. Otherwise, how are you going to prove you actually have the strength to teach us? Yeah, exactly. Across the room, Ye Hao watched silently, thinking, I could not quite figure out his true potential during our last encounter. I am dying to know how strong he really is, and what kind of battle pet I need to train to finally catch up to him. Ling Yue, having zero confidence in her brother, panicked. Oh no, he probably just woke up. What does he know about a demon sea beast? This is going to be so embarrassing. Sensing the growing skepticism in the room, Gu Shui stepped in. Class is in session, everyone. No more shouting. I can personally vouch for Instructor Su's capabilities. Before she could finish, the director cut her off. Besides, with your recent combat record, is your word really that convincing? Instructor Su, why don't you show them what you can do yourself? A little bit. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but get excited. She felt ashamed for having no say in the matter and said, I'm sorry, director. I was out of line. He turned to look at Su Ping and spoke up. Instructor Su, why don't you give us a little demonstration? Otherwise, if rumors get out that you only got into Fengshan Academy through connections, it won't look very good. Su Ping immediately complained in his heart. Man, whether it's the battle team or the academy, they just won't let me live in peace. Then Su Ping sighed and gave a warning. The price for me to take action is very high. He summoned the little skeleton, and it walked out from a tier in space. Seeing this, everyone gasped. Wait, it's just a little skeleton? Haha, Ye Hao, look. What a cute little thing. I used to play with these when I was 10 years old. The director held back a laugh and casually told Su Ping, Instructor Su, don't worry about that. As long as you don't attack the students, you can make as much noise as you want. I'll take full responsibility. Then Su Ping turned and gave an order to his pet. Receive order. Do not harm anyone. Su Lingyue couldn't bear to look and quickly covered her face. What could the lowest class pet possibly do? Put on a talent show? Suddenly, the little skeleton gripped its sword and slashed forward with incredible speed. Wherever the blade swept, a massive crack ripped open, immediately catching the entire class's attention. The little skeleton's sharp, precise slash left a deep, gaping trench in the room. Everyone watching was instantly struck with pure shock. After the little skeleton sliced open the staircase leading to the podium, it quickly withdrew its sword. As everyone stared in absolute disbelief, the entire room fell dead silent. The classroom erupted into chaos. What just happened? Was that really that little skeleton? What do you mean, little skeleton? That looked exactly like a skeleton king. Ye Hao watched from the side and thought, incredibly strong. My silver snake thunder dragon probably wouldn't even survive 2 moves against that little skeleton. Su Lingyue was just as stunned. Is this really the strength of a level 1 little skeleton? Didn't he just awaken not long ago? Su Ping asked again, with a completely blank expression. Do you need me to demonstrate again? Cold sweat poured down the combat department director's face. Are you kidding me? Standing beside him, Lu Gushou let out a soft chuckle. He added, this classroom was built with special materials worth no less than 10 million. The structure is strong enough to withstand a level 8 bombardment, yet it was sliced through by a single strike from a little skeleton. A blue light began to gather around the little skeleton's body. Su Ping raised his voice and announced, if anyone else here has an issue, just raise your hand. You're welcome to come up and discuss it with me. Everyone looked at each other, completely speechless. Their pride had just been doused with a bucket of ice-cold water. He glared at them and said, why is everyone looking down and staying quiet? If there are no objections, can we finally start the class? The students in the lecture hall nodded frantically, wishing they could escape this suffocating, invisible pressure as soon as possible. Only then did Lu Gushou speak up. Students, please open your books to page 45. This material was discovered in the Class A space fracture of 2020. Everyone silently opened their books. Later, a student commented, this was the quietest lecture I have ever attended in my life. You could have heard a pin drop. Yet, no one was actually taking notes or even thinking. One student looked next to him in sheer terror, because everyone's attention had long been completely captivated by that incredibly deep slash. Basically, he had made an example of them. After the class ended, Dongming Song drove Su Ping home. As soon as Su Ping stepped out of the car, he turned and said to him, for a distinguished vice principal to personally drive an instructor home, you're being far too polite. Dongming Song smiled and replied, not at all. I heard that in your very first class, you managed to make those rowdy students behave. Not a single soul dared to make a sound. Instructor Su, you are truly a top-tier talent of our Fengshan Academy. As Su Ping scanned his fingerprint, he silently evaluated him. What is this old fox up to now? He didn't come all this way just to walk me to my door, did he? He pressed his finger against the scanner. Yi Chenshan spotted a familiar face from a distance and walked over, waving his hand. Greeting them warmly, Yi Chenshan smiled and said, Brother Su, long time no see. It took Su Ping a moment to realize who he was. Yi Chenshan? The 3 of them walked inside to sit down, where 3 freshly poured cups of hot tea were already waiting on the table for them to enjoy. Su Ping noticed that there wasn't a single soul around. It was a complete contrast to his usual busy days, so he asked curiously, it's incredibly quiet this afternoon. Not a single customer is in sight. Chenshan spoke up, I actually have a private matter to discuss with you, Brother Su, so I had my people clear out the street. Of course, I will cover any loss of business. He gave Songming a knowing smile and said, Vice Principal, my friend says he has a private matter to discuss. Feeling a bit awkward, he offered a sheepish grin and replied, actually, I also have some business with you, Instructor Su. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he added, the Global Elite League is just around the corner. Songming went on to explain in detail that the Elite League was held once every 3 years and was only open to battle pet warriors at rank 7 or below. Besides winning a massive cash prize, the champion of the Elite League will also receive personal guidance from a legendary battle pet warrior. He added that almost all past champions successfully advanced to the titled rank, and a few exceptionally gifted geniuses had even become legendary battle pet warriors, admired by tens of thousands. Protecting the safety of an entire continent, he said, his voice brimming with excitement and pride. Songming then made an enticing offer. If you agree to participate, Instructor Su, I can approve a 1-year leave of absence. Your salary and benefits will still be paid, and there will even be a bonus after the tournament. Su Ping declined without hesitation. No thanks, I have no plans to enter the tournament for now. Songming was caught off guard. Wait, what? A battle pet warrior who isn't interested in the Elite League? Su Ping narrowed his sharp eyes and thought, do I look stupid? Becoming the champion means being thrust into the global spotlight. I'm already making a fortune with my current popularity. If I get any more famous, I might attract some unwanted attention. It's much safer to just rely on the system to level up. Watching from the side, Chen Shan piped up. Actually, I was planning to invite you to explore a mysterious realm with me, Brother Su. But if you're busy with the Elite League, we'll have to put it on hold. This finally sparked Su Ping's curiosity, and he asked, what is this mysterious realm you're talking about? Songming chimed in. Are you talking about the 3 major mysterious realms unique to the entire Asian subcontinent? Chen Shan asked in surprise. The mysterious realms are classified secrets to anyone below a silver medal explorer. How do you know about them? Songming stroked his beard with a chuckle. Haha. After all, before I retired, I was practically a semi-gold medal explorer myself. Getting increasingly impatient, Su Ping urged. Stop speaking in riddles, just spit it out already. Chen Shan began to explain. The spaces connected to standard astral cracks are just ordinary astral territories. Even if you find treasures there, they're usually just basic ores or primitive organisms. As he spoke, he sketched out the locations to help him understand the 3 spatial cracks: Mount Longtai, Whalebone River, and the Fiend Lord Tomb. Drawing on his experience and knowledge, he explained that deep within these mysterious realms, they lead to astral domains that once birthed civilizations comparable to, or even grander than, the blue planet itself. Chen Shan emphasized solemnly. Even though those civilizations vanished long ago, it's rumored that the artifacts excavated from within them are extraordinary. The smaller ones are priceless treasures, while the larger ones have the power to reshape the entire world, and some can even help you comprehend the supreme laws of the universe. Hearing his explanation, Su Ping felt his horizon expand. Something that powerful was truly on a whole different dimension. Songming added a warning of his own, but those realms are crawling with fierce beasts and deadly traps. Countless powerful warriors have ventured inside to explore, and none of them ever made it back. The inner zone is strictly forbidden, and the outer zone only opens for brief periods, which is why the federal government has sealed it off. Only right before the Global Elite League does the government open up the relatively safe outer zone for top-tier explorers. A look of regret crossed Chen Shan's face. Exactly. I was fortunate enough to secure a spot to explore the outer zone of the Mount Longtai realm, and I've been looking for teammates, which is why I came to find you, Brother Su. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, before cutting him off. While I'm not interested in the Elite League itself, I might. Both of them turned to look at him instantly, eager to hear his answer. He calmly assessed the situation. The cultivation system was all-encompassing, after all. Perhaps this Mount Longtai realm is already included in the system. With infinite revivals, those unknown fierce beasts and traps will be a walk in the park. A sly smirk crept onto his face as he thought, yes, I should definitely consider exploring this realm. As night began to fall, a crescent moon cast its gentle, soft light over the entire landscape. Su Ping raised his hand to close up shop, but the customers waiting outside still looked reluctant to leave, shouting, "Hey, boss, it's my turn. And boss, I need my pet trained. Hey, boss." With a gentle smile, Su Ping turned them away, saying, "I'm really sorry, but the store is closed for the day. To everyone still in line, please come back early tomorrow." One customer wailed in regret. "Oh, come on. If I'd known, I would have gotten here so much earlier. Just a little longer. I want to wait for the eastern door to open. Nobody better steal the first spot from me." The rest of the customers are getting super hyped too. Do I seriously have to stay at a nearby hotel? Wait, I want in on this too. Su Ping stretched his arms, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Business suddenly got so crowded. I am really not used to this. I do not even have time to cultivate during the day. His expression suddenly shifted. With a cold, calm tone, he commanded, "System, open the special training interface." Su Ping was instantly transported to another space. He requested to search for the Longtai Mountain secret realm. The system's voice chimed in, informing him that the search yielded no results. He replied, "Nothing? Then search for all advanced special training spaces with dragon in their names. The system interface popped up once again. It was an inheritance illusionary realm, the Dragon King's inheritance land, costing 2,000 energy points. Su Ping muttered to himself, an inheritance illusionary realm? He silently evaluated the shape of the dragon skeleton. It seemed correct. Su Ping then asked, System, how is this inheritance secret realm different from those other special training spaces? The system interface displayed the information again. Inheritance illusionary realm, as the name suggests, is naturally an illusion. Aside from combat training, the host cannot bring back any physical items from it. Su Ping stared at it. The entry fee for this illusionary realm was twice as expensive as the Thunder Cloud Sea realm and the chaotic Undead realm. What kind of logic is this? The system interface popped up with another message. Second, within every inheritance site, there is a fallen god's king soul residing inside, waiting for a powerful inheritor to pass the trial. The king soul is a supreme entity. How could we allow it to be desecrated by replication? Among them, inside the inheritance sites, there can only be the strong or the even stronger. The strong and the weak cannot be trained together or treated as equals. Su Ping looked at the system panel helplessly. Fine, the king soul cannot be replicated, but you could at least replicate some of the other treasures. Su Ping returned to the real world and gently opened the door. A mysterious purple light instantly caught his eye. He muttered softly, if I only bring little skeleton in there, it would be such a waste. Inside the room, many astral pets were resting in glass cages, completely silent, as if fast asleep. He walked over to where a dog was lying. Sigh. This dog's owner is way past the pickup time. If they are not just extremely forgetful, they must have run into some kind of trouble. Su Ping gently placed his hand on its forehead. A red light quickly merged from his hand into its brow, and a crimson seal appeared right in front of its eyes. Sensing his presence, it woke up instantly and stared right at him. A system panel popped up. Contract signed. Its full information was displayed on the screen. Moon. Chasing Hound. Level 1. Combat type. Combat power level 1. Low aptitude. Skills. Roar. Bite. Thick skin. Loyal personality. A basic starter pet. Su Ping fell into deep thought. Just as I thought. Its owner must have passed away in an accident. He reached out and opened a portal to another space, turning around to say to the dog, you have been freeloading in my nursing pen for so long, so make sure you perform well for me from now on. The dog replied with a soft woof. The astral pets quickly followed him into the other space, chirping and squeaking excitedly. Su Ping arrived at the secret realm instantly, and the system announced the deduction of 2,000 energy points. The host has successfully connected to the inheritance illusionary realm, the Dragon King's palace. Connection duration, 7 days. Death limit, 10 times. Please explore on your own. He stood in silence, quietly observing the secret realm. There was no sign of life here, only scattered dragon fossils and gnarled tree roots. Suddenly, a strange golden light burst from the skull of a dragon skeleton, and a majestic voice boomed. Have you come to face my inheritance trial? Su Ping and his pets resisted the overwhelming pressure radiating from the golden light. Only a look of unyielding determination showed on his face. As soon as those words were spoken, deep cracks tore through the ground, revealing an unusually brilliant, blinding light. Suddenly, a massive tower rose from the earth, wrapped in the coils of a magnificent golden dragon. It looked incredibly majestic. Su Ping stared in awe at the scene, his eyes wide with shock. Just then, the mysterious voice echoed once more. This is the 9-segment dragon pillar. 9 is the ultimate number. Scale your way to the 9th segment, and you shall earn the right to enter the selection for my inheritance. He looked up at the towering pillar and asked curiously, only the right to enter the selection? Then what do I have to do to actually inherit it? The dragon spoke, when I fell, my flesh and blood turned into the sky, and my scattered scales transformed into 109 continents of land. But those dragon scale lands have been corrupted by foul energy, spawning countless monsters. Only by purging all of them can my king soul be restored. The dragon, now a form of pure energy, coiled tightly around the tower, its entire body radiating a blinding light. Once that is done, the ones who have scaled to the 9th segment will face the final inheritance trial. He quietly replayed those words in his mind. For a legacy of this level, there was no way they would just hand it over to anyone. It made sense that the trial would be pretty complicated. Su Ping raised his hand, about to push the door open and enter the tower with his pets, when he suddenly froze and spoke up. A faint look of helplessness crossed his face as he thought about the fate ahead of him. 109 dragon scales is a lot. How long is it going to take me to get them all on my own? The door swung open, and Su Ping walked in with his head held high. The rest of the beasts looked terrified, trembling and hesitant to step inside. Squeak, squeak. He looked around and muttered to himself, "Is there no light in here?" Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the tower. The challenger must learn reverence. Out of nowhere, a dragon appeared, quietly watching them. Suddenly, it unleashed its dragon aura to suppress Su Ping and his group. His entire body instantly felt heavy, as if an invisible weight was dragging him down. He muttered in disbelief, "Ugh, this pressure is insane." Beside him, his pet let out a whimper. Whine. Feeling something was off, he struggled against the overwhelming pressure to call out, "Moon-chasing hound." He quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, didn't the moon-chasing hound follow me in? Why is its voice coming from further inside? The mixed cries of the beasts echoed from all directions, making it impossible for him to pinpoint its location. Roar. Humph. Growl. Su Ping was completely thrown off as everything turned into utter chaos. The sounds were coming from completely different directions. Is this place haunted or what? Su Ping immediately tapped his watch, and a flashlight interface popped up. He muttered suspiciously, "Could there really be ghosts here?" The moment the flashlight cut through the dark, he gasped at the sight before him. A massive statue loomed right in front of Su Ping, carved with incredible detail, holding a sword in its hand. He thought it was strange. A statue? As the light spread, illuminating the surroundings, he realized there was not just one, but two identical statues. The pets seemed terrified of the pitch-black darkness of the tower. Panic-stricken, they crashed head-first into the walls, whimpering in pain. Whimper. Seeing this, Su Ping let out a sigh of relief, his voice full of helplessness. Oh, they just bumped into the walls because they could not see. He slowly approached the statue. The unique structure of these walls must be what is throwing off the sound. Su Ping's face darkened. But is the first floor really this simple? The challenger must learn reverence. What exactly does that mean? After inspecting the statue, he turned his attention elsewhere. Suddenly, the statue behind him moved. Its eyes glowed crimson as it raised its sword and plunged it straight down at him. Su Ping caught a strange sound and whipped around, only to see that the little skeleton had already blocked the statue's strike for him. He instantly went on high alert. The guardian statue is alive. If that is the case, so is the other one. But the statue's strike was too fast, driving its blade right through his shoulder. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Su Ping groaned, "Ugh, damn it." Fresh blood sprayed from his body, splattering onto the statue's sword. Just then, the system panel flashed a notification. Host has died. 9 resurrections remaining. Resurrect on the spot or at a random location. Without hesitation, he tapped the option to resurrect on the spot, muttering to himself, "I was too slow. If I had focused all my astral power into a single point to activate the primitive armor earlier, I could have blocked that strike. Too bad it happened in a flash. Good thing the little skeleton held its ground, otherwise I would not even know how I died." In an instant, the bodies of Su Ping and his pets were completely restored, regenerating down to the last cell. He stared at the 2 statues in front of him, keeping dead silent, not daring to make any sudden moves. Right after, the statues returned to their original positions, as if nothing had happened. Su Ping cranked up his flashlight's brightness again, shining it directly at the 2 statues ahead. All of a sudden, both statues charged straight at him, their swords pointed directly at his chest. Su Ping's eyes instantly sharpened. The little skeleton jumped in front of him, using its tiny bone blade to block the attack. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He called out, "Little skeleton, don't move." With that, he switched off the watch's flashlight. Just as he suspected, the moment the light went out, both statues stopped their attack. He pushed the blade aside. "I knew it. Learn reverence means we are not allowed to look directly at the dragon's presence." Su Ping called out to the pets behind him. "Stay close, everyone." The pets lined up, grabbing each other's tails in a cute, single-file chain. He headed deeper inside. A battle pet warrior's 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, especially since they could sense the flow of astral power around them. Even without their sight, they would not easily be caught off guard. He mapped out a massive maze in his head, but to sense such a huge area under the crushing dragon aura while constantly staying alert for nearby dangers was no easy task. This demanded an immense amount of mental energy, far beyond what any ordinary battle pet warrior could handle. Su Ping offered a faint smile. "Fortunately, I have figured out the rules of the first floor. Now I can focus all my attention on sensing the right path, direction. Having trained to resist that crushing pressure in previous training runs, he had long gotten used to it. Su Ping moved closer and closer to the exit. He confidently thought to himself that finding the way out was as easy as taking something from his pocket. Strangely though, a golden dragon blocked the exit as if refusing to let anyone pass. As soon as it spotted someone trying to reach the exit, the dragon immediately lunged at Su Ping to attack. He casually kept walking closer, acting as if the dragon wasn't even there. The battle pet beside him was already crying in terror, letting out a soft whimper. Suddenly, Su Ping froze. He felt a chilling, killing intent closing in. Su Ping stood there, hesitating, finding it very strange. No, wait, this killing intent has a flaw. It doesn't feel like it's coming from a living thing. The transparent golden dragon charged straight through their bodies, but strangely, they didn't feel any pain at all. Su Ping realized it was just an illusion. The illusory dragon then dissolved into thin air. Su Ping and his battle pets finally made it safely through the exit. A few of his pets whimpered in fear. Sniff! Whimper! He slowly opened his closed eyes as a voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, Challenger, on passing the first floor of the trial. Please proceed to the second floor. The scene then cuts to his pet store. Right then, a beam of light shot out from inside the pet store, shining through the gaps in the door before quickly fading away. Su Ping and his battle pets returned to the store through a space crack. System notifications popped up one after another, announcing that his pet's skills had skyrocketed. Not only had they broken through their limits, but they had also unlocked several new skills. Su Ping let out a sigh of relief. Reaching the 8th floor on his very first run of the Dragon Bone Tower was a pretty decent achievement. As for the Heavenly Fragrance Pig, after tagging along 2 or 3 more times, its training would be complete. He pondered. However, the Guardian of the 9th floor was as strong as rank 9. Even though Little Skeleton, at mid-tier rank 8, had mastered the Dragon Slasher skill designed specifically to counter dragons, it was still no match. The gap between rank 8 and rank 9 is just too massive. It looks like they won't stand a chance until Little Skeleton fully absorbs the Skeleton King's blood bead. By 6 the next morning, a crowd of customers had already gathered outside Su Ping's store. Su Lingyue was peeking from behind a wall, staring intently at his shop. She pouted in frustration. That loser brother of hers couldn't even block one of her rank 4 punches. How could he possibly be an advanced tutor? Something fishy is definitely going on, and I'm going to expose him once and for all. Many people outside had been waiting since last night. They were practically shoving each other just to secure a spot in line. Right then, Su Ping calmly rode his bicycle up to the store. Su Lingyue watched curiously. There he is, that useless brother of mine. Wait, what's going on? It's still so early. Usually, he wouldn't sluggishly open the shop until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. When the customers saw him arrive, their faces lit up with warm smiles. Boss Su, you're finally here. Boss Su, can you train my battle pet today? I've been waiting for you for so long. Boss Su, do you remember me? Su Lingyue watched them, deeply suspicious. Do these people seriously trust my brother that much? They look at him like he's their savior. Su Ping slowly wheeled his bicycle past them, and following the store's usual rules, they immediately lined up in perfect order. Suddenly, Ye Hao appeared out of nowhere and spoke to the customers in front. Could you please make way? One customer spoke up. Who's that? Get in line. But when everyone realized it was Ye Hao, they immediately grew tense and stammered, Ye Hao, ha, of course, please go ahead, young Master Ye. Everyone nearby quickly scrambled out of his way, whispering among themselves. What? Ye Hao is here too? Several people greeted him. Good morning, young Master Ye. Su Lingyue froze in surprise. Ye Hao? Isn't he the reigning 3rd-year champion? Why is he looking for my loser brother? Don't tell me my idiot brother accidentally pissed off Ye Hao. Su Ping gave him a skeptical look. Meanwhile, the crowd was still eagerly and respectfully greeting Ye Hao, saying, Hello, young Master Ye. Su Ping cut in and asked, What's this about? Ye Hao raised his voice to remind him, A VIP like you must be so busy that you've forgotten, huh? Don't you remember my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon? Just then, a blue beast materialized beside him. The moment the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon appeared, sharp gusts of powerful wind swept over the area, immediately weighing down everyone nearby. Many cried out in shock. The wind pressure is so intense. It's the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon. Quick, get back, or we'll get crushed to death. Everyone immediately backed away to give the beast space. Only then did his pet fully materialize. Su Lingyue grew even more anxious as she watched them. Why did Yi Hao summon his Silver Snake Thunder Dragon? Is he planning to settle a tournament grudge here? Yi Hao looked at Su Ping with a smug smirk. Heh, now that you've seen the magnificent look of my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, do you remember the training request? He confidently brought up the training matter with Su Ping again. Su Ping stared at him and sighed in exasperation. He had expected something much bigger. Shaking his head, he mentally asked the system, "The Silver Snake Thunder Dragon has a rank 9 bloodline. System, when can I unlock advanced pet training services?" The system interface popped up to answer him. You must complete at least one professional training session and upgrade your store to level 3 first. The prerequisite for upgrading the store to level 3 is that the host must expand the store's area to 3,000 square meters. Su Ping was incredibly frustrated by the system's outrageous demand, but all he could do was wear a helpless look on his face. 3,000 square meters? Is this supposed to be a pet store or a factory? Several customers standing around chatted excitedly. Wow, that's incredible. This is the first time I've ever seen a 9th-ranked dragon beast up close. To think even Ye Hao's Silver Snake Thunder Dragon was brought here for training. Well, since this place can train top-tier pets like the Lightning Rat and Little Skeleton, I guess it's not that surprising. Idiots. The 9th-rank bloodline is extremely rare, and dragon beasts of that rank are as rare as hen's teeth. They can't even be compared to a 1st-rank bloodline. Even if a master trainer is running this place, if they've never handled a dragon beast before, all their training theories are just talk. True, come to think of it, I've never seen the boss train any high-rank pets. Su Ping heard every single word they said. Ye Hao then asked him, Boss Su, you haven't actually trained a dragon beast before, have you? Su Ping knew that since Ye Hao could afford a high bloodline pet, he was definitely a high-value customer, and his friends likely had impressive backgrounds as well. But on second thought, if he revealed that he didn't usually take in high-rank pets, he might lose even more potential VIP customers in the future. So, Su Ping replied coldly, I haven't trained many, just a few here and there. I originally wanted to wait until this little guy grew up before showing him off, but it looks like I'll have to bring him out early and embarrass myself. Suddenly, a crimson spatial crack tore open next to him, unleashing a powerful wave of pressure. Everyone was instantly hit by the blast of energy from the spatial rift, raising their hands to shield themselves from the fierce wind. Whoa, what is that? The pressure is insane. Watching from a distance, Ling Yue trembled and hugged herself. Ugh, what is that awful stench? What on earth did my useless brother raise? A dragon emerged from the rift, its entire body radiating waves of dark, ominous energy. It was only then that everyone recognized it as the Inferno Dragon. Suddenly, it threw its head back and let out a thunderous, earth-shattering roar. Everyone, including Ye Hao, struggled to hold their ground against the dragon's deafening roar. They were terrified by the overwhelming dragon aura. The pressure was intense. Even the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon sank to its knees in submission. Huh? Yi Hao gasped in shock. What? Just its dragon aura alone made my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon submit? Ye Hao was completely bewildered. His Silver Snake Thunder Dragon was clearly a whole size larger. Su Ping gently waved his hand, signaling the Inferno Dragon to stop roaring. You've got it all wrong, Ye Hao. The reason your Silver Snake Thunder Dragon submitted isn't just because of its dragon aura, it's because of their bloodline. Hearing the last part, Ye Hao finally snapped out of it and looked up. What did you say? Su Ping began to explain. The 9th rank represents a massive leap in power, potentially even surpassing ranks 1 through 8 combined. High-rank pets naturally suppress low-rank ones through their bloodline, and the dragon race has the absolute strictest hierarchy of all. Take your Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, and my Inferno Dragon as a prime example, Su Ping continued. The clearest proof is that while your Silver Snake Thunder Dragon had to train hard just to learn Dragon Aura, the Inferno Dragon was born with it. Blushing with embarrassment, Ye Hao mumbled. So, that's how it is. Thank you for the lesson, Boss Su. Not only have you trained 9th rank dragon beasts before, but you also know their characteristics like the back of your hand. I must have lost my mind to challenge him like that. I just want to find a hole to crawl into right now. Su Ping placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I completely understand your desire to get stronger. When it's your turn, I definitely won't forget about you. He turned around excitedly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Boss Su. Meanwhile, Su Ping grinned sneakily. Hee hee hee, looks like I've hooked a cash cow. By now, Ling Yue had slumped to the ground, mumbling to herself. An Inferno Dragon, a top-tier Little Skeleton, a Lightning Rat, and an advanced tutor. Her eyes had already widened in shock, with a hint of admiration glistening within them. Could it all be true? Since when did he become so incredible? Is this really happening? Despite Ling Yue's lingering doubts, the shop remained open and was absolutely packed. Everyone brought their battle pets, begging for his help. Since when was he this amazing? Boss Su, please help me train my pet again. Boss Su, me too. Me 3. Please, we're counting on you. Su Ping wore a sly grin, his eyes scanning the 4 battle pets the customers had brought. No problem, just line up and pay up. You 4 again? Did you miss me? The pets trembled in absolute terror when they saw him. They quickly opened their spatial passages and scrambled back inside. Squeak! The scene shifts to the night. The system panel flashed with a notification showing that the revenue had been converted into energy. Remaining energy, 43,160, 2 points. He did some quick math. Upgrading the shop to level 3 required 100,000 energy points, alongside completing professional training and expanding the store to 3,000 square meters. Although he was short on energy right now, at least he didn't have to worry about getting customers. But if he wanted to buy a property in the real world, especially a storefront, even in the poorest slums of the lower district, it would cost at least 40 to 50,000 per square meter. That meant he'd need a massive fortune. But if he successfully upgraded it, the shop's earning capacity would easily multiply several times over. I can also use this as an excuse to bring Mom and Su Lingwei over to live here. If I do that, I can stay in the shop all day and stay safe under the protection of the newly upgraded system. I don't want to get a game over this early. Aside from being ridiculously expensive, this gig is even better than free money falling from the sky. After thinking it over and over, he finally gave in, sighing in defeat. But what can I do to make that much money? Su Ping thought about it again. Wasteland exploration? That's way too dangerous. If I didn't need to exchange my points for materials to cultivate my solar body, I wouldn't even think about going. Using my Inferno Dragon as collateral to borrow 10,000 should work. But I won't be able to train him until the debt is paid off. Holding him back like that isn't a good option either. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his head, and a devious smile spread across his face. So, can I make use of this advanced tutor status of mine? The scene transitions to another location. In the Longjiang base city's upper district, the area is exceptionally bustling and prosperous, with everything looking incredibly modern. Xu Kuang sat staring at the official website of the Longjiang Astral Pet Tutors. It displayed full details of the tutors' ranks and their booking hours. He stared at the screen, losing his patience. Why aren't there any online tutors who teach undead pets? Damn it, these cheap websites are nothing but ads and scams. Xu Kuang sighed, feeling completely frustrated. Ugh, is it really this hard for a guy like me to train an uncommon pet? Suddenly, a notification popped up on Xu Kuang's screen. It was from an advanced tutor account named The Most Handsome Man in Longjiang. The scene cuts to a car speeding down the road. The car headed straight into the Longjiang base city's upper district. Su Ping stepped out and tapped the watch on his wrist. A notification chimed. Payment successful. 1,802 astral coins deducted. He looked toward the central area. So this is the upper district. People make a lot here, but the cost of living is definitely not cheap. Su Ping stepped forward. Suddenly, 2 hands reached out to block him. A security guard tapped his baton in an intimidating manner, looking down at Su Ping's casual clothes. You don't live around here, do you? No loitering allowed. Ignoring them, he tapped a few buttons on his watch. I'm a dedicated tutor coming all the way here at midnight to teach. How do I look like a loiterer? A virtual screen popped up. It was a message from Xu Kuang. Senior, here is my location. Once you arrive, just give the guard my name. Senior, I will be waiting for you in the combat zone. He stared at the message, completely unamused. Being called senior is kind of cringy. Su Ping turned to the guard and said, I'm looking for Xu Kuang. Could you show me the way? The guard finally realized this was their young master's guest. Oh, your young master Xu's guest. Please, right this way. Meanwhile, Xu Kuang was training hard with a robot. An announcement chimed, defense level adjusted to high tier rank 3. Xu Kuang complained, still not enough. The system announced again, defense level adjusted to high tier rank 4, executing martial arts simulation. Wolfang Fist. The robot suddenly surged with combat power and rushed straight at Xu Kuang. He pulled his hand back, clenching it into a tight fist. Slowly closing his eyes, he channeled all his strength into his knuckles. The moment he found the right opening, Xu Kuang threw a powerful punch, shattering the robot and tearing its body apart. The robot's automatic diagnostic system flashed. Damage exceeds 80%. Operations suspended. The guard walked in to inform him, "Young Master Shu, the guest you booked has arrived." Sweat completely drenched Shu Kuang's shirt. One look was enough to tell how hard Shu Kuang had been training. He smiled and greeted Su Ping. "Oh, Senior, you're finally here." Su Ping looked around, assessing the place. This was definitely a training ground for the ultra-rich, not much different from Phoenix Peak Academy. Seeing this, the guard bowed to Shu Kuang. "I won't disturb your training then." Shu Kuang waved his hand, signaling the guard to leave. He looked Su Ping up and down, thinking with disappointment. "What the heck? Why is he so young?" Shu Kuang asked coldly. "Are you the assistant or the student of the most handsome man in Longjiang?" Su Ping calmly replied, "I am the most handsome man in Longjiang." A look of pure suspicion crossed Shu Kuang's face. His face instantly darkened. You are the senior known as the most handsome man in Longjiang?" Su Ping smiled and replied, "That's right. You're Shu Kuang, right? Your profile says you specialize in the undead type. Coincidentally, I know a thing or two about undead pets, so I can give you some guidance." Shu Kuang muttered under his breath, releasing a wave of murderous intent. "Give me guidance?" This guy's aura is totally ordinary. Even though I can sense his astral power, he is definitely not stronger than me. I don't even know if he can beat me, yet he is pretending to be some grandmaster to lecture me, his face contorted with anger. Holy crap. I actually called this ordinary guy senior, and even sent him cute emojis. I am the eldest young master of the prestigious Shu family. To think I played nice with a guy like this, how embarrassing. Seeing his expression, Su Ping asked, "Are you okay?" Gritting his teeth, Shu Kuang replied, "I feel like killing someone." Su Ping calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and probed, "Were you just trying to scan my astral power?" Shu Kuang was stunned, not expecting him to have noticed. "How did you know? Scanning my astral power?" He was shocked by Su Ping's words, completely caught off guard that the other guy had already read his actions. How does he know? He clearly has less astral power than me, yet he actually felt me sizing him up? Su Ping chuckled. "Looking at your face, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? If I couldn't even sense a probe like that, my training with the Chaos Astral map would have been a total waste." He gestured for Shu Kuang to come over and made a small request. "I know you're not convinced. Come on, channel your astral power into your right hand and give me your best punch." Shu Kuang's eyes quickly narrowed. "Are you trying to play victim? If I actually hit you, you won't even have the strength left to call the cops." Shu Kuang smiled confidently, quickly gathering astral power in his hand as he told Su Ping, "Don't regret this." But then, he suddenly felt something strange. Huh? What's going on? Why is it so much harder to channel my astral power than before? Could it be that I overdid the warm-up earlier and used up too much? On the other side, Su Ping wore a rare, sinister smile, as if he was up to something else. Right behind his back, where Shu Kuang couldn't see, he had silently drawn all the astral power toward himself. Shu Kuang clenched his fists in tension. How did it end up like this? It felt like his astral power was frozen. Even though it was right at his fingertips, it completely refused to obey his command. Feeling he had gathered enough energy, Su Ping waved his hand. Instantly, a golden light of astral power burst forward, overwhelming Shu Kuang as Su Ping softly muttered, "Go." Shu Kuang was caught completely off guard by the counterattack, only able to watch as it drew closer and closer. Sent flying backward by Su Ping's astral attack, he let out a loud cry. Shu Kuang stared at him with sheer disbelief. What on earth was that? Only a titled state expert should have the power to manipulate the flow of surrounding astral power. Once you reach the 9th titled rank, you can control astral power to its absolute limit. Moving objects from a distance and flying through the air are just child's play. Isn't this guy's astral power supposed to be weaker than mine? Yet this bizarre behavior of the energy inside my own body is undeniably caused by the man standing right in front of me. Shu Kuang stood frozen. He must be hiding his true strength. Can there really be such a powerful, young, titled, state expert in this world? As he thought about it, Su Ping's image in his mind became several times more terrifying. The more Shu Kuang thought, the more his mind spun. Only rank 9 experts are qualified to be on the titled board, with each title representing absolute supremacy in a specific domain. Wasting no time, he sheepishly asked Su Ping, "May I ask what your title is, senior?" Su Ping secretly praised him, thinking he was quite sharp to ask about a title. To avoid blowing his cover by diving too deep into the topic, He simply smiled and said, "Forget it. You're not worthy of knowing my title yet. If you're still not convinced, we can go another round." Xu Kuang immediately agreed. "All right, please guide me, senior." Suddenly, two spatial cracks ripped open beside him, suggesting he was about to summon his battle pets. Two battle pets emerged from the spatial rifts, charging rapidly toward him. Xu Kuang roared his command. "Go get him!" Su Ping took a step back. A swamp zombie creeper and a soul-feasting beast? Both have rank 6 bloodlines. The soul-feasting beast immediately unleashed a shroud of black mist, blocking his vision and movement. Su Ping quickly realized what was happening and raised a hand to cover his mouth. "It's a miasma to blur my sight." Meanwhile, the swamp zombie creeper was just as fierce, charging straight ahead in a frontal assault. Su Ping agilely dodged its attack. The swamp zombie creeper's name said everything about its ideal battlefield. While it originally possessed rank 6 strength, with the dry, hard gravel on the ground hindering its movements, its actual combat power could only reach rank 5 at best. Flexing his muscles, he firmly grabbed its limb. Back in the Dragon King's heritage ground, he had been constantly fighting using the Golden Crow divine spacetime body and could now reliably unleash 70% of the power of his incomplete Golden Crow form. My actual combat strength is currently at the mid-tier of rank 6. With that thought, Su Ping put all his strength into hurling the beast away. Xu Kuang was absolutely dumbfounded, his eyes wide, and his jaw dropped. The swamp zombie creeper had been thrown barehanded. The beast sent flying by Su Ping crashed straight into the lake, splashing water everywhere as it let out a painful shriek. Xu Kuang frowned and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I was planning to use the soft thighs of the swamp zombie creeper to muffle its footsteps." Su Ping smiled, pointing out the flaw in his strategy. "Nice theory, but if you can't cleverly avoid the side effects, it's nothing more than empty talk." On the other side, the soul-feasting beast lurked within the black miasma, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A golden light flashed in his eyes, his voice turning ice cold. "Still sitting tight? Let's see how I drag you out." He raised his hand and channeled his astral power. "I heard that guy roar plenty of times back in the Dragon King's heritage ground. Let's see if I can use astral power to boost my vocal cords." Suddenly, the phantom of a golden dragon emerged from his body. It let out an earth-shattering roar, releasing a terrifying pressure that instantly suppressed the two beasts. The soul-feasting beast shrieked in agony, clearly suffering a devastating mental blow. Xu Kuang covered his ears, coughing uncomfortably as he gasped in horror. "Ugh, is that a dragon roar?" Both beasts were knocked out in an instant, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. Su Ping pulled his hand back. He figured these two battle pets were used to easy victories, having only fought weaker opponents in regular battles. It seemed their master had completely forgotten how to actually command them. Even though he had unleashed his dragon roar with full force, it didn't even have 20% of the genuine power of the old Dragon King's roar. But it was more than enough to terrify these students living in their ivory tower. With a completely bewildered face, Xu Kuang asked him, "A dragon roar, isn't that a skill only high-level dragon beasts can use? How can a pet master learn it with a human body? And how did you make such a terrifyingly powerful sound?" Su Ping casually explained, "It's just using astral power to strengthen my physical body a bit. It's nothing special. Even though the combat skills of your two little cuties are a total mess, their physical conditioning is actually quite decent." Hearing him use such a cute term for his terrifying undead pets, Xu Kuang froze in shock and stammered, Little cuties, your taste is truly unique, senior." He then flashed a proud grin, thinking, he's got great taste. Using undead pets is indeed incredibly badass and cool as hell. Besides, other pet masters have so little experience dealing with rare pets. Seeing them caught completely off guard is a double satisfaction. Xu Kuang gritted his teeth and sighed. "It's just that training undead pets is incredibly hard. Being isolated and looked down on by my classmates is one thing, but even my own instructors look at me like I'm a weirdo. Worst of all, knowledge about undead pets is as scarce as gold in a desert. You really have to dig deep just to find anything. Meeting you today, I only wish we had met sooner." Su Ping gave a helpless sigh. All right, stop right there. I can already tell that your past victories only relied on overwhelming your opponents with raw-level advantages. On top of that, you over-rely on the element of surprise from using rare pets that people don't know much about. This little trick of yours might work on weaker opponents, or those at your level. But the moment you run into a real expert, your terrible tactics will expose you completely. Xu Kuang didn't expect him to point out his flaws so quickly. Surprised, he asked, "Then, Senior, what do you think I should do now?" Su Ping pulled out a strange lotus flower that glowed with a soft green light. He held it in front of him and said, Is this? Shu Kuang gasped in shock. "Don't tell me this is the legendary underworld king bone lotus." He nodded. "Yes. This can massively boost the comprehension of undead pets. Only by mastering enough skills can you support and adapt your tactics. Of course, I will also be tutoring you on your commanding abilities." Instantly assuming it was a gift, he beamed with a massive smile. Someone once offered 5 million on the market and still couldn't buy one of these for their pet. To think you're giving this to me as a welcoming gift. Thank you so much, Senior. Su Ping immediately crushed his foolish thought. Thank your ass. The fee for level 9 training is 1 million, and the pet food is another 1,200,000. Oh, plus the cab fare of 3,604 credits. Payment first, service later. Shu Kuang was completely stunned by the price. Well, since you actually know how to recognize quality goods, I can sell you some more undead pet food in the future. Shu Kuang quickly did the math in his head. Wait, what? The bone lotus is only 1,200,000? Even if you added up all the fees, it was still far cheaper than the market price for the bone lotus. And more importantly, he was talking about a long-term supply. Where else on earth could he find a deal this good? His face lit up with pure joy. Knowing he had just hit the jackpot, he eagerly replied, Yes, Senior, absolutely. A while later, Shu Kuang saw him off to his cab. Before getting in, Su Ping turned around to remind him, Remember, next time your bone beast goes up against a flying pet, first, throw up a few more layers of bone prison. Su Ping said calmly, closing his eyes. While the prison blocks their attacks, you can counterattack. Then, use toxic mist and boost your blood spirit conversion to expand your detection range, slowly wearing them down to death. He hurriedly nodded and took notes. Understood, Senior. Having given all the necessary pointers, Su Ping said goodbye and drove off. All right, I'm heading out. Shu Kuang watched him leave, full of gratitude. Have a safe trip, Senior. Only after the cab had driven quite a distance did he suddenly realize something crucial. Oh crap, wait. I didn't even get Senior's contact info. Cut to Su Ping's house. Stepping out of the cab, he pushed the front door open and called out gently, I'm home. Seeing him walk in, Li Qingru asked, Son, why are you so late today? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me reheat the food for you. Sitting down at the dining table, he replied, I was just a bit busy today. Looking at the table packed with food, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Huh? Today isn't a holiday, so why is there so much food? Su Ping tried to recall recent events, wondering what kind of scheme Su Lingyu was cooking up. Usually, that girl would only leave him some leftover broth. He glanced over at her, hugging a pillow, and curled up in a corner of the sofa. Su Ping smiled in satisfaction, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. He secretly praised his little sister. Not bad at all. Su Lingyu's face flushed even redder. She buried her face in the pillow, completely embarrassed. Li Qingru patted her son's head and joked, You silly boy. Of course my cooking is good, as if you even had to ask. Su Ping devoured the food. This was his first time eating such a feast since transmigrating. The chicken leg was absolutely delicious. Could the original owner's mother actually be a titled chef? After finishing dinner, he immediately headed back to his bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on his bed to cultivate, Su Ping thought about how he had relied on the boost from his level 1 Golden Crow Divine Demon body to pull off. Even with level 6 combat power, if I go up against a master strategist who can push 2 level 6 pets to their absolute limits, I'll have to rely entirely on Little Skeleton. My own strength is just not enough yet. Thinking this over, he quickly opened the system. Right now, I'm stuck at the upper 3rd rank. If I rely solely on training with the Chaos Star Chart, it'll take weeks just to break through to the 4th rank. But if I can get a force pill from the system shop, it'll be a different story. System, open the shop interface. Instantly, a mini shop menu popped up, displaying the exact materials he needed to make his breakthrough. Su Ping took a quick look and assessed the options. As expected, force pills weren't easy to come by, and refreshing the shop cost a whopping 100 energy points. Refresh it. He pressed the button without hesitation, and the system interface instantly shuffled to show a new batch of items. His eyes locked on to a mid-grade beast snare. After reading the description, Su Ping thought to himself, Not bad. Even if I don't use it to catch pets, even if Little Skeleton can't beat a level 9 beast, this thing still gives me a 25% chance of taking it down. It really is a rule-bending cheat item. Better keep one handy just in case. With that, he clicked purchase, and the mid-grade beast snare was added to his inventory. Seeing that the shop had refreshed to other useless items, Su Ping grew anxious and refreshed it yet again. As he scanned the new list, his eyes caught an item with an insanely high price tag. Oh my god, 50,000 energy points? What the hell is telekinesis? His mind was in a fierce battle. This thing wasn't just expensive, it was also only a basic level skill. If it turned out to be a useless trap, he'd be broke overnight. Basic Trainer Skill Book. Telekinesis. Price. 50,000 points. Grants. Basic telekinesis. But what if it's an incredibly overpowered skill? On the other hand, what if the next refresh gives me a force pill? Su Ping hesitated, his hand hovering over the buy button. He was torn about spending such a massive fortune on this single item. Was it really going to be worth it? Stealing his resolve, Su Ping made his decision and tapped the screen. Purchased. The system panel dissolved into glowing lines of code that surged directly into him. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes, feeling the knowledge of the skill successfully taking root in his mind. He focused the astral power in his hand, and immediately, the cup on the table began to hover in midair. Su Ping reached out, and the cup flew straight into his hand. He slowly began to manipulate the water inside it, his face lighting up with excitement. It worked! I can't believe a skill the system labels as basic has such an insane effect. Staring at the cup, he realized this telekinesis skill was essentially using astral power to move physical objects from a distance. He pictured in his mind the flow of someone manipulating astral power. Normally, to affect external objects with astral power, you have to compress a massive amount of it, condense it, pack it tight, and continuously shrink and solidify it. As he thought about it, his imagination wandered even further, to make astral power feel solid. Realizing this was the ultimate control he wanted to achieve, Su Ping reached out his hand to test it. Once astral power is completely solidified, you can destroy things or even create physical objects at will. That's the hallmark of the 9th rank, the power of a titled warrior. Su Ping pondered. Battle pet warriors below rank 9 simply didn't have that vast amount of astral power, nor did they have the control to solidify it. At most, they could only release a small amount of astral power to enhance their physical bodies or gear. Without a physical medium to cling to, the power quickly dissipates, let alone moving objects. With that thought, he channeled his astral power to try and lift the chair in front of him. I can't believe telekinesis actually allows me to solidify astral power, as expected of a system product. Sitting on his bed, Su Ping closed his eyes to test his limits and see just how far he could push this new skill. Veins bulged on his face as he poured every ounce of his strength into it with a low shout. But the bed only budged a tiny bit, leaving him slightly disappointed. Su Ping stared blankly at his meager result. Is that really all I can do? With my current level of astral power, this force is nowhere near enough for actual combat. He let out a tired sigh. Man, I originally wanted to get a force pill to boost my astral power, but now it feels like I'm running even lower on it than before. A few days later, on a bright and early morning, Su Ping was riding his bike down the street, his hands already sweaty from the intense exercise. Suddenly, his watch beeped with a notification. A seminar is scheduled for 2 p.m. today. Please arrive early. Without a word, Su Ping pedaled harder, weaving past the cars congested on the road. A driver poked his head out of a window, utterly bewildered as to why a guy on a bicycle was moving faster than the cars. Su Ping's face was dripping with sweat, but he couldn't help but grin. Heh. Now that I've mastered the technique of channeling power, there's still so much potential to unlock with telekinesis. At that moment, his bicycle was completely wrapped in astral power, slightly lifting off the ground. Meanwhile, over at Fengshan Academy, Daiyan had some students cornered against a wall, demanding aggressively, "Hey, I heard your academy has someone named Ye Hao who's supposed to be a big deal, right? You guys know him?" Cornered by Daiyan's group, the terrified student stammered, "Oh, of course we know who he is. What do you guys want with young Master Ye?" Being surrounded by Daiyan's crew, the student stammered fearfully, "Oh, of course we know him. Why are you guys looking for young Master Ye?" "What?" Daiyan smacked a student hard on the head. "If you know where he is, you'd better tell him to get his ass out here to welcome us. Don't you know that we from Jianlan Academy are here?" The rest of the gang laughed along with him. One of the students couldn't take the abuse anymore. He angrily pushed him back, yelling, "What gives you the right to bully us?" The two students loudly fired back at Dai Yan and his gang of thugs. If you've got the balls, go find young Master Ye yourself and see if he doesn't kick your asses. One of Dai Yan's lackeys grabbed the student's arm and twisted it behind his back, snarling, daring to push back. Huh? Looks like we need to teach you a lesson. The student let out a painful cry. Ugh, fine, I'll talk. The thug smirked wickedly and twisted his arm even harder. The student screamed in agony. Ow, ow. The thug finally let go and smiled venomously. Are you ready to go find Ye Hao now? Clutching his broken arm, the student said tremblingly, I'll go. Suddenly, Dai Yan called out to stop them. Hold on. The student turned back, confused. What? Didn't you want me to go find Ye Hao? Crossing his arms, Dai Yan glared at the two of them. That was one thing, but we still have unfinished business. Didn't you just push me? Don't think you're getting away with that. His lackeys burst out laughing. Ha ha, Dai Yan, why are you picking on a junior like that? Huh, what junior? These guys are just Fengshan trash. Ha ha, crawl. Hurry up and crawl. The gang forced the two of them to crawl between Dai Yan's legs. Holding back their tears, they choked out. You can beat us up, but you can't insult Fengshan. We are not trash. One of the thugs raised his fist, ready to strike them. Haha, what a bizarre request. In that case, let me satisfy you. Just as his fist was about to land, a hand caught his wrist, stopping the fight in its tracks. The thug turned around in surprise. Su Ping gripped his arm tightly and said coldly, "Let them go." The rest of the gang turned to glare at him. Who the hell do you think you are? In response, Su Ping squeezed even tighter, crushing the thug's arm as a warning that he wasn't playing around. I said, "Let them go." Su Ping released his grip, and the thug scrambled backward in a panic. With his arm red and swollen from pain, Dai Yan and his crew surrounded Su Ping. You dare lay a finger on someone from Jianlan? Heh, you've got guts. Interesting. When the two students saw that their savior was Su Ping, they gasped in delight. Brother Su! Su Ping raised a hand to silence them, and gave them a quick warning. Shh, you guys have nothing to do with this anymore. Get out of here. Dai Yan sneered at the young man. Oh, so you're a Fengshan student too? Dai Yan's lackeys laughed in disdain. Look at this guy. He's riding some ancient bicycle from the last century. How pathetic. Haha, this is hilarious. A loser like you trying to act like a hero? Go back home and cry to your mommy. Su Ping placed a hand on his chest, taking a deep breath to keep his cool. But then, the thug took it a step further and rudely kicked his bicycle. Haha, I think you should stop riding a bike. Walking suits a loser like you much better. Dark energy began to seep from Su Ping's body as his expression darkened. Because I think crawling suits you much better. Only then did Dai Yan realize that the atmosphere around them had completely changed. Suddenly, his entire body felt incredibly heavy. An invisible aura crushed down on him, slamming him onto the ground. Ugh! He struggled to lift his head, utterly confused by what was happening. Damn it, what just happened? One of his lackeys laughed and began to tease him. Haha, Dai Yan, you're so clumsy. How do you manage to trip on flat ground? He snapped back furiously. What are you laughing at? Luo Fengtian, who had been silent all along, closely observed Su Ping. Something's wrong. I couldn't even register his movements just now. One of the thugs pointed straight at Su Ping's face, demanding angrily, Hey, what did you just do? Su Ping simply smiled and replied, Nothing. He touched me, so I touched him back. That is all. Enraged, the thug rolled up his sleeves and lunged forward. You think you're tough? Let's see what you've got. Wait, Dai Yan barked to stop him. Back off. He's my prey. He scrambled up from the ground, glaring viciously at Su Ping. You dare lay a hand on me? I'm going to break your legs with my own hands. With that, he tore open a summoning space. A massive golden bear emerged from the spatial crack, roaring savagely. He sneered, To think you actually forced me to summon my trump card, the golden mane dreadclaw bear. You should be honored. Dai Yan burst into laughter. But you're still gonna die. Ha ha ha. Su Ping looked at him, completely exhausted. What a pain. If I weren't getting paid by Fengshan Academy, there's no way I'd get involved in this. He glanced at his watch. Time was running out, and he had a class to teach soon. Can you guys just attack all at once? I'm in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhou Yunchan spoke up. Old Dong, I heard you guys have a genius student named Ye Hao. He raised his teacup and said in a raspy voice, Only a third-year student, yet he easily reached the 5th rank, and his silver snake thunder dragon is undefeated wherever it goes. He looked at Dong Mingsong with a knowing smile. You'll have to go easy on us during this pet battle exchange. Dongming Song could only chuckle. Ha, you're well informed. Since the trump card I cultivated has already been leaked, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Still, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Jianlan has won the last few exchange matches. It's about time you let our Phoenix Peak Academy have some of the spotlight. Zhou Yunchan chuckled in response. Haha, we didn't win every single time. Wasn't there a tie? Dongming Song retorted. Talking is useless. Let's settle this in the arena. Luo Guxue watched the two vice principals, completely speechless. She interrupted them, asking, "Excuse me, have your school's competing students arrived yet? We need to register their details." Zhou Yunchan replied calmly, "No problem. They said they wanted to look around and prepare for the match. I'll call them over." But when they arrived, their faces were completely swollen and bruised. Dai Yan said dejectedly, "Hello, Vice Principal Zhou. Hello, Instructor Luo." Zhou Yunchan bellowed, "Hey, Dai Yan, what is the meaning of this?" Except for Luo Fengqian, everyone else trembled in fear before the vice principal. He demanded loudly, "What on earth have you all been doing? Don't you know the competition is tomorrow? How did you end up like this?" Behind him, Dongming Song and Luo Guxu were already struggling to hold back their laughter at the students' ridiculous appearance. Zhou Yunchan was boiling with rage, cursing silently. "They're laughing? Those bastards." He barked angrily at Dai Yan and the others. He pressed them. "Are you all mute? Speak up. You had the guts to do it, but not the guts to face it. If you don't talk, you'll all be punished." Dai Yan finally summoned his courage, raising his hand to speak. "Report. We were ambushed by a student from Phoenix Peak." With that, he pointed toward Dongming Song to make his accusation. Dongming Song asked skeptically, "Our student?" He himself was utterly confused. "Since when did we have a student this strong?" Zhou Yunchan's face darkened, his voice turning cold. "What exactly happened? Tell me clearly who beat you up. Don't go around slandering the reputation of Phoenix Peak Academy." Dai Yan felt even more guilty. "We were just chatting and trying to find our way back. But when that guy heard we were part of the exchange team, he attacked us without saying a word. We were just caught off guard, which is why we ended up like this." He added, "If you dare to lie, I will punish you severely." Zhou Yunchan then stared at the group behind Dai Yan, asking in a stern voice, "Is what he said true?" Dai Yan quickly turned his head around, giving his teammates a warning glare. They quickly got the message and stammered to Zhou Yunchan, "Yes, that's right. That's exactly what happened." Zhou Yunchan slammed his hand on his seat in frustration, turning to accuse Dongming Song. "Excellent. Is this how Phoenix Peak treats its guests? This is outrageous." Dongming Song was still skeptical. "Let me ask them a few questions. Do you know the name of the person who attacked you? What did he look like?" Dai Yan recalled the encounter and quickly replied, "He's a male student about our age. I think his last name is Su." Dongming Song was shocked to hear the name. He never expected the culprit to be him, and muttered under his breath. The door was shut tight, bringing a tiring workday to an end. Inside, Su Ping received a call from Dongming Song. "Vice Principal, I'm cultivating right now. What's up?" Dongming Song asked him seriously. "Instructor Su, did you beat up those Jianlan students today?" Su Ping replied casually, "Yeah, is there a problem?" Dongming Song snapped, "A huge problem." He yelled in frustration. "The kids you beat up are the elite students Jianlan sent for the exchange match. Now, the people from Jianlan are searching everywhere to settle the score with you." Su Ping didn't seem to care at all. He scratched his ear and said, "I just gave them a light lesson. Didn't I leave their limbs intact? And they actually dare to come after me?" As Dongming Song listened silently, Su Ping explained, "They're the ones who started it. 2 students from Phoenix Peak can testify for me. With your resources, you should be able to find them, right?" He replied, "I did find those 2. But they can't testify for you." Su Ping was confused. "Why?" Dongming Song said helplessly, "Because someone wanted to keep it under wraps, so they silenced them beforehand." Su Ping's face darkened, and he frowned. He said in a low voice, "So you want me to give you an explanation?" Dongming Song's expression turned serious. "I believe you wouldn't attack them for no reason, but the people from Jianlan won't see it that way. I'll find a way to handle this." He warned him, "Don't come to school for the next few days. If they make a move, I won't be able to protect you." Su Ping remained silent. He tapped the device on his wrist, and the system immediately displayed Longjiang Base City Instructor Network. A message from a day ago popped up, saying, "When will you have time to come over again?" He replied with a short message, "Su Kwong, do me a favor." The announcer spoke loudly to grab everyone's attention. The annual Battle Pet exchange match between Jianlan Academy and Phoenix Peak Academy is about to begin. Over the last 9 years, Jianlan has maintained an outstanding record of 8 wins and 1 draw. Can Phoenix Peak shatter Jianlan's undefeated streak this year? Let's wait and see. The announcer gestured to the right. Phoenix Peak has sent out 3 rank 5 Battle Pet warriors, each of them a heavyweight contender in this year's tournament. The students cheered, "Go, Ye Hao, go, Senior Su." The announcer quickly turned to look at Jianlan. What about Jianlan? The announcer was stunned. Jianlan had sent out only 1 competitor. The students from Jianlan whispered in confusion. Didn't we choose 5 competitors for this match? Why is only 1 person going up? Yeah, what about Dai Yan and the others? Where is he? I'm still waiting to see his clawed golden bear tear everyone to pieces. Suddenly, they turned around and started shouting at the Fengshan side. I heard they were ambushed and injured by Fengshan's people. What? That is so underhanded. Even if they want to win, they can't resort to that. The guy named Dong Qing shouted, "Fengshan played dirty. We demand a thorough investigation and an apology." Ling Yue immediately pointed her finger and shouted back, "Hey, show us some proof. Don't make baseless accusations." The crowd turned and spoke in a sneering tone. I saw Dayan and his group's injuries with my own eyes. How could that be fake? Haha. Fengshan is honestly disgusting. When they can't win fair and square, they play dirty behind our backs. Ling Yue slammed her hand hard against the railing beside her in anger. The crowd jeered in a loud voice. Whoa, look at that. She's losing the argument, so now she wants to throw hands. As expected, the character of Fengshan people is just like that guy named Su. Haha. Ling Yu was startled to hear those words. That guy named Su? A massive chant echoed once again, this time catching the attention of everyone below. Fengshan, apologize, you underhanded cowards. Ye Hao stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. Brother Luo, let's call off today's match. We can fight another day. Feng Tian asked indifferently, are you scared? Hearing this, Yan Ying spoke up. Don't get us wrong, if we ganged up on you, a victory wouldn't even be honorable. Ye Hao frowned. Exactly. Don't do this the hard way. I'm warning you for your own good. You should just leave. Feng Tian bowed his head and let out a laugh. Haha, I see you guys completely misunderstand the situation. He recalled the scene of Su Ping beating up the Jianlan students. Ever since he laid a hand on Jianlan, you've been completely out of your depth. Move aside, please. The meaning of this match has shifted from mere victory to a matter of life and death. With that, he summoned his battle pet. Ye Hao gasped in shock. What a powerful aura. Mingsong was equally astonished. Could this be a 9th-level bloodline? The dark pit dragon, Yun Tang, who was sitting nearby, let out a cold snort. If you continue to shield that guy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ye Hao shouted to everyone. Don't underestimate him. Everyone, summon your dragon pets. Feng Tian glanced at him. Do you honestly think the 5 of you combined can defeat me? In an instant, the dark pit dragon charged. The entire arena was filled with the agonizing roars and shrieks of Fengshan's dragon pets. Everyone cried out in shock. They lost. In the blink of an eye, Fengshan was utterly defeated. The gap in their strength was like heaven and earth. The Fengshan students began to whisper among themselves. I can't believe the gap is this huge. Even Ye Hao was defeated. The strength of that dark pit dragon must have reached the 10th rank. Those Jianlan jerks are completely abusing their power. This is just too much. Dai Yan and his group on the stands cheered loudly. Awesome job, Brother Feng Tian. Give them a taste of real pain. Show Fengshan the price of messing with us. Ling Yue covered her mouth in sheer horror. This isn't a match. It's a one-sided slaughter. Ye Hao, covered in wounds, was held in a tight grip by Feng Tian. Mingsong stood up anxiously. Enough! I demand the referee stop this match immediately. Yun Tang stroked his beard in gloating satisfaction. It's useless. Have you forgotten? The referee this time is one of ours. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Mingsong turned and growled. I told you, the witnesses are still unconscious. As soon as they wake up, the truth will come out. Yanbo said in frustration. What's the point of saying that? Tell me, how long will it take for them to wake up? Mingsong instantly felt the pressure. The attacker had been incredibly brutal. Even in the best-case scenario, it would take half a year. Yuntang sneered. Half a year? In half a year, all the students will have graduated or moved on. You're just trying to buy time. Yan Bo commanded the fighter below. Feng Tian, teach them another lesson. I don't believe that coward named Su will keep hiding like a turtle in its shell. Feng Tian replied clearly. Yi Hao, trembling, grabbed Feng Tian's arm tightly and snarled, Huff, don't you dare think you can throw dirt on us. Ling Yue spoke anxiously into the device in her hand. They're still not stopping? Her voice trembled with worry. Brother, where are you? Over here, Su Ping reassured her softly. Don't worry. I pretty much figured things would turn out like this. I'm at the arena. He spoke from behind Ming Song and Yun Tang. Tsk, tsk. I just didn't expect the battle to be this pathetic. Ming Song turned around in a panic. Su Ping, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come? Yun Tang stroked his chin with a sly grin. So you're the kid named Su? Delivering yourself right to my doorstep saves this old man a lot of trouble. Su Ping smirked and replied, just dropped by for a casual visit. Why were you guys looking for me anyway? Ming Song growled, damn it, didn't I tell you to stay away? Su Ping glanced down below. I had no choice. After all, my cute little sister begged me to come. Ling Yue, with tears streaming down her face, silently glared at him. Yan Bo reached out toward him. Unbelievable. You injured our students and still dare to act so arrogant? Surrender peacefully. With a dark expression, Ming Song quickly grabbed Yan Bo's hand. Yan Bo raised his voice. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to shield this punk? Dong Ming Song replied flatly. This is my turf. Before there is concrete evidence, how can I let you arrest someone as you please? Yan Bo frowned and yanked his hand back. Old man, I suggest you hand him over quietly. Otherwise, if we start fighting, I'm afraid you won't be escaping unscathed either. You'd better hand him over quietly. Otherwise, if we make a move, I'm afraid even you won't be walking away in one piece. Su Ping raised his hand. Su Ping smiled and said, yeah, I'm the one who beat them. So what? Your students simply lacked the skills and lost to me. Got a problem with that? Fei Yanbo grit his teeth in fury. Dong Mingsong quickly turned around, covered his mouth, and whispered, Su Ping, stop arguing. He is an 8th rank master. You cannot afford to cross him. Su Ping chuckled softly. Don't worry, I will try to handle this, as peacefully as possible. It was then that Yun Duo spoke up. No matter how you look at it, Dai Yan and the others are among the top-tier students at our academy. Even if it was a sneak attack, someone without real strength wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand so easily. Tell me, what grade are you in? Dong Mingsong stepped forward to answer for him. He is not a student. He is actually one of our advanced teachers. Hearing that, Fei Yanbo burst into a mocking laugh. An advanced teacher? Is someone this young really qualified to be an advanced teacher at your academy? Yun Duo's eyes flashed with curiosity. Fascinating. An advanced teacher with only 4th rank astral power. Unless Phoenix Peak Academy is completely hopeless, you must have a special trick up your sleeve. Su Ping was secretly surprised. He had not even realized she was probing his astral power, but it seemed she could only detect his basic astral power level. He replied, You do not need to know anything about me. I came here today to give you guys an explanation. Fei Yanbo covered his mouth and sneered. What explanation? A pathetic 4th rank instructor who only knows how to pull cheap sneak attacks like you has nothing to say. And to think I took you seriously for a second, what a waste of my time. Su Ping glanced at him and proposed, How about we make a bet? Do you believe that? Not only will I not apologize, but I can also make both of you bow your heads, admit you were wrong, and beg for our forgiveness? Fei Yanbo lost his temper completely and barked, You wet behind the ears, brat. How dare you spout such utter nonsense here? Bullying our Berserking Blade students is one thing, but you actually dare to insult the vice principal and me. If you have the guts, step down here and fight me. Let us see which is stronger, your mouth or my fists. Su Ping raised an eyebrow. No problem. Seeing this, Dong Mingsong quickly intervened. Su Ping, do not accept his challenge. You do not understand what a duel between teachers of rival academies actually means. If you lose in front of so many students, Su Ping's gaze instantly hardened. I know exactly what it means. If a teacher from Phoenix Peak loses to a teacher from Berserking Blade, it means Phoenix Peak is publicly admitting we are inferior to Berserking Blade, and the losing teacher will have to take responsibility and resign. Dong Mingsong snapped at him. If you know that, then you have even less reason to accept his challenge. The honor of this entire academy is not something you can carry on your own. What if you lose? Su Ping brushed past him, his voice turning cold. What if I lose? Is this so-called honor you talk about? Just getting repeatedly crushed by berserking blade while stubbornly refusing to admit it? That damn honor is long gone anyway. Fei Yanbo burst into an amused laugh, pointing down at the arena below. Haha, I thought you were trying to play some clever trick, but you are just going for broke. Haha, I will give you one final chance. We can fight somewhere private, so that when you lose, it won't be so humiliating. An immense pressure suddenly radiated from Su Ping. No need. I accept your challenge. The announcer was absolutely stunned by the turn of events. What? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sudden change of plans. This exchange match is turning into a duel between teachers. Luo Fengtian looked up with absolute disdain. What an idiot, actually accepting the challenge. Very soon, you will learn the hard way, the massive gap between a real instructor and a student. Dai Yan and his group also grinned with excitement. Hee, you dare to fight old monster Fei? You are dead meat. Professor Fei, please teach him a lesson he will never forget. The berserking blade students crossed their arms arrogantly. How old is that young teacher anyway? He looks just about our age. Exactly. Not to mention Professor Fei has decades of combat experience. How could he possibly lose to a greenhorn? We should record this match for those who couldn't make it. Meanwhile, Su Lingyue held her head in a daze. Oh no. Why on earth is my brother fighting a berserking blade instructor? The Phoenix Peak crowd from earlier quickly cleared the area. An announcement echoed through the stadium. Will the previous contestants please clear the field? The announcer raised his voice to pump up the crowd. Next up is a historic clash between Berserking Blade's advanced instructor, Fei Yanbo, and Phoenix Peak's advanced instructor, Su Ping. Instructors, please enter the arena. Hearing this, Fei Yanbo prepared himself. I will take the stage first. With that, he leaped high into the air, looking almost like a giant frog, and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. The announcer roared. What an imposing entrance. As expected of an 8th rank master, a casual leap can unleash such destructive force. The announcer turned to the other side. Next, let us welcome Instructor Su Ping. Huh? Where is Instructor Su Ping? Wait. Up in the sky. Instructor Su Ping is literally floating in midair. This is unbelievable. Instructor Su is riding the wind. Could it be that he has reached the 9th rank in the titled state? Su Ping only looked down calmly. Both Yun Duo and Dong Mingsong gasped in sheer shock. What? A titled master? He gently floated down. Fei Yanbo could not believe his eyes, thinking, how can a titled warrior be this young? Wait, doesn't he only have 4th rank astral power? Meanwhile, Luo Fengtian's expression looked just as grim. It turned out that when Dai Yan was knocked down earlier, it wasn't because Su Ping moved too fast to be seen, but because manipulating astral power to attack doesn't require any physical movement at all. Su Lingyue pinched her own cheek. My brother is a titled master? Ow, that hurts. Yehao looked over, his voice trembling. Instructor Su, I'm counting on you. Dai Yan and his crew gaped in shock. How is this even possible? How can this be? No way, that's impossible. How could Fengshan be hiding someone like this? Su Ping gestured politely toward Yanbo and said, please, after you. A rank 8 battle pet master, Instructor Fei. The MC continued to pump up the crowd. Next up, the 12 instructors summoned their astral pets for the first round. Yanbo calculated silently. No matter what, a 20-year-old punk with at most a decade of cultivation must have focused solely on astral power to be able to fly. That means combat skills are definitely his weak point. There's no way he can match my decades of battle experience. With that thought, he lowered his stance and barked at the boy. Bring it on! Summoning his astral pet, the purple shadow demon fox, it let out a ferocious roar. Yanbo pointed and ordered it to take care of him. Seeing this, the Fengshan students panicked. It's a rank 8 bloodline purple shadow demon fox. Look at the number of tails. Its combat strength has already reached the upper rank 8 level. One student clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Damn it. Luo Fengtian's upper rank 7 abyssal black dragon was already hard enough to deal with. Now there's a rank 8 purple shadow demon fox too. The guy next to him clutched his head in despair. Even though rank 7 and rank 8 are only one realm apart, their strength is like night and day. Not to mention, the purple shadow demon fox is one of the most aggressive pets of the lightning type. Dai Yan and his crew burst into arrogant laughter. Haha, see how powerful we are now? We at Jianlan are no pushovers. Su Ping's eyes sharpened. rank 8 combat strength. He smirked and reached out to summon. What a coincidence. Perfect timing. Yanbo stared in shock at the astral pet Su Ping had just summoned. What on earth is that? Su Ping replied calmly. I happen to have a rank 8 pet too. Yanbo gasped in disbelief. A purgatory dragon. His pet let out a deafening roar, unleashing its dragon might. The roar left the Jianlan students dazed. That dragon might is insane. We can feel it even through the protective barrier. Mingsong stroked his beard and pondered. So Su Ping's main pet is a purgatory dragon. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. This is one of the top beings in the dragon family. I was worrying for nothing. He raised his hand and commanded, adjust the energy barrier to maximum. Activate the level 2 energy shield. The barrier was quickly erected. Su Ping turned his head with a slight smile. Then I won't hold back. Yanbo frowned and warned. Don't get ahead of yourself. Even though your purgatory dragon is rare, I can tell its current combat strength is only around lower rank 8. A lower rank fighting an upper rank? It's too early to say who will have the last laugh. With those words, his entire body burst with energy, channeling rank 8 boosting power. His pet's power surged. The MC's voice echoed. The purple shadow demon fox is resisting the suppressing effect of the dragon might. Under the influence of the rank 8 boost, the purple shadow demon fox might have just crossed into the rank 9 domain. Seeing Su Ping's calm demeanor, the MC couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Is Instructor Su Ping not going to use any boosting skills on his purgatory dragon? Isn't this basically forcing his purgatory dragon to fight 1 against 2? Su Ping smiled faintly. At this level, it's still a far cry from fighting 1 against 2. Yanbo's face contorted with rage, veins popping on his forehead. Are you looking down on me? Purple shadow demon fox, 8-fold lightning slash. Instantly, a massive surge of power erupted from its tail. It roared. Yehao crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow in shock. The 8-fold lightning slash of a lightning rat has destructive power, with just the first fold. Yet this purple shadow demon fox can unleash all 8 folds at once. Is this the true power of rank 8? The force of the purple shadow demon fox surged straight towards Su Ping. The MC's voice grew dramatic. The lightning slash of the purple shadow demon fox has cut off all of Instructor Su Ping's escape routes. How will Instructor Su Ping counter this? The pet beside him let out a single roar, shattering the oncoming surge of power. Yanbo barked another command. Let's see you handle this next move then, purple shadow demon fox. Instantly, it split into multiple illusions. The MC's eyes widened in excitement. Oh, that's the rank 7 lightning skill, shadow afterimage. They are charging straight at Su Ping. Every afterimage is perfectly executing a rank 8 lightning cannon. It is impossible to tell the real one from the fakes. At the same time, the target of the purple shadow demon fox is still the master himself. Instructor Fei Yanbo is truly leaving him no way out. A massive collision occurred. The MC raised his voice. Did Instructor Su Ping manage to dodge? If this move hits even 3 times, even a dragon-like physique wouldn't be able to withstand it. Amidst the thick smoke, Su Ping murmured, Shadow afterimage. This move brings back memories. He smiled faintly, but unfortunately, this level of shadow afterimage is still lacking. A loud screech erupted from the purple shadow demon fox as the purgatory dragon clamped its jaws firmly around its neck. The MC gasped. The real body was found in an instant. Yanbo waved his hands frantically. How is that possible? Purple shadow demon fox, break free. It immediately fired a counterattacking lightning cannon. Su Ping turned his head and snorted coldly as he watched the purgatory dragon take the hit. The MC yelled in panic. It's over. Being bombarded in the head by rank 7 lightning cannons repeatedly at this range. The consequences will be devastating. Dai Yan and his crew gloated. Blow its dragon mouth to pieces. How dare he try to compete with Instructor Fei? You're still too green. Let's show him what death looks like. Mingsong slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Sigh. As expected, the gap in combat experience is just too wide. We shouldn't have let Su Ping fight. Yun Tang narrowed his eyes. Amidst the deafening roar, every single lightning cannon struck with devastating force. No need to watch. This match is already decided. But then, Su Ping's voice suddenly rang out. Who says? Yanbo gasped. What? The purple shadow demonic fox was still locked in the tight grip of the purgatory candle dragon's jaws. The MC's eyes went wide as he screamed in absolute disbelief. Despite taking a direct hit from so many lightning cannons, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast only sustained a few minor cracks. On the contrary, the Purple Shadow Demonic Fox was on the brink of death, reeled by the backlash of its own attack. Cracks spread across the armor, shielding the Purgatory Candle Dragon. Yanbo's jaw dropped in sheer shock. Those were high-tier defensive skills from the earth and wood elements, rock armor and vine armor. As the armor shattered into pieces, the MC stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast was indeed completely unscathed. Its naturally tough dragon hide, combined with the dual protection of rock armor and vine armor, kept it entirely unharmed. Yanbo clenched his fists and snarled, "How shameless! A top-tier dragon beast like that, and you forced it to learn defensive skills? What a complete waste of its potential. Where is the pride of the dragon race?" Su Ping burst out laughing. "You're talking about dragon pride?" He remembered the torment of being attacked by his own kind, getting crushed over and over by dragons far stronger than him. Even as a top-tier dragon beast, cowering in fear, he had no choice but to bow his head and master defensive skills just to survive. Also that today, he could triumphantly sink his teeth into the Purple Shadow's neck. After all, nobody wants to die, right? The MC immediately declared the verdict. The winner of the first round is Instructor Su Ping. Instantly, the Fengshan Academy students erupted into wild cheers. "Amazing! Instructor Su Ping is too strong. I love you." Diane grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, Ming Song patted his chest, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Talk about a close call. Yun Tang clenched his jaw in silence. Yanbo glared at Su Ping. Don't celebrate too early. That was just my secondary pet. If your main pet is a rank 9 dragon beast, then I don't have to hold back anymore." With that, he summoned the abyssal demon snake, shouting his command, "Tear them to pieces." The Fengshan students gasped in horror. That's a rank 9 bloodline. The abyssal demon snake. Diane smirked with confidence. Hee, old fiend phase abyssal demon snake has rank 9 combat power. Even that Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast is no match for it. The guy next to him agreed. Exactly. Besides, after that brutal fight, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast has already used up most of its stamina. We've got this in the bag. The Jianlan Academy students cheered. "Take him down, Instructor Fei. Show him what Jianlan is made of." "He's cornered." Su Ping smirked and waved his hand. "When did I ever say the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast was my main pet?" He called out and reached out to summon. The MC squinted, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Well, that is one tiny summon portal. Could it be an agility-type pet?" Just then, a bony leg stepped out of the rift, and a small skeleton pet walked out. The Jianlan crowd shivered. "Isn't that just a little skeleton? Why would he summon such a weak pet? Did he make a mistake? Huh? Why is it suddenly so cold? What's going on?" Ling Yue hugged herself, bewildered. "That little skeleton looks bizarre. I've never seen that type of skeleton before." Yanbo burst into a scornful laugh. "I've seen plenty of pets mutated by wasteland radiation. Are you trying to tell me this is your main pet? Ha ha ha, I can give you a do-over if you want." Seeing a sudden change in his own pet, his smile faltered. He froze, lost in thought. "For decades, I've only ever felt the bloodlust of my abyssal demon snake. Why do I feel it trembling in fear now? Where is this dread coming from?" He glanced at the little skeleton. In the blink of an eye, it blitzed forward, sweeping right past the stunned Yanbo. His eyes widened as he whipped his head around. "So fast! When did it?" Yanbo looked up to see a blade trail slicing right through the neck of his abyssal demon snake. Blood showered down right onto Yanbo's head. He stood there, completely frozen, while the MC gaped in utter disbelief. A rank 9 abyssal demon snake. Got instantly one-shotted? Is this for real? Seriously, just how strong is this little skeleton? Blood from the abyssal demon snake also splattered all over the jaw-drop Diane and his buddies. Su Ping quickly conjured a shield, keeping the blood from splashing on him. He looked down at Yanbo, who was now kneeling on the ground. "You should recall your pet and get it some medical treatment. Fast." Yanbo clenched his fists in bitter denial. "How is this possible? It took me so much effort to get a rank 9 abyssal demon snake, yet it was utterly crushed by a low-level skeleton. I don't believe this." He glared up at him, desperate for answers. "Tell me, what on earth is that thing?" Su Ping's lips curled into a smirk. "Wanna know?" He turned around, tossing back a mocking reply. "Too bad I have absolutely no obligation to tell you." Over at Fengshan, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers. "We won! Instructor Su Ping won! This is amazing! We finally won a match after 10 years!" while the Jianlan side grit their teeth, hearing the adjacent stands cheer. Instructor Su is insane. What a clean win. Yan suddenly leaped to his feet and pointed a finger. Wait, don't let him leave. He's the one who injured our Jianlan exchange team members. And now he severely injured our instructor's pet. If he doesn't give us a clear explanation, he's not going anywhere. The Jianlan Academy crowd immediately backed him up. Yeah, don't let him walk away. Underhanded coward. Apologize and explain yourself. Su Ping glanced over at the stands. Apologize, apologize, apologize. He calmly brought up a video call on his wrist device. You want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. Let me explain. Su Ping turned to the host and said, Host, do me a favor and put this on the big screen. The host smiled warmly. A piece of cake. Shu Kuang's face flashed onto the screen, wearing a massive, goofy grin. Oh, Master finally video called me. Yan and his crew froze in sheer confusion. What is he doing? Who is that guy? What is his plan? Su Ping rolled his eyes. Cut it out. I haven't agreed to be your master yet. Move aside. And get those two in the frame. He replied seriously. Understood, master. And quickly stepped aside, revealing two people lying there with their eyes closed. One of his lackeys pointed in panic. It is the two of them. Brother Yan, are they going to expose us? Yan burst into a confident laugh. I saw this coming. He wore a sinister expression. You want them to testify against me? I hit them so hard, they are basically vegetables. They pose zero threat. Just then, the two on screen slowly opened their eyes, and Su Ping spoke gently. It seems the Upper District Hospital is actually pretty skilled. Your recovery is coming along nicely. Can you speak? The two weakly replied, yes. Hello, Grandmaster Su. Yan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. What? How is that even possible? Yuntang fell into deep thought. These two were living proof against Yan. Damn it, let's get out of here. But they were immediately blocked by Fengshan Academy. Where do you think you're going? Su Ping calmly said to the two on screen, just tell us briefly what happened that day. One of them rubbed his head and started explaining. That day, we were surrounded by a few Jianlan students. They wanted information about young Master Ye. When we refused to speak, they started beating us up. Yan and his crew froze, their faces turning pale. Fortunately, Instructor Su stepped in and saved us. But that afternoon after school, those same Jianlan students ambushed us again. The next thing we knew, we woke up here. The Jianlan side broke into a frantic uproar. How could this be? Yan, we are completely done for. Ling Yue pointed her finger and yelled, so you were the ones who attacked first, and then you had the nerve to play the victim. Yan frantically waved his hands. Get lost. They are lying. They set this up beforehand. Yuntang slammed his hand down in pure fury. Yan and his accomplices fell to the floor in absolute terror. Yuntang glared and growled at Vice Principal Zhou. I believe I told you exactly what would happen if you lied to me, didn't I? He trembled and stammered. Expulsion. Revocation of battle pet warrior license. And a lifetime ban from ever touching an astral pet. Yuntang turned and bowed deeply to old Dong, trying to look as sincere as possible. It is my fault for not disciplining them properly. I will cover all medical expenses and future living costs for those two students. I truly hope you can put aside our past differences. From now on, our Jianlan Academy and Fengshan will be friends forever. Mingsong grinned widely, stroking his beard. Splendid, splendid. Su Ping slowly walked forward and said, Hold on. He narrowed his eyes. Aren't you forgetting something? Yuntang looked at him. What do you want? He stroked his beard and offered, rare treasures or high-level astral pets. As long as it is within my power, I will grant it to you. Su Ping smiled faintly and waved his hand. Don't worry, I don't want much. Just on your knees, and apologize. Yan Bo bellowed in outrage. What? Su Ping, don't push your luck. Su Ping lowered his voice. You lost. You are no longer the Jianfeng instructor. What right do you have to speak here? He gritted his teeth, staring at Su Ping with pure resentment. Mingsong stepped in to smooth things over. Instructor Su, there's really no need to go this far. Before he could finish, Su Ping cut him off. Oh, yes there is. He glared at the crowd below. I want everyone present here today to know one thing. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with Fengshan, they better know the price they'll pay. Hearing this, the Jianlan students trembled in fear. Su Ping turned to look at Yuntang. And one more thing, we aren't close like that. This is purely submission. All top-tier resources must be given to us first. Yuntang was furious but couldn't argue. He dropped to his knees with a cold snort, his fists clenched so hard they shook. Mingsong stood nearby, his jaw dropping in absolute shock, while the other Jianlan students dropped to their knees one after another. Mingsong was stunned. So this is the friendly resolution you were talking about. Later on, Su Ping's shop was completely packed with people. Boss, is it my turn yet? Boss, I want to buy some pet food. Someone gasped in surprise. Are you kidding me? That rundown old shop is actually drawing in that many customers? The person next to him replied in surprise. You seriously don't know? He looked at Su Ping inside the shop and explained, the shop owner is a titled rank expert, and he only needs half a day to train an astral pet. It might be expensive, but the results are insanely good. The other guy was skeptical. Are you for real? A young guy gave him a hard shove. Hey, shut up. Don't go spilling all our secrets like that. If more people find out, we won't even stand a chance. Su Ping smiled to himself in delight. I only fought that exhibition match to smooth things over. Who would have thought it'd blow up my reputation and make my business boom like this? He pointed to the board in his hand. Next. Ling Yue pushed a guy aside. She poked her head out. Get in line, everyone. Stop pushing. Su Ping looked at her and asked, Huh? Why are you here? Ling Yue muttered bashfully. I want to train my astral pet too. Is there a rule against that? He smirked and let out a sigh. That's a small thing. You could have just told me. Why waste your time waiting in this massive line? She fell silent for a moment, then replied, I don't want special treatment just because I'm your little sister. Ling Yue spoke with absolute determination. I want to rely on my own strength to get stronger. Su Ping smiled warmly. All right, how many astral pets do you want to train? Ling Yue looked at the battle pet beside her. Snowball had only recently broken through to the 4th rank. Su Ping glanced at the board in his hand. Rank 4 was just enough to reach the mid-tier battle pet category. 100,000 a turn. For Ling Yue, it felt like a total bolt from the blue. What? 100,000? Even if I slave away for a whole year, I only make just over 30,000. Su Ping looked at the battle pet in his hand. Next, you're so pitch black, we should just call you Charcoal. Ling Yue looked flustered. Wait, she whispered. I didn't bring enough money. I'll come back next time. Su Ping replied calmly, no worries. Suddenly, a warning popped up on the system screen. Prices cannot be changed, and no personal discounts are allowed. The host must return the battle pet to the customer. Su Ping rolled his eyes and thought, I'll pay the difference myself. I won't shortchange you a single penny. His gaze grew a bit colder. Of course, everything will go exactly as you want. But to train a stronger battle pet, I hope you can just turn a blind eye this once. The system fell silent for a moment before replying, There won't be a next time. Su Ping said to Ling Yue, I learned some of your cultivation methods in the past, so consider this my way of returning the favor. Ling Yue tilted her head in complete confusion. I only cultivate at home, so how on earth did he learn them? Besides, wasn't he a notorious loser before? Back then, I had only just started learning how to cultivate astral power. Inside a tower emitting waves of immense power, challengers had to dodge incoming attacks. Hold out for 10 minutes against the attacks of the golden-scaled dragon beast. Looking at the rank 9 golden-scaled dragon beast before him, Su Ping smirked. Now that my combat strength has reached the 6th rank, I can finally confirm some details about high-tier battle pets. Little Skeleton. Instantly, Little Skeleton appeared and charged forward. The golden-scaled dragon beast fought back, lunging directly at Su Ping. Both sides immediately raised protective barriers. Su Ping commanded his battle pets, Don't worry about anything else. Everyone, back up, Little Skeleton. Attack from its blind spot. Strike with killing intent. Instantly, the battle pets lunged forward. The golden-scaled dragon beast also quickly unleashed bright beams of light. Su Ping shouted. The moment the words left his mouth, the golden-scaled dragon beast let out a roar of agonizing pain. It was sliced clean in half. It seemed like its life was over, but a golden light burst forth, and what happened next was completely unexpected. It regenerated, growing 2 heads instead. A system alert sounded, only 7.5 minutes left. Su Ping smirked. This was the 2nd stage. He said with confidence, So what if you're a beast king? You're the perfect training partner to help Little Skeleton absorb that king bloodline. Little Skeleton rushed forward and slashed directly at the golden-scaled dragon beast. A massive explosion rang out, cracking the tower wide open, and the sword chi swept past, slicing a whole mountain in half. Su Ping burst into laughter. "Ha, time's up. Revive right here." Little Skeleton stood on top of the golden-scaled dragon beast's corpse. The Dragon King trial has ended. The system announcement rang out. Target successfully eliminated. This was followed by a series of level-up sounds from the battle pets. Su Ping was slightly surprised. "Oh? The mutt's bloodline is evolving?" He looked at the bulbul in front of him. "Oh, well, that's how it is." Just then a monster came charging straight at them. Su Ping barked out orders. "Heavenly Fragrant Pig, unleash your paralyzing poison. Dark Dragon Hound, swallow them whole." The Dark Dragon Hound lunged forward in an instant. He waved his hand and commanded, "Inferno Dragon, Dark Flame Beast, provide backup." Su Ping watched the Inferno Dragon taking hit after hit, thinking to himself, ever since Little Skeleton absorbed the Iron Blood Bead, the ordinary monsters on the Dragon Scale continent have somehow boosted their combat strength to this level. But for the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon, this shouldn't be a problem at all, especially with the Dark Flame Beast and the Heavenly Fragrant Pig assisting them. They'll absolutely tear through the battlefield. Su Ping grinned and roared, "Inferno Dragon, Dark Dragon Hound." Finish them off with a fatal blow. Right on cue, 2 devastating slashes came crashing down. The level-up announcement for the Dark Dragon Hound rang out. Su Ping gently patted its head. "Well, I was just missing a tracking radar, so this couldn't have happened at a better time. From now on, when picking out pet food, I can just let you sniff it to know which one is top grade, right?" The level-up announcement for the Inferno Dragon also rang out, but Su Ping stroked his chin and muttered, "Humph. Hiding in your shell like a turtle again? Did you die so many times that you degenerated from a dragon into a turtle?" Next, the level-up announcements for the Dark Flame Beast and the Heavenly Fragrant Pig rang out. He looked at the 2 battle pets before him. One was a rank 8 fire type with the strongest area of effect attack, and the other was a rank 8 spirit type with the most vicious single-target attack. Not bad. The system then chimed. Exploration time for the Dragon King Heritage Land has ended. Initiating return. The next morning, the front of the shop was bustling with energy once again, just like the day before. "Boss, is it my turn yet? Boss, I want to buy some pet food. Boss!" Ling Yue cradled her battle pet in her arms and gasped in shock. "That fast?" The girl next to her was just as stunned. "Didn't the boss say it would take a whole month?" Su Ping didn't even bother to look up, secretly muttering to himself. With an entrance fee of 2,000 energy points for the Dragon King Heritage Land, how could it not be fast? Besides, since I'm opening secret realms anyway, I need to quickly boost my own strength. Meanwhile, the crowd stared with wide eyes in absolute shock. "Oh my god, look at its muscles. Is this even my Heavenly Fragrant Pig anymore? My Dark Flame Beast is the same. It's completely ripped. Where did this even come from?" Tubin held the sign in his hand, looking absolutely thrilled. "Alright, next. If you don't believe me, come up and try it yourself." The crowd behind got impatient, looking like they wanted to throw those 2 girls out of the way. "Stop testing it. Hey, you in front, hurry up and move along. Stop blocking the line." "Exactly. Boss 2 has always been like this. There is nothing to doubt. Wait, hold on." They yelled in anger. "Go test it somewhere else. Don't waste Boss 2's business hours." Standing at a distance, the 2 girls whispered to each other, "That is so terrifying." Tubin smirked. Now, he did not even need to show them proof anymore. The system's voice chimed in. Professional rearing mission completed. Rewarding mid-grade astral force pill and a random god-demon combat technique. He stood there, watching it materialize. Tubin could not help but get excited. What kind of combat technique is this? Claim. As soon as he said that, a massive surge of power erupted from the book. Tubin reached out toward the demon-suppressing divine fist. The moment his hand touched the book, that powerful energy flowed right into him. Tubin stood there dazed as he suddenly found himself in a desolate wasteland crawling with ferocious beasts. What the hell? Where am I? He stared at the creature in front of him in awe. This beast is absolutely massive. Judging by its terrifying aura, every single one of them must be at the king level. A golden light suddenly appeared, catching their attention. A massive fist emerged from the light and plunged straight down. The impact shattered the earth, leaving the monsters completely stunned. Tubin gasped in awe. That punch is insanely powerful. He looked at the figure standing proudly in front of him with folded arms. It explained in a deep voice, the demon-suppressing divine fist consists of 5 forms. At the master level of the first form, it can obliterate a rank 9 enemy. But once unleashed, this punch is an ultimate strike, brutally overbearing and completely invincible. But the backlash is also incredibly severe. Ordinary humans can barely execute the first form. By the second form, their bodies will not be able to withstand the backlash. Best case scenario, they break their bones. Worst case, their entire body gets torn to shreds. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Only those with the pure Golden Crow bloodline can fully withstand the backlash of all 5 forms of the demon-suppressing divine fist. Do you want to cultivate? He stared blankly at the words in front of him. Cultivate, he chuckled. Ha ha, since I already have the Golden Crow god demon body, what other technique could possibly suit me better than the demon-suppressing divine fist? Tubin reached out and pressed the cultivate button, and the figure burst into a hearty laugh. Excellent, ha ha ha, it has been a long time since I have met someone as gutsy as you. Glowing orbs fell around, Tubin, representing each of the forms. The first form, demon sweep. The second form, demon subjugation. The third form, demon suppression. The fourth form, demon extermination. And the fifth form, demon annihilation. It warned him that only after mastering the first form could he move on to the next. Tubin pondered for a moment. A secret realm is not like a regular wasteland. There are bound to be powerful experts there. If I only rely on Little Skeleton, we might get overwhelmed. I need to boost my own strength to the next level, so I do not put too much pressure on it. He smirked and pumped his fists. All right, just wait until I train for a few days. I will wipe out every single monster in the Dragon King's inheritance palace. 2 days later, which equaled half a month inside the cultivation realm, Tubin was covered in scratches, panting heavily. Phew, phew. In the Dragon King's inheritance palace, he and his 2 pets stood atop a mountain of beast corpses. He had successfully mastered the first form of the demon-suppressing divine fist. The system's voice chimed in, notifying him that his remaining energy was low. Do you wish to return? Tubin remained calm. That fast? I am just a bit short of perfection, but my Golden Crow god demon body has improved a lot and is close to breaking through to the second level. I hope this bit of strength is enough. Morning at the 8 Wastelands base city number 7. A voice echoed from inside. Captain Nee, your back-then team is already so powerful. Why did you want to invite the 2 of us? Sitting at the table at this moment were 2 people. One was an advanced rank 8 battle pet master, Elder Min. The other speaking was Tran Long, also an advanced rank 8 battle pet master. Aren't you worried we will take a share of your treasures? Sitting opposite them, Back then laughed. Powerful? Haha, to be honest, we came here this time specifically because we have our eyes on a certain treasure. Regaining his serious expression, he continued. According to my investigation, that treasure is guarded by an extremely powerful beast. Do not let the Back then team's reputation fool you. In reality, we just have a bit more experience. And when it comes to reaching such a high level, only the 3 of us, myself, Diep Tronson, and Tu Tuyed, have made it. To reach this position, Back then and the others had fought fiercely against countless monsters. And thanks to that experience, we know that to safely seize the treasure, we need experts who are at least at rank 8. Hearing him speak, the 2 men exchanged glances. Tran Long sneered inwardly, so they found a lucrative target but could not handle it on their own. Beside him, Elder Min was also plotting. We can definitely negotiate a sweet deal here. Quickly, Tran Long stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Since Captain Nai thinks highly of me, Tran Long, I will definitely give it my all to assist you. But there are not just beasts in the secret realm. Plenty of others are also scheming to monopolize this hall, and I am not naive enough to overlook that. If we successfully secure that treasure, you must let us choose our own rewards from the rest. Tran Long's condition was completely accepted by Back then. Deal. If we succeed, Elder Min will choose first, followed by you. The rest will be distributed based on contribution. How does that sound? Seeing how he divided the shares, he thought to himself, treasures in a secret realm do not just belong to the one who finds them. If it belonged to a survivor, they would have brought it out. Having a greedy wolf like this in our group is definitely a disaster waiting to happen. Stroking his beard, Elder Min guessed, since you're the captain, it's a given that you get to choose first. Hearing this, Baiken chuckled and disagreed. Elder Min, you're wrong. I'm not the one choosing first. His words left both of them stunned. What? Chen Long and Elder Min's faces darkened. Besides Nai Baiken, there's actually someone else qualified to compete with us? Outside the door, Su Ping was being led in by Ye Chenshan. Looking at Ni Baiken, he gestured, Captain, Boss Su has arrived. Elder Min and Chen Long quickly turned their heads. He asked, Who's that guy next to Ye Chenshan? Chen Long observed him and replied, His energy signature is so weak, He's probably not even rank 6. Don't tell me he got in through connections? Seeing him, Baiken quickly walked over to shake his hand. Brother Su, welcome. Looking at him, Su Ping immediately guessed. You must be Captain Ni Baiken. He nodded, then turned to the two sitting there. Let me introduce you to the two gentlemen sitting here. With a skeptical look, Chen Long questioned him. Captain Ni, you don't mean this kid is the one picking the treasure first, do you? Baiken slung an arm around Su Ping's shoulder with a broad smile. Brother Su once saved Xiao Shui's life. He even took down a high-tier rank 8 demon bone beast. Brother Su, you won't turn down the chance to pick first, right? Seeing his sincerity, Su Ping gladly accepted. Then I'll gladly accept. Chen Long and Elder Min were utterly stunned. A high-tier rank 8 demon bone beast was defeated so easily by such a young man. Seeing their silence, Baiken spoke up. So, do you two have any objections regarding the picking order? Elder Min praised. A young man with such incredible achievements is indeed qualified to stand alongside us. Chen Long chimed in. Not only that, but he's also the savior of Ye Chenshan's team, so I won't say anything more. At dawn, the 6 of them were climbing the entrance of Longtai Mountain, heading toward the secret realm of the Dragon Ascending platform. Leading the way, Ni Baiken looked back to check on Su Ping. Brother Su, the Dragon Ascending platform is pretty high up, so the air gets extremely thin. If you start feeling uncomfortable, just let me know, and we can slow down. Su Ping calmly replied. Climbing stairs isn't tiring at all. It's just that walking takes too much time. Can't we just fly up to the Dragon Ascending platform? Su Ping's casual comment instantly irritated Chen Long behind him. Hey, shut your mouth. Don't drag us down with your ignorant nonsense. Baiken quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Haha, Brother Su is new here, so it's only natural he doesn't know the rules. As they walked, he explained the area's guidelines. The terrain of the Dragon Ascending platform is treacherous, and accidents happen easily. If you fall off, unless you have a flying battle pet. Otherwise, even rank 8 masters like us would be terrified. That's why there's an unwritten rule among pioneers, no fighting or summoning battle pets on the Dragon Ascending platform. He continued, anyone who breaks it will be blacklisted by other teams or even targeted. It's all for the safety of our top experts. Baiken then glanced back at him. So, try to lay low for now. Suddenly, in the distance, a man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Just by looking at them, Baiken recognized them instantly. Those are the young heirs of the Jiang and Tong families. Their actions made Su Ping skeptical. Hey, didn't you say fighting was forbidden here? He quickly explained. Those rules only apply to ordinary people like us, but those powerful families who run the show don't care at all. Even the administrators turn a blind eye. Suddenly, a massive shockwave sent boulders tumbling down. Baiken guessed. At this rate, the Jiang family is probably trying to snatch the top spot on the Dragonbone prodigy list from the Tang family. As boulders tumbled down toward them, someone in the back screamed, "Oh no! We're getting caught in the crossfire." He quickly reassured them, "Stay calm." Behind them, Chen Long and Elder Min scoffed, "No need to panic. With how slow these rocks are falling, there's no way they'll ever hit us." Without a word, Su Ping charged forward like an arrow, sending Baiken into a panic. Brother Su, channeling his power, Su Ping punched a boulder head-on. "Smash these rocks to pieces, and we can easily dodge them." As the rocks shattered, Su Ping yelled, "But what about the others? Can they dodge them?" Seeing his initiative, Baiken immediately followed suit. "All right, count me in." Baiken, Ye Chenshan, and Luo Gushue also did their best to help him destroy the rocks. A moment later, where the 4 of them stood, rocks were falling like rain. Watching Su Ping in action, Chen Long and Elder Min were highly impressed. His judgment and leadership are incredible. In just a few seconds, he completely boosted the team's morale. At the peak of the Dragon Ascending platform, a massive crowd gathered below the path. Someone barked out an order. "There are too many people here. You guys in the front, get out of the way." A young, beautiful girl stepped forward, flanked by 2 elderly men. One of them declared, "Our young mistress wants to challenge the Dragonbone for the 6th time." Her appearance stunned everyone. It's the Tang family. But she wasn't the only eye-catcher. The 2 elderly men also left the crowd gasping in disbelief. Look, those 2 experts. The one on the right is the high-tier rank 8 Zhuo Fengkun, and the one on the left is the mid-tier rank 9 titled Expert, Feng Ma. The girl escorted by the 2 is none other than the Tang family's young mistress, Tang Ruyan, at high-tier rank 9. Everyone was marveled by the legendary twin gales of the Tang family. And as for, that is the young mistress of the Tang family. She has already cleared the 5th Dragonbone trial. Ruyan began to speak. This secret realm has barely opened a few times, so her progress is terrifying. The #1 spot on the Dragonbone leaderboard will definitely belong to our Tang family. Seeing her get ahead of herself, a mocking voice echoed from behind. I suggest you don't waste your breath. Do you honestly think what you say just goes? It was none other than Jiang Shaotian, a mid-tier rank 8 expert. He stood there with crossed arms, looking right at her. As it happens, I also just cleared the 5th Dragonbone. I am actually about to challenge the 6th one right now. Shaotian's presence left everyone stunned. He was the young master of the Jiang family himself. Annoyed that someone dared to challenge her, Ruyan channeled her energy and shot back. Ha! Now this is a fight worth watching. Only the Jiang family has what it takes to challenge the Tangs. Shaotian did not back down either, continuing to taunt her. What happened back on the mountain was just a warm-up. We are still far from settling the score. With that, both of them charged forward. Ruyan glared at him and asked, You really want to keep going? He did not hesitate to mock her. Hey lady, I was holding back earlier. Don't go taking it seriously. Sick of the talk, someone barked. Enough talk, cut the chatter and fight. High in the air, someone was watching them. That's right, it was none other than the Blade Supreme. The Longtime Mountain secret realm has opened, and he has authorized combat. Hearing this, the crowd below started urging each other. Hurry up and get inside, don't make him angry. Since it's Blade Supreme's command, we'd better get inside. But before they could even move, a flash of light blasted the ground, cracking the rocks to block their path. Standing before them, Feng Jun spoke up with a furious expression. Since the Tang family hadn't given the word yet, he warned them coldly. Let's see if any of you dare to take another step. Just then, someone casually stepped right over the crack. It was none other than our main character, Su Ping. His casual stroll made Feng Jun's face darken with rage, and whispers immediately broke out behind them. Who is that? He actually dared to ignore the Tang family and head right in. Seeing his defiance, Hu Fong, his hair flying wild, channeled his energy and roared. Do you have a death wish? With a powerful push of his hands, energy blasted outward, shattering the rocks. Take a strike from this old man. Su Ping stood there completely unfazed. Suddenly, a massive force descended from the sky, splitting Hu Fong's strike right in two and leaving the onlookers completely jaw-dropped. The blade energy from the strike carved a boundary in the rock, right between Su Ping and the old man. The crowd went into a frenzy, crying out that the Blade Supreme had intervened. Floating in the air, Blade Supreme withdrew his hand and calmly warned them, Settle your grudges on your own time. Do not act up in this place. Seeing him, Su Ping respectfully bowed and said, Thank you, senior. He was deeply impressed by the man's blade skills, thinking how incredibly powerful it was. To have such immense combat power without even using a battle pet is incredible. Ignoring his praise, Blade Supreme replied, No need to thank me. I couldn't care less if some ants got trampled to death. I only discipline the ants that cross the line. Besides, a weak strike from an ant like that couldn't possibly hurt you anyway. Hearing this, Su Ping just turned around with a smile. Inside the gaping maw of the dragon, the path to Longtai Mountain had opened, and beams of light rushed up the steps. It turned out to be Feng Jun and Hu Fong, both of them burning with rage. How dare you disrespect our Tang family? Don't you dare run. The two elders charged straight into that tiny opening. The people blocked by the crevice could only look on from the outside. That is insane. That kid didn't show the Tang family any respect whatsoever. Yeah, if the Blade Supreme hadn't stepped in, he would have been torn to shreds by now. He got lucky, but seriously, to offend the Tang family, does he have a death wish or what? Everyone was curious about his identity. Which team is he with? If we capture them and hand them over to the Tang family, do you think there will be a reward? Stop overthinking it. Not wanting to wait around, they urged each other. The Tang family's twin winds have already gone in. We should hurry up and enter too. Among the whispering crowd was Bei Chen's group. Standing behind him, Chen Long covered his face to hide, muttering, Is that kid trying to get us killed? Hearing this, Bei Chen let out a wry smile. I don't know if I should call him brave or just clueless. He does things we wouldn't even dare to dream of. Gu Shui also spoke up. His attitude hasn't changed at all. He still doesn't care about authority. After a while, he finally arrived at the Dragon Ascent Pillar, where dragons soared around the top of the tower. Do you accept the inheritance trial? Stroking his chin, Su Ping was eager to find out. While there is no one around, I should head in and see how this differs from the system's cultivation sites. Might as well test my limits and see which floor I can reach. I accept. Further away, Ruyan had already cleared the Dragonbone secret realm. The two elders quickly bowed their heads upon seeing her. My lady. She immediately questioned them. Why did it take you so long to respond? Did an intruder sneak into the secret realm? Cupping his hands, Feng Jun bowed his head to admit his failure. Forgive me, young mistress. I failed to capture that brat, but I have already sent men to look into his identity. He guiltily continued. Letting him get away with his life is this old man's failure. I stand ready for your punishment. Ruyan gently placed her hand on Feng Jun's shoulder to calm him down. For 4 years, only our Tang family and the Jiang family have cleared the 5th floor of the Dragonbone Tower, holding the top spots on the Dragonbone leaderboard. She continued, the second-ranked Liu and Yi families only managed to clear the 3rd floor last year. This Dragonbone leaderboard is the very symbol of our Tang family's power. Looking off into the distance, Ruyan said indifferently, a nobody with no power and no background probably won't even clear the 2nd floor. What does it matter if we let him in? The goal of this trip is to secure our top spot on the leaderboard. I don't care about anything else. Both Feng Jun and Huafeng immediately understood. Understood, we shall follow your command. He was planning to do his best to help the young lady conquer the 6th floor. But then, the tower ahead began to light up, leaving everyone nearby in utter shock. Look over there, everyone whispered in confusion. The light on the 6th floor of the Dragonbone Tower is lit. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means someone just passed the 5th floor's trial. But it didn't stop there, the lights kept climbing even higher. Another floor lit up. The 7th floor has been conquered as well. Only 2 lights left. Just 2 more floors and the Dragonbone Tower will be completely cleared. Oh my god, the 8th floor is lit now. Below, Tang Ruyan and the 2 elders finally arrived. The 3 of them staring in absolute disbelief. Who on earth is that? Who could possess such terrifying strength to shatter the Tang family's streak of 8 consecutive first-place records? Seeing the Tang family's record broken, Feng Jun was shaking with rage. Is it the Ye family or the Liu family? He demanded furiously. Not only did we let that brat enter the mysterious realm, but even our top spot on the Prodigy leaderboard has been snatched away. This is infuriating. With a powerful palm strike, the final floor was blown wide open. The 9th floor was cleared. The top prodigy has earned the qualification to inherit the legacy. The remaining challengers enter now. Below, Bei Chen witnessed this shocking scene. He actually cleared the whole thing. He even blasted the very top of the tower to pieces. No way. Even in their wildest dreams, the Tang and Jiang families wouldn't dare try to reach the top like that. The sight made Tang Ruyan turn pale. The very top of the tower? Xiao Tian could only watch helplessly. Which family could possibly have such terrifying power? Without a second thought, the crowd below rushed inside. Let's go in and see. As it turned out, Su Ping was the one who had blasted through the 9th floor. Is this the demon-quelling divine palm? Holding such massive power in his hands, he smiled. With just one move, he had wiped out every single boss, and he only had to use the 2nd stage. That is insanely overpowered. Having finished his business, he prepared to rejoin his group. All right, tests are done. The system's cultivation planes are just like this. Everyone else is distracted by the Dragonbone Tower now. This is the perfect time to head back and grab the treasure. Taking advantage of Bei Chen's group being distracted by their conversation, Su Ping quietly slipped back down behind them. Even though we only came to grab the treasure and had no plans to enter the Dragonbone Tower, seeing someone clear all 9 floors so easily, sigh, I can't help but feel a bit complicated. From behind them, he spoke up, Captain, shouldn't we get moving? Chen Long turned around in surprise to look at Su Ping. Seeing him, Bei Chen ran over joyfully. It's good to have you back. Where did you go, Brother Su? We were just about to look for you. Hearing this, Su Ping quickly made up an excuse. Just went to warm up a bit. While everyone else is heading into the Dragonbone Tower, we should get going too. Hearing his words, Chen, Shan, and Gu Shui standing nearby were startled. Just warming up? Brother Su was the first to rush into the mysterious realm, so he must have had a reason. Could he be the one who cleared the Dragonbone Tower? Far from pleased, Chen Long stood to the side and criticized him. Just because the captain favors you, you think you can just do whatever you want. It is really getting on my nerves. Stroking his beard, Elder Mo advised him, don't be in such a hurry. We'll find a chance to put him in his place later and let him know who really runs this team. Bei Chen's group had now arrived at Parcel 92 of the Dragon Scale Land, a place filled with volcanic mountains. Bei Chen began delegating the tasks, Elder Mo, you're in charge of the ground. Little Shue, you take the air. Nodding in response, she waved her hand to summon her beast. Understood. Come forth, holy flame bird. Elder Mo followed suit. No problem. Come out, earthfire whispering beast. Su Ping did the same, summoning yet another beast. Let me see your new skills, Dark Dragon Hound. Seeing this, the old man snapped in anger. Kid, what's the point of summoning a rank 7 bloodline Dark Dragon Hound? We already have my rank 9 bloodline earthfire whispering beast scouting the ground. Yet you still don't feel secure? Ignoring Elder Mo, Su Ping patted his beast. Dark Dragon Hound, listen closely and see if they are nearby. Chen Long smirked at him and scoffed. You should just call it back. Your Dark Dragon Hound is way too big. It's completely unsuited for scouting. Besides, this is a mysterious realm, not some ordinary wasteland. Bringing a rank 6 pet here is just making a fool of yourself. The Dark Dragon Hound suddenly let out a low growl. Receiving the signal, he immediately reported, I knew it. Captain, there are enemies approaching. Bei Chen gasped, what? Elder Mo couldn't believe there was an enemy, so he quickly ordered, Earthfire, whispering beast, use earth listening. Watching his beast work, Bei Chen asked impatiently, how is it? Who is it? Elder Mo shot him a glare. There's no enemy at all. He's just talking nonsense. From behind, Gu Shui also came to report, Captain, my holy flamebird didn't detect anything unusual either. Chen Long seized the chance to look at him with utter disdain. Su Ping, you're just trying to show off, aren't you? See if anyone actually believes you. But it was exactly as he had said in the distance. A swarm of serpent-like beasts was charging toward them. Sensing their approach, the two beasts suddenly screeched in panic, causing Gu Shui and Elder Mo to look at them in sheer terror. The Holy Flame Bird and Earthfire, whispering beast, were terrified. An absolute swarm of beasts, as dense as ants, was flying toward them. It was a pack of windwing green pythons, leaving the entire group frozen in shock. They're too close. Since when? Taking the lead, Bei Chen yelled in panic. Damn it! This swarm is at least a rank 9 threat. We have nowhere to run. We can't escape in time. Everyone, prepare for battle. A new beast appeared. The Ma Tuo beast. A rank 9 bloodline with a lower tier rank 9 combat strength. Down below, Bei Chen orders, Chen Long, use your earthen dragon to shield the pet warriors, and I'll handle the rest of the assignments. The other pets will follow my beast into combat. Everyone immediately agrees. One by one, the battle pets begin to reveal themselves. Luo Gushu's Holy Flame Bird, rank 8 bloodline, rank 8 mid-tier combat strength. Chen Long's Earthen Dragon, rank 8 bloodline, rank 8 low-tier combat strength. Elder Mo's Death Scythe, rank 9 bloodline, rank 9 low-tier combat strength. Ye Chenshan's Gray-Scaled Scarred Beast, rank 8 bloodline, rank 8 high-tier combat strength. On command, the Earthen Dragon lifts massive boulders, allowing everyone to stand on top to form the fourfold Earth Shelter protection. As Su Ping's group enters the safe zone, they begin to set up their defense. Suddenly, Gu Shou remembers something. Wait, Instructor Su's Dark Dragon Hound is still outside. Looking back at her, Chen Long reassures her. What's there to worry about? We have 2 rank 9 powerhouses out there. As long as that Dark Dragon Hound isn't as clueless as its owner, it'll definitely be fine. Still anxious, she urges. No, that pack of wind-winged pythons is too huge. There's nowhere to hide. Hurry and call it back in. Frustrated, he snaps back. Easy for you to say. If we open the Earth Shelter now and those crazed pythons swarm in, what then? Besides, is a mere rank 7 pet really worth risking all of our lives for? Standing nearby, Chen Shan immediately speaks up to defend it. Of course it's worth it. The Dark Dragon Hound was the very first pet to sense the danger. He firmly adds, plus, Boss Su saved our lives. My gray-scaled scarred beast will take responsibility for protecting us. So please, open the Earth Shelter. Su Ping looks up at them and says gratefully, no need. I appreciate the kind offer though. He then calmly explains, don't worry, my dog is just a mutt, and its combat strength is only so-so. Glancing at Chen Long, he adds with a faint smile, if we take out the leader, the rest of the pack will scatter on their own. Why don't we team up and go all out? His words make the guy scowl in annoyance. Elder Mo places a hand on Chen Long's shoulder and warns him he's just all talk. A rank 7 Dark Dragon Hound only has high-tier rank 7 combat strength. Standing before a pack of rank 9 pythons, it'll probably disintegrate into ashes. Chen Long agrees, thinking this is the perfect chance to give him a reality check and teach him a lesson. With that, He summons his battle pet, the Earthfire muted beast. Fully cloaked, it emerges with a low growl. Watching closely, Gushu realizes it's a pet skill with a cloaking effect. A transparent, glass-like layer gradually forms around the Earth shelter. Seeing everyone's confused looks, Elder Mo admits, "That's right. I've turned the Earth shelter invisible. This way, we can safely observe the battlefield." Outside, the scene is pure chaos, as Ni Chengkong's beast tears through the pythons like a storm. The rest of the battle pets also launch a fierce assault. Inside the shelter, Gushu desperately looks for Su Ping's pet. Huh? Where is the dark dragon hound? Did it already get torn to shreds? Chen Shan quickly points and says, "No, look over there." In the distance, a faint light flickers amidst the swarm of pythons. He hastily asks her, "Look, there seems to be a streak of light right inside that pack of pythons." Brushing her hair back to get a better look, Gushu gasps in disbelief. That's it. Sure enough, the dark dragon hound is very much alive and tearing through the pythons. Watching it, she wonders, is that light some kind of protective barrier? All 5 of them stand there, jaws dropped. Gushu stands frozen, marveling. I can't believe a rank 7 pet is running wild inside a pack of rank 9 wind-winged green pythons. Chenlong chimes in, and he claimed it only had a little combat strength. Suddenly, the alpha of the pack appears an upper rank 8 wind-winged green python lord. With its tail coiled, it lunges at the dark dragon hound. A violent slam shatters the earth, sending rocks flying. Watching this, everyone's heart leaps into their throat. To their absolute shock, the dark dragon hound stands tall inside its protective barrier, completely unscathed. Elder Mo and Chenlong are utterly speechless. Its defense is simply mind-blowing. The guy gasps, "It feels even tougher than my earthen dragon." The dark dragon hag crouches to build up momentum, then leaps straight behind the alpha, unleashing a razor-sharp claw strike. The wind-winged green python's hide is barely scratched. Watching from inside, Chenlong immediately scoffs at its power. That strike barely even scratched its skin. So, the dark dragon hound is all about defense. No wonder its shell is so tough. At least my earthen dragon actually has some offensive skills. Suddenly, the wind-winged green python's eyes bulge as it lets out an agonizing shriek. It crashes straight from the sky onto the ground, green liquid spewing from its mouth. Its entire body begins to tremble, turning purple as it foams at the mouth, letting out painful, guttural groans. Elder Mo gasps and shouts, "It's poisoned." Chenlong is equally stunned. It's one thing to have a tanky build, but this thing has lethal poison too. Both of them marvel. This dog is absolutely insane. The dark dragon hound lunges forward again, slicing deep into the wind-winged green python and causing blood to gush out. Watching his battle pet show off, Su Ping chuckles to himself. Having fought beasts far more terrifying in the Dragon King's heritage ground, this is nothing. The dark dragon hound could have easily handled these weaklings alone. Let's wrap this up quickly. Once the job is done, it unleashes a deafening dragon roar. Having lost their leader, the remaining pythons scatter in absolute panic like headless chickens. The group immediately bursts into cheers, celebrating a flawless victory with 0 casualties. Ni Chengkong marvels, "That dark dragon hound is incredibly powerful." Chenlong quickly walks over with a forced smile. "Brother Su, you were way too humble." He praises enthusiastically, "Your dark dragon hound is truly a masterpiece." Su Ping picked at his ear, his voice polite but laced with a bit of sarcasm. It's just okay." "Mid-rank aptitude?" Old Mo raised his hands dismissively and said, "Brother Su, you're being way too modest. If your dark dragon hound is just mid-rank, then our pets must be downright low-grade garbage." The system's appraisal window popped up. Terrestrial tracker, earth and fire attributes, 9th rank bloodline, mid-7th rank combat strength. Abilities include stealth, concealment, and windfire step. Earth tunneling, 10-mile soul chase. Aptitude, awful, which is even worse than low-grade. He froze, wondering what on earth even qualified as low-grade then. Is this old man a bit full of himself? Meanwhile, the hound's mouth was stuffed with the glowing eggs it had fetched. Chen Shan gasped in shock and yelled out, "Those are soaring viper larvae." Seeing the hound sniffing the eggs with great interest, Chenlong explained, "These larvae haven't fully formed yet, so they've absorbed all the nutrients and essence from their mother. If a battle pet eats them, it'll be an ultimate tonic." Old Mo watched and clicked his tongue in admiration. Brother Su's dark dragon hound found them, and he even killed the alpha first. He's more than earned the right to have them. Su Ping held a scale, too generous to hold a grudge. These Colleen scales are usually used for concealment, and they aren't cheap on the market. If you guys don't mind, feel free to take them. Hearing this, the two of them exchanged a glance, and Chen Long whispered, "He's giving them to us? What's up with this guy? He's not even trying to settle the score with us, and now he's sharing the loot?" Old Mo was still a bit wary. His strength is unfathomable. It's best not to make an enemy out of him. Let's take this chance to get on his good side. Chen Long nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I was thinking. Having reached an agreement, both of them cupped their hands respectfully towards Su Ping. "Thank you, Brother Su. We won't stand on ceremony then." Chen Long added that if Su Ping ever needed anything in the future, he just had to say the word. Su Ping nodded and replied, "Sure." Opening the map, Ni Chengkong guided them northward. "There's a cave right here," he said, pointing to a specific spot before confidently declaring, "This is our final destination." Old Mo and Chen Long sat nearby, nodding in agreement. "Sounds good. We should be able to reach it by early tomorrow morning." Glancing at the map from a distance, Su Ping fell into thought. He had actually seen this exact location before in the Dragon King's heritage. There was indeed a secret treasure there, but there should actually be several of them scattered across this continent. Why did this map only have one spot marked? Walking over to Ni Chengkong, he looked at him curiously. "Captain, is this map hand-drawn?" He didn't hide anything and replied enthusiastically, "It cost me a fortune to get my hands on this, Su Ping.